At the start of it all, we're in a ruined city, and our main guy has the most bored look ever. He thinks this place is painfully boring while walking through the wrecked streets with monsters watching him from every side. Even so, he keeps moving like none of it matters. Then he wonders why that bastard keeps making things worse and running away. He starts thinking maybe it was near Nijing, but then he spots monsters eating a man ahead of him. It's the guy he was looking for, and he figures the man basically got himself killed. He starts thinking maybe it was near Nijing, but then he spots monsters eating a man ahead of him. It's the guy he was looking for, and he figures the man basically got himself killed. And he complains about those trash names for a second. Then all three monsters rush him at insane speed. Still calm, the boy watches them come and lifts his little dagger, the kind of weapon that looks like the starter item in every game, then activates addition and multiplication to kill them. One hit each, easy. Outside, there's a huge wall with stakes protecting the area. He calls for the people inside to open up because he's back, and one guy over there, pretty friendly, honestly, greets him. Zhang Yan, a hard mode player, comes out to ask if he's returned. Kang says he nearly died of boredom and asks if someone else can handle jobs like that next time. But Zhang Yan reminds him he's the only one who can do it, then asks if the bastard he chased got away. He says the man is dead and already being eaten by monsters. Jong Hyun is shocked. A hard mode player died that easily? The protagonist explains that 3 ranker level monsters were feeding on him, and that surprises Jong Hyun even more, since hard mode players are strong. A ranker monster is on the level of a hard mode player, so 3 of them together would be a nightmare. He asks where those monsters are, and the boy just says he killed them. Jong Hyun takes that pretty calmly. Kang says he's going to get something to eat, but the other boy tells him not to lie. As a so-called easy mode player, he shouldn't be able to do any of this. And our main character is MC Tyson, who really is playing on easy mode. He asks if he's lost his mind. Plenty of people went through the labyrinth with him, so Jong Hyun can ask them. But the boy says every other easy mode player is dead now, and any new ones die within 2 days. The protagonist barely cares and just questions if that's really true. The boy says it is. He can't understand how an easy mode player survives there when even normal mode players are still struggling, and that's why Kang seems so weird. He wonders how MC is this strong. He's a hard mode player himself, yet he still can't compare. The boy keeps finding it strange, but he tells Jang Yoon that they cleared it by pure chance. Then the boy realizes Kang is saying the same thing again. Later, at the camp snack bar, the protagonist notices he's eating sweet potato again and asks if there's seriously nothing else. It's always sweet potato or corn. Jang Yoon asks what the problem is. Sweet potatoes are the best value, easy to grow, and supplies are limited. Then he asks if MC never learned the basic farming skill. MC shoots back that an easy mode player would never bother, since food is everywhere they go. Jang Yoon has to admit he has a point. Just then, they hear an argument outside. One guy is yelling that what he heard can't be true, and another tries to calm him down. He realizes someone else must have just cleared the labyrinth, and apparently this kind of mess is normal for them. The protagonist says this time he's sure the guy will get locked up after his little rampage, and only then will someone slowly explain everything. Jang Yoon figures the new arrival is probably a hard mode player and asks the protagonist to stop him, so they quickly send MC over, even though he clearly hates being called every time nobody else can handle something. The guy who just returned is losing it, shouting that this can't be Earth. He says everything should have ended after the last return, and people around him start getting hurt by his rage. He yells that this has to be some TV prank and tells everyone to stop because it isn't funny. Kang asks where Lee Taeyong is, and they tell him he's out on a scouting mission. Then an older man approaches and says it really is Earth. While he was trapped in the labyrinth, the world went through a huge disaster, and he needs to calm down. But the kid completely snaps, tells the old man to shut up and smacks him hard. He sees he's gone too far. Jang Young looks ready to step in, but he warns that if he comes back and his sweet potato is gone, somebody's getting buried today. The kid, who was all excited for the chance, starts backing off, scared of what might happen. The protagonist walks up and tells the guy that sadly this really is Earth, and humanity is now close to extinction. The guy keeps calling it a joke, so the protagonist asks if that's the only thing he knows how to say. The guy insists this can't be Earth. With so many players out there, how could they fail to stop a few monsters from destroying everything? He keeps telling MC to quit messing around, and MC is already sick of this because it's happening again. He remembers that most players who leave the labyrinth and return to Earth go crazy because they can't accept what the world became. It happens a lot, and it's not easy to accept. Realizing words won't work, he decides there's only one old-fashioned way to settle this. Kang says he'll have to beat some sense into him so he'll finally accept reality, then asks the boy's name. A battle request is sent. The boy introduces himself and asks who he is, but his name appears right there. He sees it's the protagonist Tyason and says, "That's the loudmouth from the community forum, just an easy mode player." Then he laughs, saying, "It's funny for an easy mode player to challenge a hard mode one." The gap between their difficulties is like heaven and hell, yet MC is acting way too confident. Kang cuts him off and tells him to shut up and fight. If he wins, he'll show him the world he wants to see. That only makes the boy more annoyed, but he accepts and warns him not to regret it. He doesn't care if he kills him or just cripples him. He starts by activating enhancement, adding half of his basic attack to his current power. Then focus boosts his hit chance, and firepower kicks in, giving his next attack a huge damage boost. Everyone is shocked by how strong that combo looks. Then he charges straight at Kang, his strike flashing toward the boy's face in an instant. Blow kicks up dust and fills the area with wild effects, but the protagonist Tyson uses complete nullification of the first attack, so the damage dealt to him is 0. The boy is stunned when his attack does absolutely nothing. MC is holding his sword with just 2 fingers and asks, "That's it?" If you like overpowered leads who show their strength without hiding it, this is your kind of story. Kang is fully flexing here. The boy can't process what happened. He asks what the hell complete nullification of the first attack even is. He's never heard of a skill like that. Meanwhile, he keeps holding the sword in place. The boy tries to pull it back but starts shaking because he doesn't have the strength to move it. The protagonist asks if it's his turn, then gathers mana in his hand and drives a punch straight into the boy's stomach. The hit lands, Xingchun's endurance activates, and the damage gets cut in half. But Kang Tae-sun's supreme judgment ignores the enemy's defensive skill anyway, so the boy still takes 49 damage. That scares him for a second, but then he realizes it was only 49. He says that proves it. An easy mode player can't overcome the stat gap against a hard mode player. He starts feeling more confident again, but Kang notices his HP is over 10. With more and more power stacking up, his attack keeps rising, doubling, then going even higher while also ignoring the target's defense. MC pulls back another punch, calm like it's nothing. The boy tells him to wait. He answers that he'll only throw 1 punch. Then he lightly taps the kid's head and crushes him and the ground around him with a ridiculously strong hit. That single blow slams him with 9,604 damage. Kang asks if he gets it now, saying this is what Earth is really like. The boy still can't believe it, and finally stops messing around, asking why the world ended up like this. If things got this bad, maybe it would have been better if he'd never cleared the labyrinth. Then the story is explained. Back when the world was still peaceful, something happened, and one day the seal cracked and monsters poured out from that opening. Humanity was then given one final choice: easy mode, normal, hard, and solo mode. The players who entered the labyrinth after picking their difficulty could only return to Earth after clearing the labyrinth, and when they did, they came back to a world ruled by monsters. Kang says there's nothing they can do except save that world. Then Jangyun walks over and tells the protagonist he did well. The boy is shocked he came all the way there, and Jangyun says he had to see that fight for himself. He goes on saying Kang is amazing. Hardly anyone can beat a hard mode player in one hit. MC asks what's so special about beating someone that weak, but Jangyun pushes back. The kid wasn't weak. MC is just insanely strong. He brushes it off, saying it's over now, and this is why he didn't want to get involved. Still, Jangyun keeps pressing, asking how he got that skill that multiplies power. He brings up supreme judgment, ignoring defense, and can't believe skills like that are even real. Then he asks about that first attack nullification too, wondering what kind of cheating ability that is. Zhang Yong says only the protagonist has skills like these, and asks how he got them. He just says he worked hard for them. Zhang Yong complains that he always gives the same answer. Then another shout is heard, and he notices another player arriving. There were a lot of them today, but MC has a feeling it might be something else. A girl walks in, and he says it looks like Lee Taeyong is back. Inside the headquarters, she passes beneath the skeleton of a giant monster. Kang is annoyed that they care about decorations while humanity is being wiped out. Stuff like that really gets on his nerves. He says that even with monsters out there, there's one person who could bring back trophies like these without a single scratch. She's the only human who cleared solo mode, and he can't help wondering why someone like her is the strongest person in the world. Taeyong says being obsessed with something matters in a situation like his, then asks why he doesn't get a hobby too. Kang tells her to save that talk for later and asks why she called him. She says she heard he taught a hard mode rookie a lesson. An easy mode player beating up a hard mode player, no matter how many times she hears it, it still sounds crazy. The protagonist checks her information and sees absurd levels and massive stats, but even so, she looks shaken right now. So he asks if she's just trying to show off. But she says she wants to confirm something and tells him to show his status window too. He figures she really is showing off and asks what she has against easy mode players. Taeyong is level 258, but all of his stats are extremely low. She says that as expected, he's pretty weak. MC asks if she wants to fight him. Says she's only checking, just like she said before. Even so, for an easy mode player, those stats are still decent. While he gets talked down to, the explanation continues. The labyrinth has 4 difficulty levels, and once a player clears it, their growth stops. That's where the real gap between difficulties begins. A hard mode player's stats are 10 times higher than the protagonist's, yet none of them could survive even one hit from him. The reason is his skills. Then the girl tells him to stay still for a moment. She activates a boost, adding half her base attack to her current attack, then uses another skill that doubles it. With perfect aim on top of that, she prepares to strike, and her next attack is guaranteed to hit. As she fires that blast of power at Kang, it's explained that skills can be obtained no matter which difficulty you choose. MC isn't affected by the hit at all. He just stands there calmly, and it becomes clear that the quality of the skills he has gained is ridiculous. He has complete nullification of the first attack, so the damage dealt to him is 0. She says she only wanted to test it, nothing more. Then she lists them off. Attack nullification, supreme judgment, exponential attack, time stop, and says he must have around 200 different skills. Kang says it's closer to 230. She remembers him saying he got them by carefully exploring the tower. Then she says all of them should have explored the way he did. They should have focused on getting stronger instead of only trying to escape the labyrinth. The protagonist says maybe, but that's all in the past now. She says not necessarily. He's incredible, but if he had been a solo mode player, he might really have had a chance. Kang's skills are powerful, but most of them scale with stats. That's why everyone feels bad about it. If he'd been in hard mode or even normal mode, things would be much easier for him. In other words, MC can't even use half his skills properly right now. So he asks why they don't change the subject and get to the point. Did she come back from patrol? The girl says yes, and that the next wave is starting soon. Kang is stunned, remembering what a wave means and the monsters that come with it. He thinks they're completely screwed. In a wave, monsters attack all at once. Every time one happened, lots of people died in his area and in Shang-Chun's territory too. Humanity lost a lot in the first wave, and half of the hard mode players died in the second. They only managed to protect one small city during the third, and now a fourth wave is coming. Kang asks how many enemies there are, and she says 2S ranks, dozens of A ranks, hundreds of B ranks, and on top of that, an apostle. He thinks that even dealing with the 2S ranks alone would already be hard, and they barely have any players who can handle A rank monsters. An apostle is even stronger than an S rank, so defeat should be unavoidable. Even so, she says they still have to fight, then tells him to handle the 2S ranks. The protagonist asks if she wants him dead. She says she has to fight the apostle, and besides her, he's the only one who can deal with A-rank monsters. He already knows that. He starts calling her annoying as he walks off. She asks if he's going out to tell the others, and he says they should at least get the chance to prepare themselves. Or does she want them to die without even knowing what's coming? She says that's actually a more reasonable option, but Kang says he doesn't agree and leaves her behind. She thinks MC is strong, and because it's him, she knows he could lead them to victory. Still, she seems a little strange as she holds a suspicious-looking stone, making it seem like she's planning something. Outside, Jonghyun looks completely down, saying he knew this day would come, but their situation is awful, with everyone around them crying. Kang asks how he's holding up. Jonghyun says he's already accepted it. Considering everything, they've already done the impossible just by surviving this long, and he calls that a blessing. Kang says a blessing is crap. They're going to die. Then the protagonist remembers that guy he beat up earlier. Now that he thinks about it, the kid must be in total disbelief. They figure he must have gone through hell to escape the labyrinth, only to come out and hear that he's about to die and never see his world again. Really unlucky. Then Kang asks how he is. Jonghyun thinks he's probably the angriest one there. Humanity might not be on the edge of extinction if they'd done even half of what MC did. Then the wave begins, and red streaks start falling from the sky as the city grows darker and begins to change. He finally speaks, saying he's so angry it's eating him alive. But what else is he supposed to say? Then the monsters start showing up, and hundreds upon hundreds of them gather around the human city. Jonghyun stares in shock and asks which monsters the protagonist said he'd fight. The protagonist says the 2S ranks. Jonghyun says he'll see him in the afterlife, since he'll probably get there first, and asks him to wait. MC tells him to get out of there already. Using his great leap, he jumps from the wall and charges straight at the monsters. He activates full surveillance in the sky, creating something like a mini-map of the mob positions so he can find the biggest threats, and he spots the 2S ranks together. He drops straight toward them, landing right where they are, and sees the horrible creatures with his own eyes. And when he takes a closer look, he asks if those monsters are happy to see him, and the system starts checking his mind. Confusion, fear, and instant death. Every check passes. Then Kang draws his sword. The system says he endured it through pure will, and his mind won't break. Now he's face to face with 2S rank monsters. And it says the protagonist's body has gained a stubborn physique. Standing right in front of them, he gets ready to kill those ugly things. Now he's face to face with Vilgax and that Mario-looking mushroom monster. Kang hopes neither one is a defense type, then turns on full surveillance. That one is Monster 7, and its HP is way over 100 million. The thing leaps at MC, trying to crush him, and lands right where he was. Everything around it gets flattened, but Kang slips away and looks at it from the side, seeing it has 148 million GP. That means this will take forever, so he starts with body acceleration. Then he checks the other monster, and sees its Monster 5, a long-range attacker. It has 1.2 million GP, which feels almost fair to him. Bilgax charges him, but he brushes it off and goes straight for Lulamolos instead. He cuts off several of its tentacles, but the HP only drops a little. Each hit does just a few dozen damage, and Kang realizes attacks on the tentacles are reduced. So he figures out he has to hit the monster's head, but it attacks again, gathering energy in its tentacles and firing a beam right at Kang. His first attack nullification kicks in, and he takes 0 damage. He notices the attack goes exactly where the tentacles point with no delay at all. It's almost impossible to dodge. After getting knocked back, the protagonist gets ready to rush in again. But first, he realizes the best he can do is predict the paths of those laser beams as they pass by him. If he focuses hard enough, he can dodge. But the longer he takes to figure this out, the worse things get. So he activates acceleration again, dives straight at Vilgax, and tells himself he can't let this fight drag on. He attacks head-on, but still deals pathetic damage to that octopus. And it blasts him again with electricity. Kang uses another skill, second attack nullification. Again, 0 damage. Blood starts pouring from the octopus as his blade tears it up from the inside. MC pulls away, appears above it, and aims for the monster's head. But the other one jumps in front of him, and he realizes the second monster is shielding the first one's head. The defense type is protecting the long-range attacker the moment it senses danger. That's probably why they stayed together from the start. Still, Kang notices he managed to catch that monster, and he begins the fight by creating a barrier around the two of them that apparently cuts them off from everything outside. The long-range monster tries to hit them through it, but its attacks stop at the barrier. For 1 minute, only Monster 7 can damage Kang. Now alone with the monster that only knows how to defend, the protagonist sees his chance. He thinks this would have been easy if Lee Taiyan were here, since her stats are insane after clearing solo mode. Still, he activates addition, doubling his current attack, then multiplication boosts it again, squaring his current attack. After that, Supreme Judgment activates, ignoring the enemy's defense skill and raw defense. MC thinks the defense type can't hurt Lee Taiyan, so his plan was to kill the long-range one first and finish the defense type afterward, but he can't do that. Against either monster, one clean hit would kill him. He realizes 9,604 still isn't enough, so he uses more Hagi and activates Restart, resetting a chosen skill. He won't be able to activate that skill now, and his multiplication goes off again, squaring his current attack and pushing that 9,600 way higher. Now it's time to end this. He charges the defense monster. Kang knows the only thing keeping him alive is these skills, and even 9,604 squared still doesn't reach 100 million. That means he has to go all out. He activates copy so his next attack will hit the target 2 times. That lets him deal 92 million damage to Monster 7. The hit blows it apart, shattering that jelly-like body into countless pieces around Kang. But with that, the barrier disappears. The long-range monster immediately hits him with a beam for 22,500 damage, roasting him on the spot. Even so, he activates resistance. The fatal hit gets cancelled, and all damage taken in the last 5 seconds drops to 0. Still, he can feel how brutal that attack was. Then he gets targeted again and realizes all his attack-canceling skills are gone. Only resistance is left. He rushes the monster again, but does just 48 damage. From here on out, it's simple, dodge, attack, repeat. The problem is, his mana is almost gone. He has no skills left, and there's no way he can deal 1.2 million damage with basic attacks alone. That means he'd need to hit this thing 25,000 times, and he starts thinking he's going to lose. Then, after a very long time, the monster's HP is finally getting close to half, with Kang still chipping away at it. So there are still 125,000 left, and the monster is nearly dead. He keeps attacking without stopping. The system says he's entered total concentration. His body and mind have become one. A miraculous power sinks into his soul, and he gains the soul skill, Interception Boost. But because he escaped the labyrinth, he isn't supposed to get Interception Boost, so the skill is sealed. Kang refuses to accept that. There's no way he's giving it up now. The monster is almost dead on the ground, but the protagonist keeps hitting it any way he can. At last, he finally kills Monster 5 after hours and hours of painfully slow damage. The system says gods across every dimension can't hide their shock at what he's done. Kang wonders how long that took. It feels like more than a month, and he bitterly thinks his trash stats were no help at all. Finally, he leaves. It's time to go back now that the monster is dead. But on the way back, he uses his map skill and sees that one monster is still alive. All around him, people are dead. He walks through the bodies, staring at the field of corpses. They used to brag that they were the last players alive in that world. So why is he, a player from the easy world, the only one still alive? He keeps asking himself why he came back carrying victory while they came back with defeat. Then he sees Jongyil dead on the ground. He made it to the afterlife, just like he said he would. But in the end, he left Kang behind. MC remembers when he still had a friend to share his days with, and it hurts. Then he looks to the side and sees Lee Tae-mik, my dead too, with that stone fallen onto her thigh. Even the one person who cleared solo mode, the strongest in that world, was killed, and the one who did it is the thing now rising in front of him. It's the Apostle. Now he has to fight this thing at the very end. The Apostle steps in front of Kang and tells him he'll be dead soon, but he tells it to shut up. The system says he resists once again, and the Apostle actually looks a little scared. The protagonist charges in, activates true aim, and barely does any damage to the Apostle. Even so, he keeps pulling the monster toward him. After some time, Kang is at his limit. In the middle of all that chaos, he faces the monster again, and something mixed with blood spills out as the creature's body drops to the ground. Then the creature's attack launches MC upward. He starts wondering if this is the end. As he slams into the ground, his HP hits 0 and bravery activates, forcing him to stay alive for 1 minute. Kang gets mad at the system and begs it to just let him die in peace. He can't feel anything below his waist, and he thinks his spine and heart were probably hit. Bravery is only delaying his death, not saving him. All he can do is watch that Apostle monster move toward Tamien. He says he'll die in 1 minute and figures everyone already knows it. His frustration keeps building. Then, something starts watching him from a crack in the sky, and he thinks maybe things would have been different if he'd chosen another mode. Claws begin to come out of that rift, and he keeps thinking even normal mode would have been better than this. Then he remembers his past and thinks, none of that matters now. He gets more and more furious, cursing all those useless people. They just never became strong enough. He curses them for being so weak when all they wanted was to escape that hell, even after picking normal or hard mode. If they had done even half of what he did, they might still have had a chance. Still burning with anger, he finally collapses. Then he thinks back on his own choices. This path was his, so he won't blame anyone else. And now humanity has reached its end. But then the crystal near the girl starts to shine. He realizes she was trying to protect something too. He drags himself over to it. The Apostle reacts at once, but the protagonist tells it to stay right there. He uses Last Chance, letting him cast one skill with no limits, and that's how he stops time by activating Time Stop. Everything within 100 meters freezes for 2 minutes, and the protagonist checks the item. It's the Ouroboros Bazaar, a divine stone that rules the cycle of life and can send a person back in time once. That shocks him. Why would Kang have something like that? But then, from the sky, the monster that had been watching him finally comes out. He says he'll deal with that thing later, before it can eat him. Then he uses the bazaar, and the protagonist is sent back in time. He sees his old self with someone asking why. he was even born. He remembers how, as a child, his parents took out their stress on him. After being beaten again and again, he started believing those words and thought he had no worth. That self-doubt is what pushed him to choose easy mode. But that's not who he is now. He knows he has talent, and this time he's going to do everything differently. He wakes up in his old room, stunned, remembering this is where he used to live. That's when it hit him. He really did go back in time. There's less than an hour left before the next new year begins, and he remembers that on January 1st, 2020, something unimaginable happened. The Earth collapsed. So he decides to use a little of the time he has left to eat pizza. After the apocalypse, all they ever ate was potatoes and monster meat. While enjoying that meal, he keeps thinking, and can't believe Kang had an item that could turn back time. Still, he wonders why she never used it, even at the end. He knew the protagonist planned to run, but that doesn't matter now. He heads outside and looks up at the sky, thinking it's about to begin. Only 2 minutes left. All over the world, people are counting down the seconds and wishing each other a happy new year, hoping life will get better. But the moment the new year arrives, the world changes. Something appears in the sky, and people wonder if there's some event going on nearby. Then exactly at midnight, the monsters begin invading and people panic, asking what those things are. The protagonist is the only calm person in the whole city. Back then, he was shocked too. But now he knows one of those monsters is only rank V, something a hard mode player could kill without much trouble. He realizes the moment has finally come, and everyone gets a notification. It says their world will be destroyed by the invaders, and the weapons humans made are useless against them. As he reads it, helicopters are already broadcasting the disaster on TV, and then the message tells them not to worry. A merciful being has decided to give them all one chance, even as countless people are being killed in the invasion. The message tells everyone to choose what suits them best and enter the labyrinth. In the middle of all that chaos, they're told to clear it and gain power, and the protagonist thinks the whole thing is completely messed up. To him, this is all just entertainment for them. Then he remembers his past, and this time he chooses the right path. It's time to begin. He explains the modes a little more. Easy mode gives plenty of food and rest areas in every labyrinth, so even weak ordinary people can survive if they keep trying. Normal mode is harsher, food is scarce, and there are fewer rest spots than in easy mode. Surviving is hard, but if you stay calm and do your best, you can make it through. Hard mode pushes you to your limit. Food and rest areas are extremely rare, and the monsters will throw away their own lives just to kill you. Unless you can secure some safety, you'll die horribly. Then there's solo mode. You're completely alone. You can't meet anyone from your world, and the only things you'll find are hostile beings, monsters, and NPCs. That's the one the protagonist picks, and he's warned that in a place testing luck, talent, and strategy, he won't survive. If he values his life, he shouldn't choose that difficulty. But he wonders if the one watching him and moving all the strings is beyond even that. He tells them to wait for him and select solo mode. His luck better hold out because he's going to need it. He falls into another world. That strange feeling hits him, nostalgia. After such a long time, he's back here once again. Right away, he checks the forum and sees there's already another message. He says he doesn't know who that person is, but they seem sharp. He explains that the community is the only way to talk with people in other difficulties. More advanced players share methods and strategies there, which helps a lot. Still, he won't really be able to use the community well until later, so there's no point wasting time on it now. For now, he only wants to confirm what he learned there, and he remembers her asking what NPCs were like in easy mode. He says they only repeat preset answers like normal NPCs, then asks if hers were different. She said that in solo mode, NPCs act intelligently and move freely like real people. As the protagonist keeps walking forward, he spots someone by the entrance. It's the gatekeeper of the labyrinth. In easy mode, he was just an ordinary old man with white hair, but now someone else is already here. He thought it would take at least a month, so the protagonist quickly realizes this guy is stronger than Kang, which shocks him since this is only a gatekeeper. The man greets him first, introducing himself as Broken Man, the guardian of this place and also his guide. The protagonist thinks the name is weird. Broken Man says he's someone who failed the trial and became the gatekeeper instead. Kind of a cool title in his opinion. He says the protagonist probably already heard the summary outside. His world is being destroyed by invaders, and this is the chance the magnanimous Transcendent has offered his people. But he adds that this mercy is pointless. Being wiped out completely would probably bring more happiness. The protagonist pays close attention to that. Broken Man talks like someone who has lived through it, which proves Kang was right. In solo mode, NPCs are actually living beings, people from worlds that were already destroyed. The way the protagonist keeps staring at Broken Man makes the gatekeeper a little uneasy. This punk is way too calm. If he came from a peaceful world, he should be losing his mind right now. Broken Man says he was thinking about hitting him first and explaining later, but since the boy isn't reacting at all, he simply tells him this is the labyrinth. Some call it a tower, but he can call it whatever he wants. It has 100 floors with major changes every 10. It gets harder the deeper he goes, and since he'll have to handle food and water on his own inside, he'll have to find any extra information by himself. That's all Broken Man can tell him. But the protagonist asks if that's really it. The gatekeeper fires back, asking if he wants a full floor-by-floor guide. Then he says, there's a guy inside who sells things, so he should ask him instead. Kang had said this gatekeeper was incredibly annoying. If she complained, he hit her, and she nearly died before even entering the labyrinth. The protagonist remembers that well and thinks he should keep his mouth shut. Then Broken Man tears open the space in front of the protagonist, but says he should at least teach him the basics. From inside the rift, he pulls out a huge spear, which startles the boy. With that spear, he swings right beside the protagonist and stops just before hitting him. The protagonist stays completely calm. Broken Man thinks that reaction is strange, then lowers the spear and tells him to take the equipment. He hands over worn leather armor with +1 defense that can barely block small scratches, along with a rusty sword with +1 attack that looks ready to break at any moment. The protagonist notices it's copper grade. Broken Man asks what's wrong. Didn't he like it? The protagonist says he really didn't. That only makes Broken Man more confused. The protagonist asks why, but Broken Man brushes it off like it's nothing. Then he gives Kang one more item, a worn wrist guard. It has +1 defense. It's lost most of its value after long use, but it should at least block 1 beast bite. Maisie asks what that is, since she doesn't remember being taught about getting something like that. Broken Man says he's receiving a few extra skills and items, and he can check the rest himself. Then he tells the boy to get moving, and he just thanks him and heads out. Broken Man wishes him luck. As he watches him go, he notices that the guy was smiling like he was excited to enter the labyrinth. Broken Man says that as a gatekeeper, he has met many challengers called geniuses, but none of them ever cleared the labyrinth. This one, though, is definitely different. It's not just talent or skill. It's something deeper, like the instinct to survive. He hopes the boy makes it. Meanwhile, once the protagonist is inside, more messages are sent to him. He's told this maze was built by a great wizard long ago, and there's a rumor that anyone who clears it gets 1 wish granted. This place is sealed off from the world. Deadly creatures move through it in silence, and everything inside seems made to crush anyone who enters. Still, if he can make it through that deep, dark hell, endless glory is waiting for him. With that, Kang steps onto the first floor. The first floor is the maze entrance. Trapped monsters can still keep moving here, but the creatures on this level aren't that strong yet. The protagonist wonders if he should begin. This is where his mission starts. This floor hides treasure and secret areas, and the more secrets he finds, the better the reward when it ends. His first goal is simple: beat the boss of floor 1 and move on. The listed reward is a random potion and a stat boost. The hidden reward stays secret. That makes him remember Lee asking if easy mode had a merchant too, and he told her yes. When she asked what that merchant was like, Kang said it was nothing special. Buy a potion and leave. But she explained, solo mode is different. The merchant there sells all kinds of things, which makes him wonder if she's serious. To prove it, she showed him a pure black bracelet, an insanely strong item that cuts damage taken by 50%. MC is shocked that a shop here would sell something like that. She also said there was even more, but she didn't have enough gold to buy any of it. That catches him off guard. If he could buy everything in that shop, he might end up even stronger than she was. Before, he barely cared about the merchant. Now that's changed. So he heads over to the merchant, the Lost King. Kang gives him a simple greeting. The old merchant looks him over and seems to notice the boy is sharp. He asks his name, but he skips that and asks if he's the merchant. The dwarf shoots back, asking what he'll do if he is. The protagonist glances around the place. Then he bluntly says, "There's nothing in this shop." That makes the dwarf grin. He calls Kang spoiled and says if he tried to show everything he owned, one whole floor still wouldn't be enough, and he has no plan to show his precious items to some brat. MC finds that weird, a seller who won't sell, so he asks why the man is even here. The Lost King says he stays because he wants to. He lost his kingdom to madness and now suffers here for no reason. Even so, he repeats that he won't show his treasures to a spoiled kid who knows nothing. Kang stays calm. Then the dwarf points to a corridor behind him and says that if he can prove himself, things might change. When the protagonist looks that way, the Lost King tells him to go and come back alive. Only then will he show him his babies. MC figures out the condition to buy from him is simple: survive, so he asks if that's all he has to do. The question makes the merchant pause. He thinks this kid is seriously strange, while Kang thinks the old man is the strange one. He asks if he has to clear the whole maze just to see the shop. The Lost King says no, and he casually says he'll go, then turns away. As the protagonist leaves, the dwarf is thrown off. Most people freeze in fear, but this boy walks in with total confidence. Meanwhile, MC thinks, it's not like he feels fear in the first place. Outside, the Lost King keeps wondering what kind of person Kang is, then shrugs it off. It shouldn't matter if the boy won't come back alive, but sometime later, he is already deep inside the floor. The layout matches easy mode, hallway, then room. At first glance, it doesn't seem dangerous. Then he hears something ahead and realizes he was wrong. A moment later, a horrifying rat appears. It has a human-like head, and here it's huge. The monster suddenly charges at him with crazy speed. Kang realizes this thing, which was only a 5th floor boss in easy mode, is just a normal enemy here. The rat lunges in and bites his shin. He takes 10 damage right away but barely reacts. The protagonist quickly judges it. Big body, low defense. But its speed is so high, it's hard to even track. Back then, it took a long time for a whole team to bring one down. So if this is only a random 1st floor monster, the gap between modes is obvious. MC admits it's as fast as he expected, swings and misses. The rat hops back and waits for his next move. In easy mode, players had to work together and chase it around until it got tired. Now he's alone and his stats are lower than before. Logically, this should be an impossible fight. He starts thinking about how sad it is that Lita and An said he ran at the start, because solo players who cleared the 1st floor never fought a giant rat this early. If they did, they would have been killed and eaten. That makes him remember what the Lost King was really after. Kang understands exactly what he wants. The reward rules in labyrinths are simple. Do what others couldn't or pull off something everyone would respect, and the reward rises to match it. So even while the rat keeps hitting him, Kang keeps landing blows too. His goal is clear: become stronger than anyone else here. He swings again and barely misses. The rat squeals and jumps away. He realizes that if he can't match its speed, he can at least predict its path. The way he keeps fighting starts to scare the rat. The protagonist reminds himself that it's still a living thing. Whatever it is, its movements aren't instant. Its legs tense, its chest swells, and he knows it's about to run. The giant rat grows more intimidated, and its thinking starts to fall apart. Kang figures its tiny brain has already given up on attacking his guarded ankles, so it goes for an easier target. Since it can't jump that high, it aims for his arm and snaps at it, but its teeth hit the wrist guard he put on. The bite fails, and Kang says the rat is already dead. He grabs it, lifts it up, and finishes it off. The giant rat pinned down, MC keeps striking. Since it's immobilized, it takes extra damage. 4 at first, then 5, then more until he finally heads back to the Lost King, who's stunned to see him again. He didn't just survive, he came back carrying giant rat meat. At that point, someone in the chat starts complaining that merchants are a pain, asking why sellers always need the last word while pushing their stuff. Tamian agrees, saying a merchant should just act like a merchant. He keeps asking why the guy has to act like that, and says hey, he seriously wanted to stab him with his sword, but couldn't because he'd definitely get beaten up. That only makes him more annoyed. Back there, the Lost King stares at Kang and asks if he really survived. The protagonist asks if the old man wanted him dead, and the merchant quickly says no. Then MC shows him the giant rat meat, quality 96, good enough to eat if needed, and the giant rat hide, quality 95, which looks pretty warm. He asks if the shop buys items too and how much he can get for the two. The Lost King is shocked, not just because he killed one, but because he didn't run. He doesn't get the surprise. He killed it, so he killed it. The merchant says it's real, and that quality this high means Kang hunted it cleanly and with precision. That's unbelievable for a beginner who just entered the labyrinth. The protagonist just watches him. The Lost King finally says MC met his requirements, so the shop is open to him now. MC asks what he sells, and the answer is simple. Anything, just name it. He asks if he has a tower shield. The merchant checks if he means one of those huge shields. The protagonist says yes, one big enough to use with both hands. The Lost King asks why he wants a shield over everything else. MC says he was thinking of just crushing them. That answer leaves the Lost King amazed. He calls it the right answer and opens a golden door behind him. Kang stares at it in surprise. The merchant points out a heavy tower shield, attack +1, defense +5. It's extremely sturdy and looks like it can block a lot of hits. He thinks that's more than enough. In easy mode, he wouldn't get something like this until around the 7th floor. The price is 500 gold, but the protagonist only has 243. He needs about twice that, so it looks like he'll have to come back later. He figures about 7 more rats should do it. When the merchant asks where he's going, Kang says he needs more gold to buy the shield, but the Lost King tells him not to worry about that. He'll give it to him for free. MC receives the tower robust shield, completely confused. The king says he has about 250 gold, and with that much, there are still a few things he can buy. He tells him to wait, then brings out a pile of potions. The protagonist has no idea what's going on. Getting all this stuff from the king out of nowhere is nothing like what Litaoshan told him. The king asks why MC is backing away and tells him to just take it. He wonders why the kid is making such a big deal out of this when he's only trying to help, and says he can think of it as a small investment. He still doesn't get what he means. The old man won't explain. He just tells the protagonist to take the items, since these are what he can afford right now. MC notices most of them are potions, including magic ones that restore up to 50% of his HP. Some boost attack for a while, and others raise speed. They're important for clearing the labyrinth. Even so, Kang says they aren't what he needs right now. He's heard potions are very hard to get in solo mode, and people mainly use them on higher floors, not the early ones, so there's no reason to buy them yet. In a way, these potions are a trap. Right now, he needs something more important. His eyes land on a crude bow with +20 accuracy, and then on some crude arrows with +1 attack. What he really needs is a ranged weapon. With a bow, annoying fights would get way easier. So he asks how much the rat hide is worth, and the king says that quality should sell for around 70 gold. Kang decides to sell it and buy the bow and arrows. The king looks weirdly happy about that choice. He hands them over with a big smile, and he starts wondering, again, what the hell is going on here. He's sure something changed. Then the king asks if he knows that health doesn't recover inside the labyrinth, and the protagonist says yes. He explains there's a place on the first floor called the Spring of Life, where you can restore your health as many times as you want, as long as you stay on that floor. Then he says he'll show Kang where it is. He's even going to mark it on the map. There's supposed to be a crazy old man there, but that shouldn't matter. MC remembers Latation talking about that. She said the king told her to pay attention to the Spring of Life's location. But while doing it, he kept insulting her, telling her to get lost and just die of hunger. So he wonders what changed his attitude. Honestly, the protagonist is following the same path Latation once took, almost like he's becoming that guy's disciple. So why is he being treated so much better? He starts wondering if the difference is in how they acted. Latation couldn't kill the giant rat. She only ran away. Kang didn't run. He killed it and came back. Maybe that's what changed the king's attitude toward him. Now MC goes back to hunting rats with his shield. He pins them down, deals more damage, and keeps stacking up wins. There are still too many questions he can't answer right now. Then his enhanced interception activates on its own, surprising him, and the system gives him a permanent agility increase. He remembers that when he killed the first giant rat, a bunch of status windows popped up in front of him, and he got annoyed wondering why beating one random mob caused so many. Then he realizes that besides the basic skills, he still has abilities he originally got on floors 20 and 40 in easy mode. He never expected to get those on the first floor of solo mode, along with the assigned attributes and everything else. But this one is a soul skill. Enhanced Interception Proficiency. At 100 proficiency, his soul has touched a higher plane of existence, and whenever that high-dimensional soul grows, it steals power from his opponent. That reminds him of the time he faced that S rank while in total concentration. In that moment, his body and mind became one, and a miracle-like power was carved into his soul. That's how he gained the soul skill, Enhanced Interception. But because he escaped the labyrinth, he couldn't keep progressing to fully obtain the skill, so it was sealed. Kang remembers that happened during his fight with the S rank. A system screen opened after he took 1.2 million IPV, but he was too exhausted to read it properly. Now that he's back in the labyrinth, the skill has finally been released, and it's one of the abilities he kept even after time rewound. So he pushes those questions aside, because right now he has to keep moving toward his goal, becoming stronger than everyone else. He says the Spring of Life should be just past that corridor. They really made the path longer than it needed to be. Then another giant rat appears in front of him. That surprises him, since running into a monster in the hallway is supposed to be normal. But then more rats start showing up. Kang quickly ends up in trouble as they surround him. He looks around, taking in the whole bad situation. Rats are everywhere. 3 of them have already boxed in one human, and even with their tiny brains, they can tell they have the advantage. Kang starts running checks for confusion and fear, and notices one of them is more scared than the others. He rushes that one first. Using super focus, he tries to land a hit no matter what, but the rat barely dodges. He knows he can't even blink here. He's seen too many players die after getting carried away. Then he gains unshakable mind and all his stats start rising. The protagonist deflects their attacks and slams one rat into the wall. With his level going up and the checks completed, his stats climb higher, letting him react faster and hit them more easily. That makes the fight much smoother. The system announces he's beaten 2 giant rats and his level rises again. The last rat starts to lose its nerve and its judgment drops. Seeing the monster cornered, Kang tells it to come at him. The rat lunges straight for his foot. MC is thankful it came in so openly. He brings the shield down and kills the last one. After moving on, he leaves the combat area of the labyrinth. This is the rest zone. Enemies can't enter here, which lets him finally relax. And for the first time he finds the Spring of Life. He gets a discovery bonus. Intelligence permanently rises by 1, and mana goes up by 2. Kang notices that most parts of the labyrinth have monsters, except for the shop and the spring. Those are basically safe zones. Then he drinks from it, and all his stats recover while his condition improves. It feels incredibly refreshing, like all his exhaustion vanished and he just had a full night of sleep. But his mental fatigue will keep building up, so he still needs to rest for real. By the next day, he notices a whole day has passed. He figures there must be some talk in the community by now. When he checks it, he finds a lot of people asking about the labyrinth and whether they should enter. Since nobody who already went in has answered, most of them think they shouldn't. One guy says he's going to lose his mind. A girl asks if anyone wants to clear the first floor with her. More people keep asking for information, like what the first monster is, and the messages get more desperate the more they read. Kang figures he was right. Most of the messages are from solo players. In other modes, people can meet and talk in person, but solo players only have the community. Then he sees that Lydian is posting too, asking how she's supposed to get through this. That shocks him. Lydian always seems strong and confident, so seeing her this confused at the start feels strange. Then he remembers the status window he saw when she realized how strong he was. Maybe she was just a scared little kitten who hid that fear until the very end. He figures the labyrinth has only been open for 1 day. Solo players usually die after lasting a month outside, so there should still be plenty alive right now. So he starts sending messages. He says the rewards in solo mode definitely match how hard it is. Even though Li Taishan lost a lot of rewards by beating the boss too fast, she still became the strongest player. So Kang sends a message to the girl and really to everyone in solo mode. He explains that the first floor in solo mode is basically just a tutorial cleanup stage. Still, he wonders what will happen. It's hard to trust some random text and walk into the labyrinth, and even if they believe him, he has no idea how they'll react. Out of the tens of thousands who entered solo mode, Lighty Room was the only survivor. After that, he decides to leave it there. Then he grabs the giant rat meat. He stares at it, wondering if he should really eat it, but decides it should work for his goal. So he tosses it into his mouth and starts eating it raw. His face makes it very clear how awful it tastes. Condition checks start running, and he fails one. He gets food poisoning, which will keep draining his health for 2 days. Unless he keeps using healing or health potions, he'll die. For a beginner, that kind of situation is terrifying. That's why people who go through it always warn others to cook food before eating it. But Kang is right next to the spring, which can cure his condition. So he keeps stuffing himself with the meat. He says food is hard to get in the labyrinth. The shop sells emergency rations, but they cost a lot and are usually sold out. So he keeps eating that thing. Sooner or later, he'll have to live off labyrinth monsters anyway, even if each bite keeps giving him food poisoning again and again. Since inventory space is limited, there will be times he has no choice but to eat raw meat. In a situation like that, food poisoning is the worst possible problem. So he keeps curing himself and pushing through. Eventually, the system catches on and sends him a message saying he's gone through repeated illnesses and built up resistance. He gains the conditional passive skill disease resistance, and Kang realizes he got the result he wanted. With resistance at proficiency level 1, it already changes things. Right now, it helps him resist disease in general, including sickness caused by food. He figures that if he keeps raising the skill, he should eventually become immune to food poisoning. It's the kind of ability most people would almost never get, since you'd need to suffer through all kinds of sickness first. That makes him wonder what skill he should chase next. Then he steps into the water, already thinking he hates this. Even so, he goes all the way under and holds his breath until he can't breathe anymore. It hurts, but he knows he has to endure it. He remembers hearing that drowning is one of the most painful ways to die, but he keeps doing it anyway. When he finally comes up nearly dead, the system says he held his breath until the edge of death and gained the conditional skill Immortal Breath. It also says he felt death brushing past him, unlocking another conditional skill by a thread. He thinks, this should work, and he really hopes it does. Immortal Breath lets him hold his breath much longer. For now, it doubles his normal limit. He notes that it should be useful in places with poisoned air too. Since you have to stay underwater until you're almost dead, most people would never get this skill. But because he can also earn by a thread at the same time, he decides it's worth it. Then he notices something strange. He wonders why the proficiency for that near-death skill is already at 54. By a thread lets him sense when death is close and activates in most dangerous situations. Seeing it start at 54 reminds him of before. It seems he can inherit skills that don't depend on his current body. He starts to think this one may be tied to the mind, not just the body. But if that's true, then why did calm mind and detection start at 1? For now, he has no answer. He just tells himself the labyrinth is full of things that make no sense, and there's no point trying to explain every one of them. Then he opens his inventory again and pulls out a sword. He doesn't have much time, and there are still plenty of skills left to learn, so he can't stop now. At the same time, he is messaging another solo mode player, a boy named John Hill. John asks if this is really the right way and says he sounds crazy. The protagonist answers that high risk brings high reward. If the gap gets too big, he'll never catch up, so now is the best time. John says that's not the point. He's sorry, but he just can't do this. MC lets it go, telling him that's fine, but not to complain later. Still, he gets pretty annoyed and wonders how anyone is supposed to do this. Then he calms the boy down, reminding him he's only human. Aside from that one anomaly, nobody else has managed to get one. Meanwhile, Kang keeps up his training and activates by a thread. While practicing sword swings, he explains that combining conditions is the key to earning skills. If the right skills and the right situation overlap, a new one can appear. He keeps training with the sword. Being able to last twice as long while using a thread is obviously limited if he just stands still, so he keeps training anyway. The system rewards him, saying he attacked many times while in that near-death state, and he gains the special activation skill by a thread attack. Then the system says he has learned more than 10 skills and reached a level worthy of boasting about them, earning him the title, Skilled Player. Kang thinks that's amazing as he looks at his sword, which is already nearly worn out. He says that just like he can read the giant rat's movements, he can read human movements too, and by a thread attack helps him shift the pace of a fight. He says this became one of the best skills he used while making his way through the labyrinth. Then he opens his status window, remembering that when she cleared the first floor, her agility was 13. He's level 21 now, yet he still isn't much faster than her. That means he can slowly start building up his core skills. He explains that core skills are usually worth more than 10 stat points, or can even overcome a huge stat gap. He thinks of examples like addition or multiplication, absolute judgment that can see hidden elements, attack nullification that erases the result of a single attack, and time stop that freezes everything around him. All of those count as core skills, and having even one gives a massive edge over players at the same level. As he keeps moving, he realizes that's probably why getting them is so unusual. For example, complete vigilance only appears after evolving detection 2 or 3 times. But if there's a core skill that can be earned on the first floor, it might become much harder to get later. Then another giant rat appears behind him. Kang decides he has to get that skill now. He lets the rat bite his leg and takes 4 damage, then 3 more right after that. Rat stays latched on, biting into him hard. Kang doesn't fight back because he needs to take more damage. The damage keeps stacking, and with all those hits landing, he reaches the edge of death. He tells himself he needs just a little more. At the last possible moment, he attacks and knocks the rat away. That pushes the proficiency of by a thread up by 3 again. Calm mind starts rising too. The rat lunges back at him, this time aiming for his other foot. But now that he's already at death's door, Kang won't let it hit. He brings up his shield instead. The rat crashes into it and gets stunned. The system says he completely blocked the enemy's attack. He gains the special activation skill block. He notes that it's a solid skill. It cancels attacks below a certain damage threshold, but it's not the one he was after. So when the rat attacks again, he has to start once more with the shield. The skill he really wants is Endure, because it cancels damage that would kill him once, and also cuts off all damage he takes for a short time. As far as he knows, nobody but him ever got that skill. He remembers the past after killing a huge number of lizards. When his friends asked about it, one wanted to know how he learned Endure, and the girl admitted she was curious too. They wondered why he was the only one getting these broken skills. And Kang explained that learning skills in the labyrinth is actually pretty simple. You can gain a skill from someone else, or if you accomplish something others can't, the system rewards you with an equivalent skill. And finally, you can try to recreate an effect similar to an existing skill. He got by a thread by holding his breath, and because he swung his sword while in that state, he earned by a thread attack too. Now, with the monster in full berserk mode rushing him, he says that if he wants to learn Endure, the skill that fully cancels a killing blow, then he has to figure out exactly what action creates it. With the rat right in front of him, he decides the answer is simple. Block repeated attacks that would have killed him. So he stops the rat again, and the system announces that he blocked multiple fatal attacks and gained the conditional passive skill, Endure. The boy starts laughing. That, and Kang finally finishes the rat off. He says this is the kind of skill that can save your life, so being too scared to chase it is just stupid. Back then, when he said the same thing to those two, they both thought the protagonist was seriously a complete weirdo, even if they felt awkward saying it out loud. He just says that sooner or later, anyone who hears this will react the same way. But this is the labyrinth. If you don't take risks, you get nothing. After that, he heads back to the spring, drinks water, and recovers. He says it worked out great since it raised both by a thread and calm mind a lot. Then he asks himself if there are any other skills he still needs to learn. There probably are, but he has over 200 of them, so remembering every single one won't be easy. Then someone approaches and an old man walks up with a smile. The man says he finally has a visitor, and the system notes that Kang has met a person searching for a god. It calls this a grand response. MC reaches for his weapon, thinking monsters can't enter the spring of life. That means this must be an NPC, but he still pulls up his shield. He's heard that most NPCs in solo mode are complete psychopaths. Then the old man asks if he's an adventurer. He doesn't quite get what he means, so the old man explains that he means someone who conquers labyrinths. He says yes, that's him. That finally makes him remember something Taeyeon once said while resting at the Spring of Life on the first floor. An old knight appeared, someone who had served a god or something like that, but he can't remember the rest, no matter how hard he tries. But then the old man suddenly rushes him, pulling back for a huge punch. He tells the boy to try and block it. The system says Enzel used a non-lethal attack, and the protagonist freezes when that hand stops right in front of him. Then Enzel's fist shoots straight toward the center of his forehead. Kang's near-death skill kicks in, and he instantly realizes that hit would kill him. At the last second, he raises his shield, and the old man's punch slams into it. MC barely manages to hold on, and wonders what kind of monster hit that was. Seeing the boy survive the blow, the old man starts laughing. Kang twists the punch aside, throwing off part of its force. The system says he endured an incredibly powerful attack, gained 1 strength, and after deflecting that blow, learned the conditional skill, deflect. The old man goes for another strike and tells him to block again. This time it comes from the other hand. He sees it up close and knows he can't dodge it. Technique won't help when the power gap is this huge. The blow sends Kang flying. Even so, all he can think is how insane that attack was. He expected at least 100,000 damage, but only took 30,000. Even after crashing into a wall and getting wrecked, he survives. The system says non-lethal attack activated and the damage was cancelled. Then he notices the man shattered a labyrinth wall with 1 punch that completely throws him off. The gatekeeper was strong too, but now the protagonist starts to see that solo mode is packed with monsters. The old man admits he's impressed. Blocking that strike with a shield in that tiny instant was amazing, and dropping the shield right after to lessen the damage was even more shocking. Kang says he couldn't just stand there and take it, and the old man laughs. He's right, he couldn't. He explains that he never meant to kill him. That's what non-lethal attack is for. Then he adds that even if the attack had been deadly, MC still would have endured it, so it wouldn't have mattered much. MC asks if he really noticed that. The old man says fighting for your life while hanging by a thread is impressive enough, but his skills are too. He never expected him to deflect that attack with stats like his. Kang already knew NPCs could think for themselves, but now he's surprised this one understands skills so well. Timey didn't even know that much. The old man admits he was worried the protagonist would be weak, but he judged him wrong. The protagonist passed easily, so he asks for the young adventurer's name. The protagonist introduces himself. The old man calls this a blessed meeting and says he is one who searches for a god. His name is Ong Sao. Meanwhile, the present-day Taeyang is having a miserable time with those cursed rats still chasing her. Then that same old man appears behind her just when she thinks she's safe. When she turns at the sound, his hand is already right in front of her face. He has to stop the punch so he doesn't send her flying. He calls her a weak coward. Then he leaves her behind confused and shaken. Kang remembers Taeyang saying the old knight looked at her with disgust and walked away, and after that she never saw him again. What's happening with MC is clearly nothing like that, so he asks if he can question him. The old man says of course, and he asks why he attacks people out of nowhere just to mock the weak. The old man says that's not it at all. He's a paladin, so why would a paladin bully the weak? He explains that he only does this to judge the visitors. Kang asks what kind of judgment that is. The old man says he wants to see whether someone has what it takes to survive there and whether they deserve his respect. What annoys him most is a person who doesn't even understand themselves. The protagonist passed that test with room to spare. He thanks him and says he gets it now. The man judges people by their worth. At least that means he has no reason to be an enemy. MC checks the name Enzo again, and the old man says his glorious father chose it. Then he asks if he was looking for a god's name and just didn't know which one. The protagonist explains that the labyrinth has many gods. They test players and give rewards. Most players barely know anything about them though, because they'd only show up in solo mode. But thanks to what Lydian told him, he learned a lot about them. Enzo nods and says, of course, the more people know about her, the better. He serves a goddess named Lavineth. In his world, everyone worshipped her and called her name from morning to night. She was a wonderful goddess who connected with those who loved, and no other goddess was adored more. Sadly, that world was destroyed, so now he's the only one who still remembers her. Kang asks if that's why he came to the labyrinth looking for her. And Enzo says exactly, but he found nothing. MC thinks about Levine and realizes he knows that goddess. Because of Lydian, he even knows what floor she's on. The problem is that she's dead. Lydian said the goddess had been brutally torn apart when she found her, After that, she talked about it in the chat with everyone, asking why the goddess was even there and saying she felt sick. If even Lydian, after everything she'd gone through, reacted like that, Kang isn't sure whether he should tell Enzal the truth. But Virodisla asks the boy something first. He wants to know if he is in a hurry to leave the labyrinth. He says no, his goal isn't just to clear it, but to grow stronger while exploring and taking every reward he can get. Enzal claps for him. He says that's wonderful and asks if Kang wants to learn Levinanath's skills from him. The protagonist accepts right away. Enzal finds that odd. He expected at least a few minutes of silence, but MC says there's no reason to refuse. An NPC this strong, someone whose power he can't even begin to measure, is offering him something valuable. So he asks what the old man wants in return. Enzal says nothing. The protagonist should think of it as an apology. Kang asks, an apology for what? Enzal says it's for attacking him out of nowhere. Even if it was a test, using violence on someone he'd never met is something a proper paladin should deeply regret. MC points out it would have been better if he hadn't attacked him at all. But Enzo says that's a different matter. He says he's only apologizing because he is someone worthy of one. Otherwise, he would have just spat at him and walked away. He decides this guy is completely insane. Enzo says words alone make a worthless apology. Since the protagonist is an adventurer who wants rare skills, he'll give him exactly that. The protagonist says he's not about to complain. Kang also thinks this is way easier than risking his life to learn non-lethal attack. Enzo says that's a relief. He almost dishonored the gods with what he did. He says, enough talk, it's time to start teaching. First, he tells MC to try hitting him with that pathetic shield. He ignores the insult and explains that the labyrinth has many skills. The ones you can learn from a single action are basic skills. Swing a sword and you get swordsmanship. Use a shield and you get shield arts. Use a spear and you gain spear proficiency. The moment you use a weapon, you gain the skill. And as its proficiency rises, your knowledge and effectiveness with that weapon rise too. So basically every player has those skills. That means a skill that combines all the basic ones, even if it doesn't look flashy, is obviously useful. It's called Weapon Arts Eye Hockey. Even the gods praised it, and that's the skill Enzo wants to teach him. Kang doesn't look very excited. Enzo asks if he thinks it's useless, and the protagonist says combining basic skills doesn't really change much. He adds that if they were major skills, maybe it would matter. But no matter how many basic ones you stack together, the system's limits still make it weak. Enzo cuts in and asks how much attack power MC has right now. He says, only 1. Enzo calls that a cute number and figures his base damage should be 4. He says that's right for a basic attack. Enzo says that should be the shield's normal damage, and now he wants Kang to attack like he said. He activates lock on target, so every hit will deal fixed damage. The protagonist notices the skill being used. Since the old man wants it, he rushes in and smacks him in the head with the shield. Sure enough, it deals 4 damage. Enzo asks if he really had to hit his head, and MC just apologizes. Then Enzo tells him to attack with his fists. He gets the feeling the old man might actually get mad if he hits his head again. So this time he throws a punch right into Enzo's chest, and it only deals 2 damage. Enzo asks if he understands now, and Kang guesses he's showing how damage changes depending on the weapon used. The protagonist guesses Enzo is showing that damage changes based on the weapon you use. Enzo says that's right, and points out how fast the protagonist learns. That's why adventurers stick to one weapon, like wearing +50 gauntlets and a +20 sword. If he attacks with the sword, only the sword's 20 attack is counted. And if he uses the gauntlets, only their 50 attack applies. The damage never adds up to 70. King says that seems obvious. If 2 weapons could stack, every player would carry around piles of gear. Enzo agrees that's why people focus on one weapon and raise skill with that one. But then he asks if that isn't a bad system, since using only one type of weapon in a real fight is pretty inefficient. In a life or death battle, you use your whole body, not just what's in your hand. You can strike with your arms or slam in with your shoulder too. MC asks if because of the damage system only the weakest hit counts. Enzo says yes, and that's exactly what the followers of the goddess Levannoth hated. To them, your body is a weapon, and your weapon is part of your body, so there shouldn't be any difference. After years of research, he created the skill Weapon Arts I Hockey. In the labyrinth, it combines all basic weapon skills, and its base damage adds together all the gear you're wearing. He is shocked to hear that all the damage stacks. Enzo says he's got it. If Kang has a +20 sword and +50 gauntlets, then no matter what he attacks with, his damage becomes 70. The protagonist quickly asks if that works with everything. Enzo says it does. Not just weapons, but every part of his body too. Even a slap or a shoulder charge or a kick would all deal 70 damage. Kang realizes that means his whole body becomes a weapon. With Weapon Arts I Hockey, he can even use gear people normally call useless. He remembers how others mocked attack gear, like rings or belts, because you can't hit anyone with them. Right now, it may not seem huge, but deeper in the labyrinth, once he gets higher class gear, this skill will be completely broken. So he starts thinking, this skill is amazing, and finally sees that it's worthy of being called a main skill. Enzo says, maybe it doesn't sound as shocking to someone like MC, who already has resist, but for normal adventurers, this is a skill they could never learn, even after a lifetime of effort. Then he asks if MC wants it, and MC answers right away. He wants to learn it now. When Kang looks at him, Enzo says he likes that he didn't hesitate. He tells him to relax his whole body. This skill is different from every other one Enzo has made or learned, but passing it on is strangely easy. Still, its proficiency is already at 100, so taking it in won't be painless. Then the basic shield art skill merges into Weapon Arts I Hockey, and swordsmanship is merged in too. Kang feels all that knowledge pouring into his head. Different skills and information flood his mind, and he can't believe he's getting something this broken so easily. Just like that, he receives Weapon Arts from its own creator. He also gets the supreme level of Weapon Arts I Hockey, reaching 1 proficiency in that supreme rank. It's a technique that unites weapon and body, but since his proficiency is still low, some power will be lost when he uses it. Enzo tells him to train with it constantly until he gets used to it, no skipping days. Then he says he has one more thing to give him from his belongings, a faded ring with attack +1. Someone wore it for a long time, so it clearly meant a lot. Enzo admits it's weak and won't do much, but it should still help. Kang says that's already great. In the past, he would have thrown it away as junk, but now that ring is worth as much to him as a rusty sword. Enzo says he's now given everything he wanted to, though it's a little embarrassing since he can't teach any deeper than this right now. Then he asks what the protagonist thinks about practicing with him. Better to test the skill before relying on it in a real fight. MC knows he's right, there's no reason to refuse, so he picks up his shield. Then Enzo rushes at him again, at full speed, and Kang charges in too with his shield. The labyrinth judges you by everything you do, so they keep up this friendly PvP. Enzo explains that no matter how worthless a room seems, if you search it carefully and find something, your detection skill goes up. And if you keep blocking an enemy's attacks, your shield art proficiency rises too. On top of that, fighting someone this strong is worth an unbelievable amount. After a long time, Kang ends up on the ground, completely wrecked. They trained for 2 full days, and he never expected he'd gain this skill. His battle persistence proficiency rises to 3. It lets him stay in combat for a long time without getting tired as easily. He says that with this, he could fight S-rank monsters for days. He thought he could only get it by battling other players, so in solo mode he never expected to have it. But now it's his. Enzo walks over and says he has senses and talent that are hard to believe for an adventurer from the first floor. Just as he guessed, he has sharp eyes. He asks what Kang thinks. Was it enough? The protagonist smiles and says yes. Enzo tells him to promise 2 things, and MC asks him to go on. First, Enzo says he now knows weapon arts hockey and can teach it to someone else, but only if that person isn't useless and pathetic. If the protagonist breaks that rule, Enzo says he'll hunt him down and kill him himself. He says it in a seriously scary way, and he means every word. MC agrees. Then Enzo brings up the second thing. If Kang ever learns anything about Miss Leavenworth, he has to tell him. He says the odds of meeting him again in the labyrinth are low, but Enzo says he wasn't expecting much anyway. He's only waiting for a miracle. But the protagonist thinks that if Enzo finds the goddess, whether Leavenworth is dead or not, both of them could die there, so unless something major changes before Enzo reaches her, Leavenworth will almost surely be killed by someone. Kang wonders if he should say anything at all. It feels like a crossroads. Enzo asks if he really knows where the goddess he loves is. MC says yes. Finding her is Enzo's final goal, isn't it? Then he speaks up, saying he knows where she is. Enzo's eyes go wide in a way that's almost frightening. But even after hearing the protagonist say he knows where his goddess is, Enzo warns him not to joke about something this serious. He says he's been in this labyrinth for ages and still never found her. So how could someone who just arrived know where she is? Kang can tell Enzo doesn't believe him, and honestly, he can't blame him. Still, he already knows what he has to do. He asks Enzo to trust him and explains that in his world, there's an item connected to the labyrinth. Enzo calls that a lie, saying the labyrinth has no map. Enzo explains it isn't a map of the labyrinth itself. It's a map tied to a special existence. That makes Enzo start to believe him a little more. He mutters that it's impossible, wondering if it could be the call of the gods, and asks if that item existed in his world. He says yes. He explains that it's an item obtainable in the labyrinth that shows a god's location. His family had information about it, and he memorized the positions of every god listed on it. Even so, the protagonist knows this sounds like a lie. In his past life, Tamian showed him that item but warned him to be careful. No one else was supposed to know. She had said she got it on the 89th floor, but that it was useless because the gods were awful and only laughed at her. MC remembers her complaining again. Back then, he thought it was pointless info, but now he can use it. He tells Enzo that on the 78th floor in the Library of All, inside the 24th secret room, the goddess Leavenworth is there. Enzo is stunned by what he says and by how specific he is. The library really does exist, though Enzo hasn't checked it yet. Now he starts thinking she really might be there. Kang says he knows the list, but Enzo suddenly runs over, acting like this is far beyond just some lucky guess. He thanks the protagonist over and over, saying he's never been this grateful to anyone in his life. He says he owes MC now, all while shaking with nerves and excitement. He tells him the grip is hurting, and Enzo quickly apologizes. He just couldn't hold himself back. Kang asks if he's planning to leave right now. Enzo says it won't be easy. The 78th floor is deep, and even for him it's a strange place, so he needs to prepare first. He swears he doesn't even know how to thank the protagonist. It's hard to find the words. All he knows is that he has to repay him, so he gives MC a bronze ring with plus 20 health, saying it'll help him a lot. Enzo says the ring looks like something a priest once wore, from a religion that has already died out. He is shocked. An item like this usually wouldn't show up until around the 30th floor. Enzo admits he normally wouldn't hand this over to someone still on the first floor, but the protagonist doesn't seem like the type to sit around and waste time. He just hopes that guess is right. Kang says he has no time to stand still, so Enzo tells him that's good. He says he'll start getting ready, and MC asks if he's really going. Enzo says he finally has a clue about where she is, so he can't afford to wait. He thanks him and hopes they meet again. Then he runs off, overjoyed, telling his goddess he's coming, that the last one left is on the way, laughing the whole time he leaves. Kang wonders if Enzo will really find the goddess, and if he does, whether she'll still be alive or already dead, leaving the old man crushed. Either way, the protagonist figures he won't be seeing him again anytime soon, so he goes back to exploring the labyrinth. After spending a while on the first floor, His dexterity has reached 25, which makes catching a giant rat easy. He uses soul quality, but the gap between him and the target is too big, and that surprises him. He can't take anything from it. That's when Kang realizes the skill stops working. Once the difference gets too large, it's disappointing, but he expected that might happen. He decides he's already gotten about all he can from the first floor, so it's time to head to the second. First, though, there's somewhere he needs to go. The labyrinth has hidden rooms, and he heads to a sealed one. Every floor has one, and the first person to find it gets a huge reward. Magic staves, levitation rings, permanent stat potions, and other items that give adventurers a massive edge. Only one person can enter each secret room, so in easy mode, the race to find them was brutal. Because of that, Kang missed many of them before. That's also why so many people survive the labyrinth through luck instead of skill. This is solo mode, and here, he plans to claim every secret room. As he steps inside, he wonders if the layout is still the same, since the labyrinth changes with difficulty. Still, the basic structure stays similar, so all secret rooms share a few things in common, and he confirms he's in the right place. At first glance, it's just an empty chamber with an entrance and nothing else. Most players ignore a room like this, but secret rooms always hide one shared trick, so Kang starts feeling along every part of the wall. The blocks all seem normal, and finding the real path is simple in theory. Just press each brick until the right one gives way. He knows it'll take time, so he settles into a routine. Press, pull, reset. If it's not that one, he moves to the next, then the next after that. It almost feels funny to him. Compared to the rooms where all he could do was survive, this is calm. As he keeps going, his detect proficiency starts to rise until he finally finds the hidden room. He's the first to discover it, earns the title Adventurer, and gets a permanent +3 intelligence. Now the treasure chest sits in front of him. It looks like he could just grab it and leave, but he knows it can't be that easy. He scans the area carefully, spots a giant rat nearby, checks the floor, grabs the rat by the tail, and throws it ahead. The rat lands in the middle of the room, triggers a stone panel, and an arrow trap fires straight into it. So they're arrow traps. Kang expected that much, nothing too hard for his current level. He walks forward calmly and deliberately steps on another trap, then catches the arrow with his bare hand. He tells himself he's already far stronger than most players on the first floor, so if he stays focused, he can keep doing this. He guesses there are only 7 arrows, triggers them all, and stops each one without much trouble. Kang decides to keep some of them, then moves deeper in, stopping more arrows, and setting off every trap he can find, but as he goes on, things get harder. He can't catch them so easily anymore and has to start dodging. Since wasting arrows would be a shame, he picks them up as he goes, until he finds a poison arrow with +2 attack and a paralyzing arrow that can paralyze a target with +2 attack. It can still fail depending on the enemy's stats or level, but these two are clearly special. That makes them valuable to him. He even wonders if he should go back to the first trap and farm more arrows from it. The risk is small, and to him it's worth it. Once he reaches 100 arrows, he decides that's enough. Now it's time for the main prize. He heads straight for the chest, jumping in close. If he rushed it, he could probably just block with his shield and run. But this is the labyrinth. He has to stay careful as arrows start flying. He breaks some, dodges others, and figures out that this is the 5th and final pattern. The next trigger should be the 9th brick. Then a full wave of arrows fires at once, 9 of them aimed right at him. Kang activates on the edge, which lets him hold his breath for 10 seconds. His clear vision proficiency rises to 2, and he tracks the paths, 3 from the front, 2 from the left, 3 from behind, and 1 from the rear. Dodging every single one won't be easy. Pushed by the danger, he sharpens his senses and gains the conditional skill, Sensory Enhancement. Then he knocks one away, 8 left. 3 more are dealt with, leaving 5. Another comes straight for his chest. but he uses the new skill to deflect it too. Even so, it still grazes through and deals 8 damage. 4 arrows remain. Kang knows he can take that much damage, and since he used a skill to ignore that hit, he has more room to move now. The rest are following the same paths, so he catches one and blocks the other 3. Then he triggers the last trap. Based on the pattern so far, he expects 10 arrows, but more come than he planned for. 15 this time. He steps back, trying to block them any way he can, but it's too much. He can't stop them all at once. With more arrows, there are also more overlapping paths, and if he fails to dodge, he gets hit. 2 arrows stick into his arm, dealing 16 damage along with another 15, and the damage keeps piling up until he's weakened badly. He starts bleeding, which means constant HP loss. The pain is intense. As he yanks an arrow from his arm, the system says he's endured extreme pain and gains the continuously activated conditional skill, Reduced Pain. It hurts less now thanks to the skill, though his low proficiency means it still hurts a lot. If he hadn't been through pain like this so many times before, he might have blacked out. He's down to just 54 out of 140 GP. Since he already gained his skill from bleeding and being weakened, Kang decides there's no reason to keep taking damage for free. So he moves in and starts clicking the traps off one by one. All of them retract. The traps should be disabled now, which means it's finally time for the reward. He opens the chest and finds an incredible staff. Kang is surprised to get one this early. In hard mode, a staff like this only appears around the 10th floor, so seeing it on the 1st floor in solo mode makes him wonder if it's fake. But it's real. A fire staff used by beginner mages, and it lets the user cast the basic spell Fireball. That shocks him even more, because this fire staff is much stronger than the usual early game staves. Solo mode really gives out amazing rewards from the start. He thinks about Lee Taeyang, who never managed to find this secret room. So Kang doesn't know how things turned out for her, but based on what he's seeing now, her future was probably much better than before. After that, he goes back to hunting rats. They're no threat anymore. Even with one arm still not working well, the stat gap is so huge that those rats can't do anything to him. The rat in front of MC starts panicking, and the system notes that even while weakened, he has no trouble moving. He gains the skill Unbreakable Will, and he thinks that's amazing. He kills another rat and then takes down a giant rat too. When he returns to the safe area, he drinks some water, recovers, and returns to normal condition. Then he checks the skills he just earned. Reduced Pain makes him immune to pain itself, though not to the effect on his senses. Sensory Enhancement sharpens his awareness, and sometimes it can even let him feel killing intent. Kang thinks both skills are great, even if they aren't too useful right now. Once their proficiency rises, they'll get much stronger. He also gets Unbreakable Will. No matter how badly he's hurt, his fighting spirit won't break, and for 10 seconds in battle, he can ignore all injuries. It hurt like crazy, but to him it was worth it. He also earns the title Magic Apprentice, unlocking Fireball and 3 mana use with proficiency at 1. Just like he thought, that staff is his biggest reward. It can launch a fireball that hits hard against enemies with no resistance, and it can also check whether burn gets applied. He figures he's gotten everything possible from the 1st floor, so it's time to head to the 2nd. He says the maze itself is simple, and the stairs to the next floor are guarded by a boss. Players have to beat it to move on. He heads to the boss room, though he knows nothing is ever easy in solo mode. When he opens the door, he finds a truly massive giant rat. It's already ready to charge, and Kang thinks it's been a long time since he last saw that monster. The giant rat tries to attack the moment he steps inside. He's shocked this thing is the 1st floor boss. This was supposed to be the 10th floor boss. He can't help wondering how many players died to those claws. The monster rushes in, but after everything he's been through, Kang refuses to be shaken now. He basically tells the filthy rat to come at him. The protagonist explains that this giant rat is too much for a normal 1st floor player, which is why Letachin used a loophole. She was terrified, but she still won by taking advantage of one rule. The boss couldn't leave the room, so she stayed by the doorway behind the barrier while it thrashed on the other side. Then she filled the room with oil and set it on fire. It was a practical method with no wasted time. Since she was the only solo mode player who survived, he thinks copying that plan would make sense. But that's not the kind of fight the labyrinth wants. So he summons his staff and decides to take it head-on with fire. The giant rat charges straight at him. Kang uses Fireball for the first time. He says only a brutal fight will make him stronger. And the Fireball hits the rat for 14 damage. Then the system runs its check, and Burn is successfully applied. He's glad to see it since Burn deals 1 damage for 10 seconds. But that's still not enough. So he switches to his bow. The next shot deals 7 damage, and also poisons the rat. Now it's both burning and poisoned. Kang says it doesn't matter. He'll keep trying until it works and fires again. This time it's an electric arrow. The rat is paralyzed, meaning it can't move for 10 seconds or until it's hit. He says status effects are worth the cost. Now he says the real fun starts. With fire, poison, and paralysis stacked on it, the rat can't move and Kang keeps piling on damage with his arrows. The poison check keeps confirming damage, so he decides to fire another status arrow and keep the damage stacking. The rat gets torn up from every side, covered in arrows like a pincushion. At the end of it, MC grabs his shield and says this is more than a beatdown. It's basically a death sentence for the rat. Unable to fight back, it takes even more damage when he slams it with his shield for 13 in one hit. But then the rat completely loses it and enters berserk mode. Even so, Kang says there's a limit to what it's doing. He notices the rat's health is almost gone and wonders if this is the moment. Then the rat grabs one of the nearby corpses and starts rising up in front of him. He remembers that once its health drops to 20, it goes berserk. Everyone who had been with him back then noticed the paralysis no longer worked and started begging to be saved. The rat kept eating people. His past self was horrified. They wouldn't be able to escape. The rat had gotten faster, and they were going to be ripped apart. That was when the monster showed why it was the boss. But now, even with berserk mode active, Kang stays calm. As far as he's concerned, Phase 2 is where the real fight begins. The rat lunges again, even faster this time, throwing everything it has at him, but he blocks with his shield and only takes 8 damage. Still, he admits that's a lot for his current strength. The rat attacks again, and Kang points out that his strength stat is only 2 right now, so he'll rely on his best stat, dexterity, to finish it. He strikes the rat once, more hitting one of its legs hard. The damage is so strong the rat looks stunned, like it almost dropped out of berserk. With its claws stuck in the ground, it tries to pull free, but while it's struggling, the protagonist rushes in again and lands another hit for 7 damage. The rat grows more and more frantic, attacking wildly. Even with the shield, Kang still takes 5 damage, but he hits back for 7. His battle persistence proficiency also starts rising by 1. The rat tries to bite him again, and MC realizes he's running out of energy. He can't keep this up much longer, so this time he goes in with his sword and activates edge attack for a thread. He can hold his breath for 10 seconds, and he keeps attacking from every angle. The rat takes more and more damage, 8 this time, then 7 more. It manages to turn the exchange around and lands a counter hit on Kang for 24 damage. He realizes he can't afford to take many more blows. He figures that with resist or deflect, he might survive up to 8 hits. Even while taking damage, he keeps fighting back as hard as he can and activates deflect. Now the next attack he receives won't be effective, and Kang says he'll end this before the 8th hit. Then he charges the rat again, dodges aside this time, and successfully counters. That means his next thrust will deal much more damage. He drives the attack straight into the monster's chest and pushes right up toward its head, dealing 20 damage. The rat lets out a scream, but it has no health left and collapses behind him. Kang defeats the giant rat. He thinks it was easier than he expected, which is a ridiculous thing to say when he was almost dead. Then he wonders where his reward is, and the system dumps it all onto him because he beat a powerful enemy alone. His dexterity permanently rises by 2, his mana goes up by 3, and he activates the soul skill soul quality increase. His strength permanently rises by 2, his dexterity goes up by another 3, and he levels up, fully recovering. He says he expected it, but he's definitely happy. Since he successfully beat a first-floor boss, he gets the standard reward, 1 random stat increase potion. And because he found the first floor's secret room, he also gets the standard reward of 2 targeted stat increase potions. He thinks rewards like this are still hard to get, even after the 50th floor. Then he uses the random stat potion and the targeted stat potion too. The random potion permanently raises his strength by 1. After that, he clearly chooses to boost strength with the targeted potion as well, raising it by 3 in an instant. That's huge for him. Now his strength is 17, intelligence is 16, and his dexterity has reached 30. Those are his stats on the first floor, after doing everything he could to raise them in easy mode. Then he notices he got another skill. It's counterattack. It costs 5 mana, has proficiency 1, and deals heavy damage when the enemy attacks. He realizes he got it earlier than expected. It's just as useful as deflect, so he says he's checked everything. Now he's wondering what happens next. He starts sending messages to the others, explaining the basic method to clear the first floor. He says he already posted the article in the community. He doesn't expect much, but maybe it'll help. While finishing the post, he notices someone replied. He sees messages from people asking for the path to the Spring of Life, because they need to find it fast. Another person says he can't help, since the location is different for everyone, so they need to talk to the merchant. Tio Yang tells them they'll be safe if they reach the Spring of Life, so they need to get there as soon as possible. Staying where they are will only get harder. One of them jokes that an entire species is fighting against its own extinction. Another says they're still lucky because they still have a chance to live. That's better than dying without doing anything. He reads all this with interest. Then someone thanks him, saying they made it to the Spring of Life thanks to everyone's help. Lee Jong-hyuk adds that if the boy stays careful from here on out, he won't die on the first floor. The protagonist says the community changed a lot after his return. Back then, people barely used it, and when they did, many were already dying. Nobody shared how to clear a floor. The chat was full of despair. People starving, falling apart, saying they didn't want to die there, but also didn't know why they should keep living. As time passed, the desperation got so bad that people stopped talking at all. Back then, Lee Taemin kept asking if anyone was still in the chat, because she thought she was the only one left. Now she's asking where Kang went, since she hasn't seen him since he posted that guide. To him, that proves things are different this time. After watching the community for a while, MC gets ready to head to the next floor. He decides it's time to move on. He equips the fighter's glove, the one that protects his hands, and can also deal damage when he lands a hit. The shop's merchant king is shocked. He wants to buy it, then realizes the old man taught him ice hockey weapon skills. When he asks if he knows that guy, the merchant says of course. There are only a few of them rotting away down there. Then he asks if the protagonist plans to sell the meat, saying that if he beat the boss he probably got hide and even its teeth too. The protagonist refuses. He says he'll need those later. The merchant gets it and asks if MC plans to use them with the blacksmith. That does seem to be his plan. He thinks about the labyrinth blacksmith, our fan, and remembers Leader saying she never would have reached the deeper floors without him. She also said they'd meet him farther ahead, so the protagonist knows he has to hurry. That place is a bit far from the labyrinth's entrance, and it's known as a place where what was killed can come back. At least the creatures there aren't that strong. Soon he arrives on the second floor, where he has to defeat the floor boss to keep advancing. The reward is a low-grade mana increase potion, while the secret reward is still unknown. Kang is surprised, since that potion is rare and not even sold in the shop, which makes him even more eager to clear this floor. But then he notices a pile of unread messages. Caught off guard, he asks what happened, and Jinhua checks if he's there. Messages start pouring in from all directions. Kang wonders who to answer first, and then Jinhua quietly reaches out to him, saying the timing is perfect. The boy sounds shocked that MC was right and says they really can't talk openly there. MC asks what's going on. The boy says it's nothing serious. He just wanted to see what his so-called savior was like. He asks why he isn't worrying about himself first. To be honest, the protagonist never expected people being pushed to their limit in that strange world to contact him just because of one post. Even so, he asks if the boy actually read the guide and followed it right away. The boy says yes. Everyone was at their limit, and he just wanted to hold on to even the smallest bit of hope. He says remembering it still gives him chills, and he sincerely thanks MC for posting that guide. MC brushes it off like it was nothing. The boy explains that you can't get food without entering the labyrinth, but nobody there had mentioned that. He was getting hungrier and hungrier to the point he started wondering why people in extreme situations don't just eat their own limbs. He also had no one to talk to, so he was close to losing it. He even went back to the gatekeeper and begged for food, asking him not to ignore him. He says he was about to run into the labyrinth just to find anything he could eat when Kang's message appeared. In that moment, he was shocked to learn there was actually a way to clear the first floor. Even if he didn't realize it then, the guide helped a lot. After reading it, he and Tamian managed to clear the floor, and then others followed. He realizes that makes sense. Lee Tamian used to complain a lot in the community, so once she cleared it, the others started believing they could too. The protagonist asks how many people can kill a giant rat, and the boy says right now, only him and Tamian. Kang says Tamian doesn't surprise him, but hearing something good about that guy is a first. He figures he never met him before because the man probably died in the labyrinth while struggling to survive. Since he managed to hunt a giant rat, MC guesses his talent must be around Tamian's level. It surprises him. Who would have thought his guide would actually keep someone alive? The truth is simple. If you're writing a survival guide for another world and don't think it might save someone, you're an idiot. He then tells him to find the old NPCs searching for his goddess. That NPC will attack without mercy, and if the boy responds the right way, he'll get something very valuable. The protagonist warns him that any NPC can treat you differently depending on what you do, so he needs to be careful. He tells the boy to pass that on to Li Taiyong when she wakes up, and the boy suddenly asks if MC is okay. When asked what he means, the boy says he is handing everything over to him for free. He's thankful but points out they're going through the same trials, which technically makes them rivals. Sure, he's weaker right now, but if this keeps up, he could catch up fast. That doesn't mean he plans to turn on Kang. He just can't accept all this help without giving something back. Protagonist wonders what the boy is really trying to say, and the boy asks him to take him seriously. That makes MC question the whole idea of them being rivals. After all, they're all human and came from the same place. That's exactly why Kang tells him all this, so he can keep moving through the labyrinth and try not to die. He warns that plenty of people died even after reading his steps for clearing the first floor. Knowing something means nothing if you don't know how to use it, so he asks if the boy really thinks he can survive just from a few tips. The boy admits he still hasn't even cleared the first floor, so maybe he got ahead of himself. The protagonist says, "Good, at least he knows that. Now he needs to give it everything he has." While MC moves forward, the boy is still stuck behind. That makes him think back on the past and wonder if he did well back then. He asks how the community is doing now, and the boy says it's normal, but people from the other modes are talking about them. Worse, they're trying to start fights. He's been ignoring them so far, but he doesn't know how long that will last. Kang realizes the people who don't know their place are starting to show up. All he says is that he understands, then wishes the boy good luck. The boy wishes the protagonist good luck too. MC steps into the solo mode second floor and says the first floor was basically just a tutorial. The real labyrinth starts on the second floor. He enters a room full of goblins, kicking the door open without hesitation. He draws out a goblin archer, a swordsman, and a shield bearer. They rush right in front of him, yelling. Kang calls them on and immediately grabs his bow. He thinks about goblins for a moment. Alone, they're easy to kill, but their instincts are annoyingly sharp. So once they group up, they become a real problem. Kang fires first. One arrow hits a goblin in the chest for 10 damage, but another blocks the shot with its arm, and a third stops one with its shield. The goblins charge, and he meets them with his own shield. He figures they've already shown all their tricks, and they're still sloppy. Then, he dares them to try breaking through his shield head-on. He slams one of them down hard, crushing it into the ground. The goblin takes 3 damage at first, then gets pinned there, and another 4 damage finishes it off. Kang pulls one of his daggers, but before he can finish the goblin, it starts screaming. The protagonist can't see any reason for it to make that noise, until more goblins begin gathering while he's killing the first one. They all rush him at once, and Kang realizes this could get messy. Then he spots one carrying a much better weapon, a longsword. Seeing that, he almost thanks the goblin for the gift. He switches to his fire staff and launches a fireball, wiping out every goblin around him. After the fight, he gets a slightly rusty sword with +2 attack. It's not great, but if used well, it'll do its job. Kang thinks that setup is way better than using the tower shield combo. He also gets a wooden shield with +2 defense. It's smaller, can block most attacks, but looks like it'll break if it takes a heavy hit. Then he heads to another room. He opens the next door, and inside he senses a strange reddish mist. That's when he finds the altar of Laceratus, like a fountain surrounded by blood. As the first to discover it, he gets a bonus. His intelligence permanently rises by 1, and his mana goes up by 2. Kang says the labyrinth's gods all have different personalities. Some are friendly, some are dangerous to players, some look down on them, and some show a little kindness. But most of those gods see players as toys, and MC remembers that Laceratus is the god of conflict and of... He remembers Laceratus is the god of conflict and death as he stares at that giant skull. He can feel it right away. This place holds a power heavier than anything else around. It's an altar for Laceratus's followers, a path linked to the god himself, and through it, that power can reach into the world. That also explains why Laceratus ran the second he saw it. Looking at it, Kang wonders if this is what a god really looks like. Then a side quest appears. Laceratus wants to test the one who found his altar. If the protagonist accepts and passes, he'll get a reward based on how well he does. MC refuses to back down and accepts. The side quest begins. Laceratus seems pleased, and something starts taking shape in front of him. What comes out is a knight's armor. It stands there, wrapped in thick red miasma. A full knight forms right in front of Kang. It's an imposing figure armed with a massive sword and ready to fight. This is Laceratus's servant, but a false one. The test is simple. Beat that servant. He studies the armor and realizes it'll be hard to find any opening with its whole body covered. Even so, one look tells him this thing is seriously strong. Then the servant moves. It rushes straight at Kang and brings its sword down from above. The protagonist barely blocks with his shield, but he still takes 25 damage, even after defending. That hit hurt badly, so he decides there's no point relying on the shield. He drops it and switches weapons, keeping the lightly rusted sword and another rusted blade in hand. Now it's time to fight with 2 swords. He charges the armored servant again. The knight meets him with its own sword. Even with 2 blades, Kang can't do much. So he pulls back a little and starts striking at different spots, attacking with both hands. It still isn't working. The knight's stance leaves no openings. and MC realizes this enemy is far above him. There's no reason to keep fighting it head-on. He jumps back. Then he starts to run, and the knight chases after him. But in the middle of that, Kang suddenly turns around. He goes right back in for a direct clash. His plan is to use his higher dexterity. That pressure finally works. The servant of Lecaratus takes 6 damage. It keeps taking the same damage again and again. But then Kang feels his sword get stuck in the monster. Now he's in real trouble. Still, he doesn't stop. Since he has other ways to fight, he starts punching the thing. He remembers his weapon art, eye hockey, and decides to push it as far as he can. So he stays in close, punching, while the lodged sword keeps draining the knight's life. He's used this trick before, but right now it's saving him. Even Lecaratus is a little surprised by the way the boy fights. The servant steps back and he starts thinking, this might be easier than he expected. He tells himself they're only on the 2nd floor. Since Lecaratus is the god of conflict and death, this servant should already be fighting seriously. So if this is all it has, that's kind of disappointing. But then the system says Lecaratus is using his authority, and in return his range of influence will shrink. Kang feels something change around him. The system explains that Lecaratus's servant has recovered its intelligence, and its techniques too. The protagonist instantly knows things just got much worse. The servant feels even more dangerous now. Its gaze turns sharp and alive. This time, everything about that stare locks onto Kang. He's no longer fighting the fake servant. Now he's facing the real servant of Lecaratus. With that, the pressure of the fight skyrockets. The servant grabs the sword that was stuck in its stomach, pulls it out and throws it straight at MC. Kang notices the false mark is gone and the whole atmosphere around the knight has completely changed. He ducks to grab the sword. Now that it has intelligence, the tricks that worked before won't work anymore. The servant suddenly bursts forward at absurd speed, catching him off guard and nearly cutting him down. Then it starts using even fiercer techniques. Kang has to give everything he has just to stop the blade. Even holding on with both hands, he's forced to one knee, taking 13 and 11 damage without being directly cut. He can't believe it. This thing's movements are completely different now. The servant keeps driving him back, chasing him while attacking non-stop. The protagonist takes 20 damage when his whole body slams into the wall. He realizes the servant's movement is perfectly clean, not wasting even a single step. This is swordsmanship from a properly trained knight. It's the first time he's faced something like this. Even with all the weapons in his hands, he can't control the fight. Kang wonders if this is what a huge gap in skill feels like. And more than anything, he wants to learn it. Every action in the labyrinth gets judged, and if he reaches a certain score, he can gain a title or a skill. He figures this probably that kind of skill. That thought throws him into a wild frenzy. Even the knight starts to fear the look in his eyes. MC has gone completely off the rails. He focuses as hard as he can, thinking that the knight is definitely better with a sword. He admits that much. But Kang is a player. He pulls out his staff and reminds himself that a sword isn't the only weapon he can use. He fires a blast of flame at the knight. But the servant cuts through the fireball at once. Still, he has already moved out of its path. When the knight looks again, Kang is behind it. He strikes from the rear and deals 6 damage to the armor. The servant spins fast, trying to hit him back, but the protagonist says that's pointless. He activates deflect, and the attack doesn't land cleanly. Even then, he still takes 15 damage. Kang follows by a threat attack to counter. He lands 6 and 5 damage, takes 11 in return, then hits for another 6. The system says he attacked his target without stopping and grants him a continuous conditional skill. Consecutive attacks. MC thanks the system, then tells the knight to get out of his way, casts fireball and nails the servant right in the head, dealing 13 damage and inflicting burn. Kang starts wondering when this thing is finally going to die. His mana is almost gone, only 5 left, and he has 70 health. If this keeps going, he'll be at a total disadvantage. Still, he says there's no point in running from it and charges the knight again. This time, he draws both swords back. He's getting ready to drive them into the knight, but the servant hits him first. Even while taking 80 damage, Kang endures it, and the servant's killing strike gets cancelled. He uses that moment to launch one more attack. The system says all incoming damage will drop to 0 for 1 second, and he drives his sword right through the middle of the knight's neck. With that, finally cuts off the knight's head, leaving it completely helpless. As the head flies off, Kang collapses from the damage he took. Then the severed head reveals there was someone inside the armor, and that voice praises him for a fine fight, calling him a brave player. Just like that, the protagonist defeats Liceratus' servant. The system says Liceratus himself is pleased with the result. Kang drops to the ground exhausted and curses him out. He asks how Liceratus had the nerve to change the mission conditions halfway through, and wonders if the god is messing with him. After the victory, he gets a huge amount of XP, levels up, and fully recovers. Since he beat a powerful enemy alone, he also activates soul quality increase. MC wonders how much stronger he got and opens his status window. Every stat jumps a lot. He gets a total increase of 17 plus 30 more health and mana. Even he thinks that's insane. Then he asks if he got any item too, because it'd be rough if he didn't. Since he passed Liceratus' test, he'll receive a reward based on the god's judgment. And because Liceratus is very pleased with his fight, he decides to give a high-level reward. He tells him to stop dragging it out and hand it over already. He almost died for this. The system says Liceratus' range of influence decreases, and Kang receives an item, the ceremonial sword of Liceratus. The sword gives +5 attack and restores 5 health when he kills an enemy. It's almost on the level of Song's daggers. The system explains that all followers of Liceratus use this sword, and its red color stands for the blood of their enemies. The protagonist wonders if he read that wrong. Can Liceratus really give him something like this? He can't believe an item this good exists on the 2nd floor because he passed the powered-up test. He also gets an extra reward. MC realizes that the god is rewarding him for how much he suffered, and he gains a continuous conditional skill, proof of combat. The skill says he has proven his courage. From now on, each victory in battle will make him stronger. Its proficiency starts at 1. Kang sees it's a buff-type skill and figures that if a god gave it to him, it has to be good. But then the whole place starts falling apart. He looks around and asks, "It's still not over? What is this now?" He looks ahead and sees that Liceratus is offering him an apostle contract. That catches Kang completely off guard. Staring at the contract, he wonders what it even is. There's no explanation at all. So now he's thinking he's supposed to choose without knowing anything. He studies it carefully and then realizes something. While the protagonist was fighting, something changed. The servants seemed to gain intelligence. He figures gods must get penalties when they try to interfere with a player. Yet Liceratus still wants to make him a disciple badly enough to accept that cost. Even if that sounds like a good thing, it's still a god pulling the strings. Liceratus already raised the mission's difficulty whenever he wanted and threw everything into chaos. So taking a deal from someone like that probably won't end well. Kang thinks he could end up as nothing more than a puppet, maybe even a toy or a slave to that god forever. So he decides he won't accept it. He turns the offer down, and the system says the apostle contract has been postponed. MC is relieved that Liceratus didn't get angry, but then he notices something else. Liceratus sends a side quest. Since Kang cleared the last test so well, the god wants him to take another one. Kill the enemies on the 2nd and 3rd floors, then return. The reward will depend on his performance. He wants no part of it. He says he can't trust someone who already tricked him once, so he refuses the mission. But Liceratus sends it again. The message repeats that the reward will be based on how well he does. That just annoys the protagonist more. He figures this is probably the kind of mission he can't really refuse, so he accepts it. Liceratus smiles, and the system says the god is pleased with his choice. After that, Kang heads back to the Merchant King. The old man is surprised to see him back so soon, and MC says he needs to buy a few things. The merchant asks if he means potions. Then he wonders why he wants them this early, before deciding the kid probably has a reason. The protagonist says he didn't plan to buy any on the early floors, but after a test like that, he'd rather be ready in case something similar happens again. While the boy is thinking, the old man lifts the sword at Kang's waist. He recognizes it right away. It's Liceratus's sword. The merchant asks if that idiot gave it to him, then says it looks like the god is showing off by using MC. He asks if he knows Liceratus. The old man snorts and says, "Of course, plenty of people have died because of that angry god, and he still does whatever he wants while carving out his own territory." That tells the protagonist Liceratus has been at this for a long time, so he asks another question. What exactly is an apostle contract? The merchant is shocked that Liceratus offered one at all. Kang explains that he did, but he refused because there was no info with it. The old man says that was the right move. Something like that isn't a choice you make without thinking. He starts talking about that man's contract and how long it's been, then suddenly stops. After apologizing, he changes the subject. He says the only thing he can be here is a merchant, and he can't go beyond what his own contract allows him to say. Kang asks about that contract, and the old man says that's exactly why he's stuck here. Then he gets irritated and tells the boy that if he's done buying, he should get moving. Before MC leaves, the old man adds that if they meet again, it'll be on another floor. As he heads back into the maze, he thinks it's time for the meeting. He opens the chat and contacts young Tamian. The other boy shows up too, and the protagonist asks if they found the paladin. The boy says yes, but he wasn't anything like the way MC described. MC frowns and asks what he means. Turns out the kid got sent flying by the old man. The paladin just hit him once and walked off. Kang asks if he didn't block it. The boy says how could he? That attack was on a whole different level. Even if he wanted to react, his body couldn't keep up. He was completely overwhelmed. Tamian says the same thing happened to her. She saw him too, but couldn't do anything. He asks what they did after that. Did they follow him? The boy says of course they did, but the paladin only told them to get out of his way and said they weren't worth anything. The protagonist realizes the paladin only seems to notice people who can answer his attacks. Thinking about it, that's kind of how the dwarves and Liceratus were too. Then he asks where the two of them are now. The boy says they're hunting giant rats, and Tamian says she wants to level up before moving on. Kang hears the boy is still fighting with a shield and is pretty scared. Then he asks about the others. They say some players have started hunting giant rats too, but they'll probably need a while to bring even one down. MC can tell everyone is still trying to adjust to this world, so he decides he should at least share some info about the second floor later. He tells them both to listen closely. Before they can reach the second floor, there's a boss monster, a giant rat, basically a bigger version of the big rats they're already fighting. It has over 200 health, and even if they block its attacks, they'll still take damage. They need to be careful. Both of them panic and ask how they're supposed to kill something like that. He tells them to think it through. He says he can tell them everything, but if they take time and really think, they'll come up with a way. He also tells them to warn the other players so nobody dies. The two thank him a lot and wish him luck. Kang says that's everything he wanted to tell them. So now it's time to start the mission. He accepts Liceratus' request and heads to the next floor. There, he bangs his shield against his sword to draw the goblins' attention. They crawl out of their hiding spots and get ready to jump him, closing in from every side. Kang says it's time to test his new skills. He activates proof of combat, rushes through them, and cuts them down with ease, one after another. The protagonist notices his mind feels empty, and that lowers his mental strain. On top of that, the skill boosts his stats and even heals him. From what he can tell, there's no real limit or restriction. If the conditions stay active, he might be able to keep fighting forever. He likes that idea, since this could end up becoming his main skill, depending on the situation. So he starts tearing through that whole goblin area, even killing one of the bigger, tougher ones. Then he notices something strange. He doesn't remember there being a door like that in the labyrinth. Inside, he finds something he never expected, a grave, like some warrior's tomb. Kang is stunned to find it there and gets a first discovery bonus, 1 intelligence and 2 mana. Then he reaches out and touches the grave, and a burst of flashy effects goes off right over him. A tiny spirit appears and cheerfully greets the adventurer, but the moment Kang tries talking to it, the thing runs off with a quick goodbye. He has no idea what that was about, and touches the grave again. The spirit pops out, says it was nice meeting him, and dives right back in. That starts to annoy Kang, so he taps the grave again. The spirit comes out asking what he's doing and tells him to go away, but MC grabs it by the neck without any patience at all and tells it to quit messing around and give him the quest. The spirit asks if he is seriously ordering him to hand over a mission and demands to know if he even knows who he is. He guesses he's maybe some dead warrior. The ghost grumbles that everything is too easy now. Back then, he had to risk his life to learn anything, but now the system just hands information out. The protagonist asks if there wasn't a system when he was in the labyrinth. The spirit can't even answer properly. He doesn't know if there was or not. MC asks who this guy really is, because he acts completely different from every other NPC he's met. Then he cuts him off and asks the spirit to stop talking and just tell him if he has a quest or only an item. The ghost gets offended, saying he is treating him like some object and calling him a huge idiot. Still, he calms down enough to explain that he's the ghost of someone who died and got stuck there to hand out a mission. But he adds that he can't give that mission to just any weakling. Kang asks why he's even on the early floors. Then, the spirit snaps that he has no clue. That stupid labyrinth dumped him on this trash floor when he was supposed to be on the final one. Still mad, he says the protagonist should only come back after reaching the 30th floor, then insults him again. MC is annoyed that he found such a useless little NPC, someone not even worth wasting time on. So he starts to leave, but the little ghost notices the sword at his waist. It calls out for Kang to wait. The spirit stares at the weapon and asks if it's from Lacaratus, then wants to know why he has it. As the ghost floats closer like it's trying to scare him, he says he got it for clearing that God's test. That shocks the spirit. He asks if the protagonist really cleared that awful test. Then he immediately changes his mind and says he'll give him a mission. MC already hates how close this ghost is getting. The spirit says he should have known from the start. He is obviously worthy of that trial. He calls him over and says he'll explain the mission, but now he doesn't want any more quests. The ghost insists and tells him to listen. He says that in the past he was an amazing warrior, the one who reached the deepest floors, the fastest, and the one who conquered the labyrinth. Kang thinks the warrior's old face was probably just as annoying as his ghost face. Then the spirit says that while pushing into the deepest floors, he ran into a powerful monster. He says he came back to the 10th floor to rest, and even though his health was low, the weak monsters there couldn't break through his defense, so he fell into a deep sleep. But somehow, the boss of the 10th floor had gotten a weapon, and it killed him while he was asleep. So the man who reached the final floor and cleared the labyrinth ended up dying like a total loser. That memory still makes him furious, and he says he has a mission for Kang. He wants the protagonist to kill the boss of the 10th floor. After that, he'll give a reward. It's a side quest. A warrior buried in the labyrinth wants revenge. The condition is killing the 10th floor boss, and the reward depends on the warrior's mood. MC quickly notices the problem. If the reward depends on his mood, he might get nothing if the ghost is angry. Still, a mission is a mission, so he accepts. It also looks like part of a chain quest. The ghost asks if he's really taking it, and Kang says yes, then says he's leaving. But the ghost really does. Stick to him. He asks if he's coming too, and the ghost says of course, telling him to get moving. He says he can't just stay in his grave forever. How else would he know whether the protagonist succeeded? Besides, he was getting bored there. The protagonist can already tell this is going to be a huge headache. Though the ghost says the trip to the 10th floor should be fun. MC realizes he'll have to put up with this annoying spirit all the way to the 10th floor. Then he asks how that boss could have gotten an attack weapon. Even with someone's guard down, that kind of weapon shouldn't show up until much later. So a 10th floor monster shouldn't have one. He asks if he has any idea how it got there, but the ghost says he doesn't know and tells him to shut up for a second. Then the spirit reminds him that he accepted the quest, so now he has to deal with him. He starts wondering if accepting was a mistake. Still, since he's stuck with him now, he decides to get some info. He remembers the ghost called himself a warrior, so the protagonist asks what he used to be in the labyrinth. The ghost asks why he should answer that. MC shrugs and says fine, if he doesn't want to talk then don't. That makes the ghost change his tune. He says it's fine, and if he wants to know that badly, he'll tell him. He says he doesn't need to hear it, but the ghost keeps going anyway, saying he came from the imperial family of the kingdom of Kargut. He was the firstborn, the only one who could inherit the empire, and according to him, he was also an amazing swordsman, super smart, and unmatched in the whole empire. He even says every young girl wanted him. Then he starts getting lost in memories of his glory days. From the way he talks, Kang can already tell this guy was probably a complete idiot. Then the ghost says his world fell apart and he came here to save everyone. Instead, he died in his sleep on a lower floor. He tells the protagonist not to get inside his head and gets all worked up over his tragic story. In the end, he failed. He saved no one, and that stupid mistake cost him everything. At this point, the only thing that will satisfy him is killing the one who killed him. MC realizes this is exactly the kind of place he'd rather avoid, while the ghost starts guessing MC isn't even listening. Then he goes on complaining about adventurers these days. A little later, when he enters the area, several goblins are waiting for him. He attacks right away and paralyzes 3 of them. The last one is left totally confused, and Kang rushes in and kills it with the hilt of his sword. He takes 10 damage and gets stunned, and the other goblins start moving again. Even so, the protagonist wipes them out without much trouble. The ghost watches and asks what he's doing. MC keeps using paralyzing flashes and just beating them down. The ghost asks if he's really using the same method again, without changing tactics, always targeting the same goblins, and even wonders if he has some personal grudge against them. MC decides he'll do it one more time. The ghost then asks if he's trying to earn a skill, and he notices he actually knows about that. The spirit says it's sad not to know enough, but tells him to stop because he won't get any skill that way. The protagonist ignores him and says he will get one, and a good one at that. He stays focused, and after a while, the ghost asks how many floors MC thinks he cleared, bragging that he passed 85 floors and knows everything about this place. So he proposes a bet. If he doesn't get a skill, he'll become the ghost's toy and do whatever he's told, even kill himself if ordered. But if he wins, the ghost has to answer all his questions honestly. The spirit is shocked that a kid who just entered the labyrinth wants to challenge his knowledge. Still, he accepts. He says he's putting the name of the great Crown Prince Arklets of the Ikarvitz Empire on the line, and if the protagonist wins, he'll answer everything. But if the protagonist loses, he'll become his slave. MC agrees and says there's no backing out now. The ghost starts laughing, fully sure he'll win. He tells him to be ready to call him master from now on and not forget the honorific either. He only follows those orders in his imagination, while the ghost wonders what else he can make him do. He seems excited by the idea of being entertained until he dies. Then he tells the protagonist not to drag this out because stalling is pointless. The protagonist asks if he knows the skill battle. The ghost says of course he does. It's a basic skill. When two people agree to a duel, no other player can interfere with their fight. That's what it does. And MC says he might be able to get something similar here. The ghost calls that a lie, but he keeps doing exactly what he was doing. And then the message appears. By fighting a large group of enemies while continuously dueling only one target at a time, he acquired the skill Conditional Activation Forced Battle. As soon as he gets it, the ghost is completely stunned. Kang remembers the skill he used before against the S rank. It costs 10 mana and locks him into battle with one fixed target. For 10 seconds, no enemy except that target can damage him. Continuous damage, stack damage, poison, confusion, intimidation, all of it gets blocked by this one skill. The ghost says that makes no sense. Depending on how it's used, even if the protagonist were trapped in lava or thrown into space, this skill could help him survive. He can't believe you can get something that insane just by doing that. MC says that must be why the ghost never had it. The spirit admits that, honestly, this is one of the easier skills to unlock. Then he asks what MC had to do to get his other skills. Kang reminds him about their bet. Even though he hates it, the ghost accepts. He says fine, let's say he won. Since he is different from the others, there aren't really any restrictions on him. And yes, he is that type of player, but the ghost warns him not to forget that skills aren't everything. So he shouldn't think he'll get something amazing just by doing random stuff. The protagonist asks what he's even talking about and reminds him the only rule was that he couldn't lie when answering questions. That only makes the ghost more annoyed. He says forced battle is good, but there are plenty of other skills in the labyrinth too. Then he asks if MC knows jump. MC says yes, so the ghost asks if he's never heard of Great Jump. The reaction gives it away at once. Kang can tell the ghost has never heard of it. Trying to recover, the ghost says fine. He knows skills well, but that's not all that matters in the labyrinth. The tricks people use to survive and understand the place are just as important. Then he notices what he's doing and asks about it. He guesses the protagonist is looking for a secret room and says he'll probably suffer trying to find one. But then MC gets a strong premonition and the right brick starts to glow. When he pulls it out, the ghost is shocked. Kang explains that he used Detect. Once its proficiency goes over 20, it can sometimes give him important information. He says the skill is even better than he thought. The ghost is stunned because he also has Detect and his proficiency with it is high too. Looking up, he spots gommed traps, rows of spears hidden in the ceiling. The ghost says the traps were placed randomly, so getting through won't be easy. He thinks the protagonist should give up and leave, but MC notices that the first trap is a flash trap, then a falling trap, and right after that, there's a crushing wall trap in front of the chest. Kang says it's the same as easy mode. Then he gets ready to rely on his agility, charges straight through, and avoids every trap. Using nothing but speed, he even clears the section that would drop him onto a bed of spears, basically doing parkour through it. At the final part, the ghost is stunned again as King avoids getting crushed. Then he throws a punch into the wall ahead and breaks it. The ghost's eyes go wide, unable to believe how skilled the boy is. Kang explains that wall didn't seem like part of the labyrinth. It was something goblins built, so its durability was low and easy to break. He realizes it's exactly the same as easy mode. At that point, the ghost decides to stay quiet so he doesn't help by mistake. He then asks what the reward is. He gets a spring-infused ring with +5 mana. It supposedly fell into some deep spring of life, and it gives off a faint scent. The protagonist thinks the timing is perfect. He really needed the mana. The ghost stares at him and blurts out asking what the hell he even is. Kang wonders if the ghost would understand him if he mentioned a second chance, and he drops the idea. If the ghost wouldn't get it, there's no point. and that means the only way to earn the Bashur Ouroboros is by getting past floor 85. That thought sticks with him. Then MC realizes about 10 days have probably passed since he entered the labyrinth. So he goes to talk to the people in the chat. Everyone is wondering how they're supposed to hunt a giant rat. Some say the answer is non-stop practice, and another says that after fighting hundreds of them, you start reading their moves, and it gets easier. They ask John Ryuk how he killed one so fast, but he brushes it off and says it's nothing compared to Ryuk, who already passed him. Lee Tae-young starts thinking maybe that guy really is on another level. He decides the time has come. The ghost asks what he's doing, and he realizes he doesn't even know about the community forum, so he tells him it exists. He sends a message, and everyone gets excited when they see Tae-young has shown up. John Ryuk points out that the protagonist usually opens a private room, so why go public today? The protagonist says he'll explain things little by little, but first he asks how everyone's doing. John Ryuk says it was barely manageable. Of the people who reached the Spring of Life, only about half managed to kill a giant rat. Kang asks about the other two. One admits he ran after facing the giant rat, and after taking a hit from it, he lost his nerve. Lee Tae-young says the same happened to her. She knows she can't beat it with her current strength, so she's looking for another way to win. It'll take everything she has, but at least it seems possible. MC notes that they're finally starting to plan things out. That makes him happy. He says the reason he came today is to tell solo mode players about skills. John Ryuk asks why he's only bringing this up now. He explains this is the right time. Skills aren't the final goal. They just help clear the labyrinth faster. If he had told them earlier, they would have focused on the wrong thing first. Lee Tae-young agrees. When she first entered the labyrinth, even if someone had explained skills, she wouldn't have known how to use that information. So Kang says he'll explain everything now. He asks them to listen carefully and pass it on to anyone who didn't show up. Everyone is excited to learn something this important and thanks him right away. They tell him they won't forget what he's doing for them. The protagonist tells them to save the thanks until after they hear him out. He starts with the easiest skill to get and says he'll teach them reduced pain. Everyone lights up, then he tells them to grab a weapon and stab through their own arms. At that point, everyone starts thinking he might be insane. He asks if they at least have swords, because if they do, they need to pierce right above the bone. It only works if they hit bone directly. Kang tells them not to give up on the skill just because they're scared, and everyone freaks out. They ask if he's seriously telling them to hurt themselves. He says yes. After all, they have the Spring of Life to heal. So what's the problem? That shuts everyone up. Then he explains that fighting a giant rat can give them a skill called Unbreakable Will, which lets them keep fighting no matter how badly they're hurt, so they shouldn't avoid those fights. The others can't believe it. They ask if he's seriously telling them to nearly kill themselves, and whether there's any skill that doesn't require something this crazy. Kang says no, then tells them to pay attention. The next skill is on the brink. To get it, they need to jump into the Spring of Life lake and hold their breath until they're almost dead. If they keep swinging their sword to the limit while doing that, they can earn attack on the brink. That makes everyone even more terrified. He goes on to the next one, Endure. It can block the damage from an attack that should kill them. They only need 1 dexterity, and taking 30 hits from a giant rat is a good way to get it. The mood drops hard as he says this. People ask if they really have to do all this insane stuff just to gain skills. They say they can't do that, and question how he can calmly suggest something so extreme. One even says that no matter how badly he wants a skill, he could never go through with it. And another agrees. MC makes it clear he's not forcing anyone. He has no reason to. They can choose for themselves. He also understands why they feel that way. They're people raised in the modern world. To them, war belongs in history books, and hunger is something that happens in faraway countries. They've never had to risk their lives to save a whole nation. So, entering the labyrinth wouldn't suddenly change how they think about survival. Lee Tams asks if there's any other way. Kang says sadly, no. The two who trust him the most say that means they have no choice but to try. Lee Tams admits she never thought she'd do something like this in her life. Everyone else is stunned and asks if they've lost their minds. Then someone warns them he could be lying. But Lee Tams asks why the protagonist would do that. He points out that someone like him has no reason to lie, especially after all the strategies he's shared so far have worked. That leaves everyone embarrassed by what they just said. So they back down and say they'll start with the least dangerous one, on the brink, asking if it really isn't that risky. Kang says it should be fine as long as they have an easy way to get out of the water the moment the system gives a warning. Still, he warns them it won't be easy to fight their survival instincts. They keep wondering if they're really about to do this. MC tells them to do their best. Later he'll come back and teach them how to get more skills. Everyone says goodbye. The ghost appears again and says he'd been wondering what he was up to, but it looks like he just wasted his time. No matter how much he talks or warns people, the labyrinth is still a place where people die sooner or later. Kang answers that even so, some of them might survive. The ghost gets annoyed and tells him that if he's done, they should move already because they're close to the end. They arrive at the boss room and the protagonist says it's time to beat the boss down. He wonders if this is already the end of the second floor. The ghost says yes, then asks if MC doesn't want to know what the second floor boss is like or use the bet they made earlier. He says there's no need. He has other things he wants to ask instead. Now he's ready to start the battle. A goblin mage appears along with a goblin guardian. The mage immediately raises that creepy staff full of eyes and mouths to cast magic. At the same time, the goblin guardian charges straight at the protagonist, attacking while the protagonist blocks with his shield. The ghost tells him to calm down and says he shouldn't do this, but MC slams the guardian back with his shield. The ghost starts wondering if he is actually aiming for him. Then the mage begins charging another spell. The ghost says it looks like the protagonist knows the skill but not the plan they're using. He tells him to take out that bastard first. Can't he tell that one is the real problem here? The protagonist tells him to relax because he knows what he's doing. In his view, this is the best way. The mage fires and the spell completely surrounds MC, but he doesn't seem to get hit. Then, when he opens his eyes after pretending, he finds himself in another place, surrounded by death and bodies everywhere. Those corpses say all of this happened because they chose easy mode, and everyone died because of him. They ask how he dares to be the only survivor. Everything is his fault. And apparently these are people from his old world. They keep blaming Kang, asking why he was even born, and saying everything is because of him. They try to break his mind, telling him he's nothing but trash. Even Li Tuan appears there. She asks why he never came, then asks why he left her to die alone, crying as she reaches out to him. While that wave of dead people rushes him, he gets dragged down, and while they grab at him, Kang tells them sorry, but this won't work on him. Then he orders the mage to cut that crap out. Outside the illusion, the ghost watches him caught inside the spell and says he thought it might finally work this time. Why does no one ever listen to him? The mage keeps pressing the attack on him, while the ghost wonders if his revenge failed again. But when the mage attacks once more, Kang suddenly opens his eyes and repeats that he said to stop that crap. He slices through the attacks and activates Unbreakable Will. The ghost is stunned and asks if he really pulled it off. The mage is terrified too, as the protagonist rushes straight at him, and the mage tries using madness on him again, but it's said he resisted it because of Unbreakable Will, and he repeats that this kind of trick won't work on him. That only makes the mage panic even more. In fear, the mage uses a curse next, but that fails too. His soul skills had never missed before, yet Kang takes no penalty at all. The mage falls flat on his back. MC grabs him by the collar and lifts him up. By now he's dealt with mental magic many times before. Because of that, he gained conditional skills like strong spirit and magic resistance. He raises his dagger at the mage and says he already got what he wanted, so now he kills him without hesitation. The ghost realizes Kang endured mind control with nothing but his normal spiritual resistance. Even he couldn't do that. Once he finishes him off, he keeps evolving, and the ghost thinks he planned to just give him enemy info and let him act on his own. But this guy is even crazier than he expected. He can't help wondering who the protagonist really is. Seriously, this protagonist is insane. He's not becoming broken out of nowhere, but he's smart and ruthless. After that, MC gets a low-grade mana potion that permanently raises his mana by 10. He also gets a shabby thief's tool that helps with traps. He jokes that he never thought something this nice would be hidden in a secret room like that. Thanks to it, he should get a trap-related skill soon. The ghost says the protagonist really searched every part of the second floor, and the protagonist asks why that bothers him so much. The ghost snaps that he's undead. Why would he be happy watching someone do this? Well, still, since complaining won't change anything, he drops it. Then the third floor mission begins. Beat the boss of the third floor to move on. MC is glad he finally made it here. The reward is a low-grade stamina potion, while the secret reward stays hidden. Then the king notices he's back. But the ghost immediately starts pestering the king, surprised he's still alive. The king gets annoyed and says he accepted that pest's mission. He tells Kang he's just a loser and warns him not to be influenced by the ghost. The ghost fires back that he's way too old to be lying like that and says it's ugly. The old man asks if the ghost really thinks the protagonist matters that much to him, and the two start bickering. The protagonist tries to cut in while the ghost asks if he should hit the old man just to watch him lose it. The king shoots back, asking how trash like him could even touch the protagonist. The ghost answers that he's already dead anyway, so what does the king think he can do? The arguing keeps going, and MC gets sick of it. So he tosses the pile of weapons at the old man. He tells them both to stop fighting and pay attention, because he wants to sell everything. Then he asks the king to show him something useful. The king is shocked by how much he brought back and asks how many monsters he killed. Kang buys metal-infused gloves that give him +2 attack. He also gets a bronze shield with +1 attack and +5 defense. He's pretty happy with that. On top of that, he has metal and piercing rings worth +3 attack total, plus a strong pendant that gives +2 more. He says he's finally sold enough good loot, and now he should be able to kill a goblin in just 2 hits. The ghost starts cursing him out and asks if he's using hacks, while the king says his weapon arts are already basically cheating. Both of them stay mad as Kang asks if they can stop the childish fighting because he's leaving. Then he asks why they hate each other so much, and the ghost says who could ever like a grumpy old man like that. He warns the protagonist to be careful because that bastard only looks out for himself. What he really means is that the king could switch sides at any moment, so the protagonist shouldn't trust him. He's just a filthy little slave, and an enemy to people like them. The ghost tells MC never to forget that. Kang asks if he's speaking from experience. He decides to keep that in mind, but then something suddenly scares him, a really nasty-looking shadow. It turns out to be just a few goblins stacked on top of each other, and when he sees that, he quickly kills one of them with ease, hits another, and the last one runs off crying. Kang notices it hasn't even been 10 minutes, and he's already making this floor feel boring. He keeps tearing through everything in his path. The ghost says this place used to be much harder. Back then, those groups usually had goblin mages too, and he nearly died here many times. The protagonist, though, clears it all in just 2 or 3 minutes. The ghost tells him to stop cheating, but the protagonist says the third floor feels easier than the second. At that pace, the ghost asks if it's even worth fighting enemies one at a time. At MC's level, he doubts the XP gain matters, so why not rush to the next floor? MC admits he has a point, but he still has a mission. The ghost asks what mission he means, wondering if he accepted another one. He says it's from Recrescor. The task is to wipe out every monster on the second and third floors, so that's exactly what he's doing. He keeps checking the mission as he goes. The ghost realizes Recrescor gave him an extra quest. He says the protagonist already cleared his test, and this is the first time he's heard of something like this. The protagonist says that's right, and while they're at it, he wants to ask about Recrescor. He asks how much the ghost knows about the apostle contract. The ghost turns away and says he can't believe Kang knows about that too. It sounds like that bastard offered him one, and now he wonders where to even start. MC asks if he's trying to decide what to say. The ghost says that even if he's dead, there's a limit to what he can explain, not to what he can know. He wonders how to break it down from the beginning. He starts by saying the gods each rule over their own domains. The god of victory and the god of defeat are examples. But some gods rule over 2 or more domains, like Recrescor, the god of conflict and death. There are also conceptual gods, faith gods, and many others. Kang asks what kind of beings the gods really are, since they seem different from the gods of Earth. The ghost says they helped design the labyrinth, and that immediately catches his interest. The ghost asks if he remembers the status window that appears when he enters. Long ago, this place was a labyrinth made by incredible mages, and rumors said anyone who completed it would have their wish granted. Creating a labyrinth like that alone was too hard for one mage, so he met ancient beings and told them his plan. What he wanted was a huge labyrinth, a tower leading into the deepest depths. Then he asked if they wanted to watch countless heroes try to conquer it and face its trials, along with the meaningless deaths of those who deserved to die. Kang notes that the gods must have liked that idea, but not just liked it. They loved it and fully supported the mage, helping him build the labyrinth. The labyrinth the gods carefully created was finally completed, and the deepest place in it is the foundation. Anyone who enters the labyrinth must face countless tests to prove their worth. The gods offer contracts to the people they like most, and those are called apostle contracts. Kang asks if that's supposed to be a good thing or a bad thing. The ghost says becoming a god apostle brings tons of benefits. If a god favors you, you gain many abilities, a lot of support, and better rewards than normal people ever get. The protagonist asks what the downside is, and the ghost says your spirit starts to belong to that god. On top of that, the other gods won't like you. There are many gods in the labyrinth, all with different wants and beliefs, especially Recrescor, who has a lot of enemies. Plenty of gods hate him because he enjoys humiliating the others. The ghost says he's sure things will only get worse the deeper MC goes. As an apostle, he explains that it's true. He would receive divine revelations in return for the power that the god gave him. Even if he doesn't want to, even if it makes no sense, he won't be able to refuse. He realizes there's a lot wrong with that deal. He says he may need to drop his plan to accept an apostle contract. He also remembers the ghost saying that anyone who conquers the labyrinth can have a wish granted, and he starts thinking that conquering it might mean clearing every mission. Still, he's never heard anyone here talk about that, so he wonders if that item was her wish. Then he thinks the person he knows would have asked for something else instead of going back in time. Too many things have felt strange from the start. After putting the ghost story together with what he already knows, Kang figures adventurers may have chosen to conquer the labyrinth on their own to make their wishes come true. But then he starts thinking about the people from Earth. There's still a lot he doesn't know, so he simply calls for the ghost and gets ready to move on. The ghost says fine, then asks if they're going to wipe out all the monsters before climbing to the next floor. Kang thinks that for now all he can do is focus on what's in front of him. With that, the protagonist moves on. MC keeps exploring until he uses the key to disable a trap for real, and even he's surprised it worked. He unlocks a special active skill, Trap Remover. It costs 1 mana, starts at proficiency 1, and lets him disarm traps decently. Not great, but not bad either. The ghost is stunned. He thought it would take over 100 tries, but he pulled it off in around 10. So the protagonist uses trap remover again. He starts checking the traps along the wall. One of them suddenly goes off and he almost loses part of his blade. That attempt fails, but MC keeps going. The ghost starts freaking out, saying he could learn everything about the room just by using detect, so why waste time on this? He keeps asking what MC is even doing. He insists nothing will change if he uses the other skill and that he could move on like before. He admits he has a point, but there are still things he doesn't understand, and to figure them out, he needs extra options ready for whatever comes later. He has no idea when he'll need them, so he plans to learn everything he can here. That's how you get stronger. As he keeps at it, his trap remover proficiency goes up by 1 more. The ghost starts feeling like Kang is doing something amazing. The protagonist knows he's right. It reminds him of what he lost and of how he died before. After a while, MC is worn out, but he says his trap remover proficiency has reached 7. With that, he finishes the 3rd floor's secret room. His reward is a tight ring that gives +3 strength. Now all that's left is the boss, so he heads off to kill it. He arrives at the boss door and the ghost points out this is the goblin floor, asking if he really knows what's coming. He says yes. When he steps inside, the walls are covered with goblin drawings. Then he comes face to face with a figure waiting in the room. It's a huge goblin, clearly different from the others so far, with 2 massive fangs. This is the goblin leader. The ghost gets the feeling the creature knows the protagonist wiped out every goblin on the floor, and it's not happy about that. The protagonist doesn't care at all. He charges straight at the monster. But the thing isn't just strong, it can use magic too, and it activates a wave of attacks one after another, forcing MC to dodge away to avoid getting hit. He keeps running around it, slipping past every strike. Then he starts closing in. The goblin leader tries to cast again, but Kang basically tells it he's not the only one who can use a staff and pulls out his own. He triggers confusion, leaving the goblin dazed. Its head tilts. It stumbles, and the protagonist lands a dagger hit for 21 damage. Still, the dizziness effect doesn't stick, and the goblin just gets even angrier. It locks onto Kang again. This time, it looks ready to use the staff like a club to smash him, but MC stops and reads the attack. He figures that because the goblin is so big, it's also pretty slow, so he barely but cleanly slips past the blow. As the strike passes, Kang vanishes from in front of the staff and jumps into the air above, Goblin, bringing his attack down from above and carving into it hard. Watching this, the ghost starts looking almost bored. He says it's way too predictable. The goblin leader is no match for him. It used to seem strong, but now the whole fight feels weak, and Kang keeps overwhelming the monster. Before long, the goblin leader drops to its knees in front of him, and the protagonist plants a foot on its head. The monster is finished. Just like that, he defeats the 3rd floor boss. A flood of notifications appears, and one reward is a low-grade strength boost potion. Kang quickly uncaps it, ready to drink. He also gets an old wooden staff. It's the first time he's seen one like this, and it gives +3 magic. It even holds a faint magical power inside. The ghost gets excited that MC pulled such a good item and calls him lucky. He asks why, and the ghost explains that staff lets him use magic. It can boost the magical power he already has. Kang is surprised and asks if that means he can actually cast spells with it. The ghost doesn't get why he's so shocked when his magic stat is already high. The protagonist thinks to himself that all this time, he only knew a staff could channel your own magic. Not even Alita managed to use magic herself, so he asks how he's supposed to learn. The ghost says there are only 2 ways, learn on his own or learn from someone else. MC immediately thinks the first option is basically impossible for him, so the second is better. He starts wondering if there's an NPC in the labyrinth who can teach magic. Then he remembers the good NPCs only show up in solo mode. If the magic-using NPC was hidden somewhere Alita never found, that would explain why no one learned magic. There was nobody to teach them. Still, he realizes that means he can't learn it right now, and the ghost tells him to hurry up and go to the 4th floor. Kang says not yet. He finished Lycoratus's mission first, so he should go back and collect the reward. Then the ghost suddenly asks what's wrong, and he notices more rewards. One for leveling up, one for interception, and one for clearing the 3rd floor. As he looks through them, he realizes there's no secret reward. That makes him wonder if something else is still hidden here. The ghost really doesn't like where Kang's thoughts are heading. He points out the protagonist already cleared the secret room and beat the boss too. Was Alita supposed to have found 2 secret rooms or something? MC asks if he knows anything, but the ghost admits he never even found the 2nd floor's secret room. He figures searching the whole 3rd floor again would take a long time. It's frustrating, but he starts thinking he may have to give up on the secret reward this time. Still, while walking around, he studies the goblin drawings on the wall one by one. Then he notices they're all looking in the same direction. The ghost asks where he's going, saying that isn't the exit. Kang ignores him, reaches the spot the eyes are pointing at, places his hand there, and activates Trap Remover. A 2nd secret room opens. The ghost asks how he figured it out. The protagonist says that wall was made of the same material as the hidden trap wall in the 1st secret room. So he took a guess and it worked. Now he wonders what's inside. At the far end stands what looks like a very old goblin, Lord Goblin Hag Hawa. Kang realizes it's the first monster he's seen with an actual name. The ghost is alarmed, saying this feels bad already. Why is a Lord-class monster in there? He starts getting scared, and MC asks if he knows something. The ghost explains that lords are kings. This one is the king of the goblins. That frail-looking monster grabs the giant sword beside him, and the ghost says there's only ever one lord, the one that breaks past the limits of its kind. Then that thing pulls the sword from the ground. It starts speaking to Kang, saying it doesn't blame him. In the end, he is just a toy controlled by them. But in this place, the Lord is treated as nothing more than a monster. Then he raises his sword and unleashes a terrifying slash straight at the protagonist, cutting through every pillar nearby and nearly taking his head off. MC barely sees it in time and instantly becomes more alert. Lord Goblin says he'll have to kill him. Kang had the chance to walk away, but curiosity dragged him deeper, and now that blade is aiming for his neck. The force of that slash tears through almost the entire room, and he is genuinely shaken. He drops low and barely avoids it by using deflect. He knows that if he hadn't deflected, he would have died on the spot. The protagonist wonders what kind of attack that even was, and even the ghost is rattled. Then Kang sees another strike starting to form. Lord Goblin swings his sword again, but MC doesn't wait for the attack to finish. He rushes in at once, not letting the Lord fully swing, and brings his dagger up against it. Even then, he can't help thinking, what kind of strength does this goblin have? Because the force from that sword sends him flying back. After taking it head-on, Kang notes his strength stat is already 37. In easy mode, that would be enough to get past the 50th floor. Yet here on the 3rd floor, he can barely endure this guy. That alone tells him how dangerous this fight is. The Goblin Lord raises its sword again and comes after him one more time, forcing him to think fast. The Lord is using a long sword, which means it has the edge in reach and movement. With the Lord's sword still raised, Kang closes the gap and gets right in his face, ready to strike. The Lord admits he's pretty good, then asks if the protagonist really thought he was the first one to try that. Then he changes his grip on the sword. Instead of swinging the blade, he goes for a strike with the hilt, and MC quickly uses deflect again. But the Lord's attack power kicks in and shatters his deflect, sending the sword hilt straight at his face. The protagonist has no time to dodge, so he just takes it head-on. The hit lands cleanly. The system says he can't attack and will be stunned for 10 seconds. He's completely shaken up. Even so, he forces himself to endure. Running isn't an option now, he just has to last 10 seconds. The time starts to pass, and it feels painfully slow while Kang stays dizzy, and the goblin simply watches him. MC realizes he can't react to any attack like this, so there's almost nothing he can do. Still, he activates counterattack. Even without control of his body, it makes him respond to enemy attacks automatically. And he charges the goblin again. The Lord seems to enjoy watching him fight. He looks even more excited now. 5 seconds pass, so only 5 are left. Kang keeps countering every attack the goblin throws at him. Then the Lord sends out that slicing wave again, and he barely avoids it by throwing himself backward. Now only 3 seconds remain. The protagonist is down on the floor after nearly losing his head to that last attack. He knows his stance is awful right now, mostly because he's too busy trying not to die. The Lord misses again and raises his sword once more. Even while sitting, he keeps attacking. MC uses deflect. The Lord boosts his attack power again, and MC rolls away like a Souls player, barely escaping each strike from the Goblin Lord, until one of them finally hits. He takes 40 damage. At last, the 10 seconds end. Kang finally gets full control back over his body and quickly retreats out of the Lord's range. The Lord is still seated, and when he moves behind the throne, the goblin can only turn his head toward him. The ghost calls out and tells the protagonist he can't beat this guy yet. For now, he should retreat. Go to the next floor and come back later when he's stronger. But MC is still dead set on clearing this floor right now. That choice shocks the ghost. He can't believe Kang understands this is a lord, not some normal third-floor monster anyone can kill. The ghost says it's not like he has nowhere else to go. He answers that if he puts safety first, he'll gain nothing. The moment he leaves this floor, the reward level will drop hard. He explains that he can move freely between floors and the labyrinth. But once he goes up, the rewards from this floor get heavily reduced. EXP and gold drop to 1/5, and the special rewards disappear completely. That's why, if he wants this floor's reward, he has to finish the fight now. The ghost tells him to stop being greedy. He says Kang had been progressing just fine, only to suddenly throw it all away with this stunt. The ghost gets more upset, but the protagonist says he doesn't get it. Everything he's done so far was for this. He didn't push himself to the limit just to back off at the end and avoid danger. Then he stands and says he isn't here just to survive. He's here to reach his goals. The ghost is left even more surprised by the boy. Kang says he always goes after the best rewards, and everything he's done was to raise his chances of winning. He uses analyze, but the system says it's unnecessary. He's facing an enemy that should be impossible to beat. Even so, his mind stays steady, his fighting spirit rises again, his willpower grows with it, and all his stats increase too. He won't hesitate in this battle, and then he gains eyes that can detect an enemy's weak points. MC thinks there's no way they would place an unbeatable enemy on the 3rd floor. There has to be some way to win, and after thinking it over, he notices the monster still hasn't left its throne. That makes him wonder if this is the key. The ghost seeks up, and Kang says that's it. He's noticed the Lord is missing a leg. From what he knows, the goblin used to be a lord, so if he can't leave the throne, then this is his chance. The goblin says the protagonist is a brave warrior. Since he didn't run, the Lord says he'll fight him with everything he has. Then he asks how MC plans to come at him this time, almost taunting him forward. At that moment, Kang activates on the brink and charges again, smashing one of the pillars with a huge blow. That pillar starts to collapse onto the Lord, who's caught off guard by the plan. But then he raises his sword and cuts through the falling stone. He praises him for finally using his head, then wonders if the whole place might fall on him too. The protagonist pulls out his staff and starts using magic, casting confusion on the Lord. It actually starts messing with the goblin's mind, and MC keeps casting. This time, he throws fireballs and flash at the Lord, leaving the goblin wondering if the attacks are really coming straight at him. But analyze fails and confusion doesn't activate. The Lord grows angry, and Kang realizes that still isn't enough. The goblin draws his sword and wipes away most of his attacks in one motion, though a few still get through. He gets hit anyway, and says the protagonist managed to avoid the cave-in, asking how. Then, like a hidden strike from inside the throne, MC pierces the Lord through it. Kang explains it's because of forced battle. Other than him, nothing can hurt the Lord. Not even the collapse could damage him. The only exception is a weapon he uses against him. But that throne, the protagonist wonders if it counts as an exception too. So he uses magic with forced battle and throws the throne away. The Lord starts laughing and asks if Kang is really using a skill for this. He says it's impressive. MC just watches while the Lord thanks the gods that his final battle is against this boy. The ghost starts to realize that Kang had been reading the whole battlefield, planning to use his huge stats in every part of the room to win. Watching him face such a powerful enemy, the ghost stops and wonders if he himself could have done the same. Then the Lord attacks again, still trapped to the throne, turning and firing multiple slashes at him. The protagonist uses his dagger to block every one of them, setting off a huge blast that kicks up a massive cloud of dust. Even the ghost is shaken. The Lord gets caught in it too, and is blasted into the wall, his throne completely destroyed. He drops to the ground and thinks it's incredible, but says that if MC can't get close, he still won't be able to land the finishing blow. He wonders what MC will do now. The Lord says he'll make sure he can't get near him, then launches an X-shaped attack. But the protagonist starts activating another skill. The ghost asks what he's doing, because the slash is already flying toward him. Kang doesn't move. He just stands there and takes the attack. Blood pours from his mouth, and he takes 462 damage. That triggers Endure, sending him into a full berserker state. The Lord is stunned, not understanding what's happening. Endure cancels out an attack that should have killed him, so Kang says that means he'll be invincible for the next second. He rushes the Lord with everything he has. Then he attacks at close range, and once he gets close enough, he drinks another mana potion. Right after that, he drives his dagger into the right side of the Lord's chest. With the blade still buried there, MC faces him point blank. But the goblin still has one leg left, and he uses it to slam a knee into Kang's chest, breaking several ribs. But he doesn't stop there. Even after the Lord falls, the protagonist keeps attacking, stabbing him again and again with his sword. The Goblin Lord starts to panic as he stares straight into the boy's face. And finally, MC manages to kill him. Smiling through tears, the Lord says that Warrior is amazing as he dies. Then the system announces that Kang has defeated the former Goblin Lord, Regressor. As the corpse bleeds out in front of him, he thinks he finally beat that wreck of a monster. He says the high difficulty gave him some great skills, and he also leveled up twice. Then, while checking the system notifications, he notices something else. He activates Soul Quality Increase, and also gets a conditional activation skill called Powerful Attack. Kang realizes Soul Quality Increase let him gain one of the Lord's skills, and he wonders what this new one does. Powerful Attack uses an undefined amount of mana. Its proficiency starts at 1, and his next strike becomes stronger. The protagonist realizes it boosts damage based on how much mana he spends, and says he didn't expect to get a skill like this so early. He thinks back to his past life, when he could barely learn skills like this because he was always just trying to stay alive. That's why fighting the Lord feels like such a huge turning point. He wonders what kind of hidden reward he'd get, but he never expected a proficiency potion. That makes him happy. Now he won't have to train himself to death for a few days. For now, he decides to save it and use it at the right time. He also gets the Master's Necklace, which gives +3 attack, +3 defense, +3 strength, +3 agility, and +3 intelligence. Then he asks the ghost why he suddenly went quiet, but the ghost brushes it off. The ghost keeps his thoughts to himself while Kang celebrates hitting level 12. His stats are already great for this stage, and if he keeps this up, he thinks he'll pass his old numbers before the 5th floor. MC can feel that he got stronger in an instant, and now everything he went through feels worth it. The ghost looks more and more shocked while he starts wondering what's gotten into him. Still, the ghost refuses to explain. He just says, "It's nothing," then tells the protagonist to move on to the next floor since the hunt is over. The protagonist agrees, but says he still has one thing to finish first. So he heads back down to the floor tied to that evil god. The ghost is clearly scared, and Kang asks why he's acting like that. Then a message appears. He passed Lacaratus's test, and Lacaratus is very pleased with his battles, so he'll receive a major reward. As MC stands there, a huge flashy display goes off, and the ghost hides behind his stuff. He figures Lacaratus probably knew the Goblin Lord was hiding on the 3rd floor. That would explain why he gave him that mission in the first place. Then, Lacaratus offers him the apostle contract again. The protagonist refuses again. The ghost panics and tells him to wait, warning that Lacaratus will not like hearing that. But the protagonist doesn't care. Because of that, Lacaratus's influence shrinks once more as he gives Kang his reward. The reward is a protective shield. On top of that, MC gets a conditional skill called Enhanced Protective Shield. Even he's surprised by how good it is, and the ghost says this is his first time seeing something like it too. Protective Shield starts with a full 10 out of 10, and Enhanced Protective Shield raises its durability based on his health. He realizes it's basically a second HP bar. His real life won't drop until the shield breaks to 0. That leaves him wondering if something this strong is even possible. Lacaratus only says he's eager for their next meeting. Then the mist disappears, and the ghost thinks it's pathetic that he's still this scared even after dying. The protagonist asks why he's still hiding behind him. The ghost says the protagonist will probably understand once he learns what kind of being Lacaratus really is. The protagonist asks what that means, since who knows what could happen. After that, he goes down to the 4th floor. A new mission starts, defeat the boss to move on. The listed reward is Shen's arm guard, while the hidden reward is unknown. The ghost explains that the 4th floor is the floor of the orcs. He says each one is physically strong and not nearly as dumb as the goblins. Since this floor is filled with warrior tribes, MC starts wondering what kind of place he's about to walk into. But when he opens the door, he finds a shining tower and realizes she was right. It's Balthazar's altar. This is where Balthazar's followers built an altar to connect with him, letting that god spread his influence through it. The ghost explains that Balthazar, the god of victory, isn't good or evil. He's more neutral. Kang barely listens and just touches the altar. The message says Balthazar wants to test whoever entered his altar. If he accepts and wins, he'll get a reward. He accepts right away. Balthazar is pleased with that choice, and another message says the god has been watching the protagonist's journey. That catches MC off guard as something scans him. The ghost explains that as the god of victory, Balthazar is reading his memories to judge whether he's worthy. The test begins, and Balthazar announces a grand challenge for Kang. He is surprised, since he already accepted one from Lacaratus before. Ghost says it actually makes sense. There's no way Balthazar wouldn't like him. He tells the protagonist it's fine to take the test, because if it's him he trusts, he'll clear it fast. He also adds that gods hate breaking contracts. Lacaratus is the weird one. Even so, MC still finds the whole thing strange. But he accepts anyway, and Balthazar is clearly thrilled. Then Balthazar's influence starts to fade, and he is told he has the approval of the residents of the 4th and 5th floors. Now it's 20 against 1. Kang is stunned, and then the 4th floor starts changing. A quake knocks him to the ground, and when he looks up, he has no idea what's happening. Parts of the ground begin to float, and he wonders if it's finally over. The ghost says this is the first time he's ever seen anything like it. Then he runs for the door, but once he gets there, he realizes there's only one straight path from here on. The ghost says Balthazar helped create the labyrinth, so maybe this isn't impossible. But he's still shocked. Then he asks Kang if he's really going to keep going without a second thought. The protagonist says standing still won't change anything, so he might as well see what's waiting ahead. In the first room, he faces an orc swordsman. He notices the monster race is still the same, but he's shocked when the orc takes a battle stance the moment it spots him. That's when Kang finally understands why one of them turned on him before. He draws his dagger as the orc gets ready to strike. MC rushes in close so the orc can't use its full reach. Well, even while blocking, he still takes 4 damage, but his real HP is untouched. It only chipped away at the protective shield. Realizing he can fight like this, he goes for the orc's leg, but the monster lifts it. He instantly slips behind it and tries to hit its back, only for the orc to swing its sword around to block. The exchange keeps going and the orc covers itself well even from behind. Kang thinks that on his last climb, damage like this would have killed him. Even so, the monster is still standing, and he starts wondering if these orcs were changed somehow. The ghost says he gets it now. Balthazar's challenge is probably just a string of one-on-one duels, a trial about beating every opponent in the end. He also realizes Balthazar clearly buffed the monsters. In response, the protagonist activates Power Attack. He slams the hit straight into the orc's chest, and the orc finally dies, satisfied after an honorable fight. Kang wins the duel with the orc swordsman. He thinks it wasn't that hard, but the ghost says that's only because of his current stats. He also guesses the orcs will keep getting stronger from here. That gets MC excited. There are still 9 rooms left. He thinks that's good, though he decides to take a short break first. After some time, he defeats another orc swordsman and levels up again. Now only 5 rooms remain. Compared to what he expected at the start, Kang feels like he worried for nothing. He notes that when his level went up, his protective shield grew too. He wonders if it scales from 1 to 10 based on his HP and thinks the answer will become clear soon enough. Then in the 6th room, he fights again. This time, the orc is using a spear. Kang activates counterattack, letting his body start returning the enemy's blows on its own. He had thought his stats would be way above the orcs, but he still can't kill them in 1 hit. That makes him wonder if he can really beat them easily without relying on his skills. He also notices these monsters aren't just swinging wildly. They fight with patterns, so he starts copying every move they use. Still, he realizes copying alone isn't enough. He wonders if someone has to teach it properly before it can become a skill. The ghost then asks if he's trying to learn metagrima. Kang says he is, but asks why the ghost brought that up all of a sudden. The ghost acts like he's crazy and tells him to forget that for now and move on to the next room. In the 7th room, an orc is waiting with a double-headed axe. The 8th room has one that fights only with its fists. And in the 9th room, Kang finally realizes this is the boss chamber. He thinks he cleared the others a little too fast, then starts wondering how he's supposed to find this floor's secret room. The ghost can't help. This is his first time seeing something like this too. All he can say is that he may have to search everything after the trial is over. Then, face to face with the 9th orc, the protagonist gets ready for the final fight of the floor. It's an orc fighter. Kang says the boss is still the same one he was told about, and since no danger warning appeared, he figures he can handle something here. But then he hears crying. He looks to the side and sees someone sobbing nearby begging to be saved. The voice reminds him of a little mouse, and the girl keeps asking why this always happens to her. Even the ghost is shocked, asking how she got here and how she's still alive. MC asks if he knows her. Then the girl recognizes him as the warrior who spoke with her before. She runs behind Kang and begs him to save her. She says the labyrinth suddenly changed, and when she woke up, she found herself dropped near that orc. The ghost bursts out laughing. While he is not happy about this at all, the ghost figures it out. She's crying because she ended up next to someone with terrible luck, and he says this is all the protagonist's fault. That shocks her, and she blurts out that he only just entered the labyrinth, so how did this happen? MC realizes the secret room reward is probably an NPC, the same girl making a scene. He tells her to stay put while he deals with the orc. She stares at the ghost in shock, saying the only adventurer here is really going to fight an orc fighter. The ghost tells her not to worry and just wait. The orc had been standing there quietly while they talked, but now it turns to him with full confidence. He can tell right away the monster isn't interested in the girl at all. The protagonist is the real target, so he sees no reason to wait and activates acceleration. The orc swings to cut him in half, but MC moves so fast he vanishes and appears behind it. Then he uses power attack and slams the orc from the side. The hit lands cleanly, but the orc enters berserk mode. Its power surges, and it roars as it charges straight at Kang. It tries to crush him, but he jumps back fast enough to avoid the blow. He triggers acceleration again, rushes around the orc, and gets ready to use power attack once more. With one heavy strike, he blasts the orc backward and wins cleanly. The fast finish leaves the other two stunned. After killing the boss, Kang levels up, and the girl can't believe it. A fourth-floor adventurer just beat an orc fighter that easily, and to her, that makes no sense. So she asks him what he really is. The protagonist looks confused and says he's obviously a player. Then he asks who she is. The girl gets a little shy, then introduces herself as Lilise, a magic caster. She says she came here to learn the great mysteries. Kang asks about that, magic, and she quickly realizes he's from another world where magic doesn't exist. To her, that makes him pretty exotic. She explains that not everyone can learn magic because it's an inborn talent. She didn't have that talent, but she still wanted to learn magic more than anything. That's why she entered the labyrinth. She says this place lets people turn their dreams into reality. To prove it, she shows Kang a magical display like an aurora with stars. MC is amazed by it. Lilise thanks him for saving her, but says she has nothing to give him, so she can't repay him and apologizes. He says there is one thing she can do, and she quickly says she's broke and has nothing on her. The protagonist says he wants the power she has, magic. He asks her to teach him. Lilise lowers her head and apologizes again after thinking it over. She says it took her whole life to learn what she knows. She's truly grateful he saved her, but she doesn't know if what he asked is even possible. Kang takes that as a refusal, which is what he expected, so he starts thinking of another plan. But the ghost cuts in and asks why she can't teach him. Lilise finds that strange, and the ghost points out that she already said MC knows nothing about magic. Knowing magic is amazing, but knowledge alone won't help much in this world. He adds that teaching him would at least be the least she could do after being saved. She admits he has a point, so the ghost asks how many floors she's cleared so far. Embarrassed, she says she only made it to the 9th floor. The ghost says that's what he expected. With her abilities, going deeper alone will be very hard. Then he says Kang will keep advancing through the labyrinth, and not only that, he's someone the gods have recognized. The reason the labyrinth changed is because of him. Lilise realizes that means he can keep moving forward and protect the people with him. The ghost agrees and says this would also give her a chance to use magic in ways she never imagined. That makes her happy. The ghost says the deal would help both of them and asks if she's changed her mind. After thinking it over, Lilise says it actually is a great idea and quickly agrees. She says the labyrinth is going to be way more fun now, but since she got thrown somewhere different from where she was before, she can't teach him right away. The 5th floor is also an orc floor, so the layout should be similar. Because of that, she says she'll leave now, head to the secret room on the 6th floor and wait for him there. Kang says that's fine, and then the girl vanishes with an invisibility cloak, telling him she'll see him on the 6th floor. The ghost says he had been wondering how she even got through the 5th floor, but her magic really is impressive. Kang says he can't sense anything from her at all. She can hide her presence completely. Now that's real magic. Then he turns to the ghost and asks why he suddenly decided to help. The ghost fires back, asking why the protagonist is complaining when he just got helped. MC says he's sure the ghost changed after the Goblin Lord hunt, and he wants to know why. The ghost says he just saw potential in him, and that it also has something to do with his own redemption. He asks what that means, but the ghost tells him to drop it. From now on, he'll help instead of getting in the way. The protagonist can tell he won't get a real answer no matter how much he asks, so he says he doesn't care. The ghost tells him to hurry up and finish the trial. Kang agrees, but says he needs to eat first. While checking his messages, he sees that his 2 disciples cleared the first floor. They didn't get many skills, and besides those 2, no one else passed it. As MC eats the awful monster meat, the ghost asks if it actually tastes good. After that, he sorts through the loot he got, including a gray bracer with +5 defense. He also has an engraving scroll that adds a special effect to equipment. Kang is glad Lalise told him about the secret discovery, because the reward was as good as he hoped. Then he uses the engraving scroll on Lacaratus' sword, giving it +5 attack. On top of that, it restores 5 GP whenever it kills an enemy, and there's also a high chance it will knock targets back. Even though the effect was random, the protagonist says he got one of the good ones. Then he keeps going with the ghost and heads to the 5th floor. The mission is to defeat the boss, and the reward is a brilliant heart sword plus the secret reward. He visits the king again, and the king is surprised he's already back. He says the floor seemed chaotic and asks if there was another trial. When MC confirms it, the king asks what he wants to buy this time. MC says he'll sell a few things first, and I also wants more inventory space and one more item. Then something catches his eye, and he realizes the thing he wanted is already there. He asks if he can see that golden bottle. It's blessing powder, dust shaken loose from fairy wings. Rumors say it can give the user powerful blessings. The king sounds disappointed in him and says people claim it gives a great blessing, but nobody knows if that's true. Some said bathing in it raised their luck, but that turned out to be nonsense. Others put it on their weapons, and the only result was that the blade looks shinier. He asks the ghost if he knows anything about it, but the ghost says no, he never bought it before. He says that's all anyone knows. In his past life, lots of people saw this in shops and bought it right away, but after finding out it seemed useless, they stopped. Still, the protagonist knows something nobody else does. He asks how many the king has, and the answer is 3. MC immediately says he'll buy them all. That leaves the king stunned. He says it's expensive and useless, but he sells it to Kang anyway. He thinks about the hidden effect no one knows and says he'll come back next time. The effect, he knows, is that it slightly changes probability. The king just tells him to visit often, while the ghost asks if he's really not going to explain why he bought that. The protagonist says the ghost will understand later when he sees it for himself. Then Balthazar says he's pleased with MC's results and can't wait to give him the reward. MC realizes that's basically a warning to finish quickly, which is annoying. The ghost says Kang is way outside the norm. The gods keep lowering the range of their own influence just to do things for him. So he asks if the difference in their influence really matters that much. The ghost can't believe he even asked that. To the gods, that's what matters most. It's not because they're loyal followers either. They hand out lousy rewards and act like they're amazing. Now he says the protagonist should understand how much value the gods are placing on him. That's exactly why he should feel proud. Kang answers that he's only clearing these trials because they give rewards. As he opens another door, he says that's all he wants from them. Nothing else. This is the first room on the 5th floor, and an orc fighter appears with a spear. MC thinks the 4th floor boss was only the beginning, which is disappointing because he wanted something stronger. Wanting a tougher fight, Kang rushes the orc. With his upgraded sword, he throws the orc off balance and finds an opening. Right after that, he uses his power attack and chains more hits together. He goes for the finishing blow, but the orc drops low at the last second. That lets it get its spear in front of his dagger and knock the attack away. Kang can't help thinking this monster is crazy. Lucky. Even so, he fires off another power attack and finally brings the orc down. After beating the fighter, the protagonist tells Gasparsinho it wasn't bad at all. The enemy was about as strong as the 4th floor boss, but the scroll let him finish it fast. When he opens the next door, he says if the first room was already like that, then the boss in the last room has to be even stronger, and the stronger the enemy, the better the reward. So now he's excited to see what he'll get. Kang keeps moving forward, and the fights get harder with every room. Before long, he clears room 5 on the 5th floor. He says he'll get Balthazar's reward in the end, but as he goes deeper, he's also learning more and more about magic. Then something suddenly comes to mind. He asks Gasparsinho if he knows Lalise, then brings up the fact that time is frozen inside the labyrinth. That means she's been in there ever since the first time he entered. Gasparsinho says it was the same for him. Back then, she was about to be killed by a 4th floor orc, and he had to save her. That makes Kang pause. If that was really his first time in there, then how long ago was it? Gasparsinho says he isn't sure, but judging by time outside, he thinks around 100 years have passed. MC is shocked. After all that time, she still hasn't made it past the 10th floor. Then he wonders if she's a magic user. He remembers she entered the labyrinth to learn magic, but with such little talent, she never had any real breakthrough. Gasparsinho adds that he helped her back then because he felt sorry for her, but he never imagined she'd still be alive. That leaves Kang thinking, not everyone in the labyrinth is there to conquer it. Some came for personal reasons, and that makes him realize there may be far more NPCs than he first thought. Meanwhile, in another room inside the goblin area, a stone gets tossed through the open door. As soon as a goblin steps out, to check what happened, Lee kills it with ease. She paralyzes the target first, then finishes it off, repeating the same trick until every goblin there is dead. After that, she tells her friend she managed to kill them one by one. He says she's amazing with plans, reminding her how she burned the 1st floor boss alive. Thanks to that, he learned something. When he reached Lycorotus's altar and tried to interact with it, nothing happened because a goblin couldn't kill all the 1st floor bosses alone. Still, Kang had warned him not to touch that altar at all. The other gods might be fine, but Lycorotus is different. So he says, if Kang warned him, that settles it. Lee thinks he's pretty weird. He always lets his curiosity win, even when he knows it could go badly. She reminds him they only survived because of the tips Tyson gave them, and he agrees. But then someone suddenly tells them to shut up. Clearly annoyed, people from other difficulty modes join in too. Choi snaps that they're getting on his nerves and need to stop overreacting. Lee and Taesong immediately ask what he means by that, and Choi goes off. He says they keep whining about how hard it is to kill 1st floor mobs when they're just weak monsters. Why complain so much? Why keep bragging about solo mode? According to him, they can't even meet anyone in solo mode, so the least they could do is stop crying about it in the community. Then he flat out says he thinks they're lying to everyone. Lyra's friend gets mad at that crowd. He asks if Choi is mocking them and if he has any idea how hard they've worked just to move forward. Choi fires back that nobody forced them to pick that mode. They chose it themselves, and now they won't stop complaining. He points out that everyone else is staying quiet, but they just keep going. The argument keeps dragging on while Kang only watches. As he does, he starts thinking it's probably been about a month since he entered the labyrinth. That seems right to him because the people in easy and medium mode have already gotten used to this place, and they don't even look that afraid of dying anymore. Then the ghost asks what he's doing and why he hasn't gone to the next room. He says what they're feeling now will turn into poison later. Instead of focusing on getting stronger and climbing the labyrinth, they're dumping all their feelings onto the solo mode players who keep showing up in the community. before he regressed. It wasn't this bad? That makes him wonder if this is all because of that guy. Right then, Choi sends Tabin-san a message, asking what's so special about him that everyone keeps praising him. He says Tabin-san is the worst of them all, and starts mocking the skills he supposedly teaches, especially the one where you gain an ability by dropping to 1 HP. In Choi's eyes, Tabin-san is just telling people to get themselves killed. His follower asks if he's lost his mind. Kang says he vaguely remembers his time in easy mode when he met that idiot. He disliked him right away. The guy kept butting in where he didn't belong, and they ended up clashing. The protagonist never liked Tabin-san. In his past life, that man blocked him at every turn. Now that the protagonist isn't around, he's probably already built a guild and taken over easy mode. And to control a crowd, he needs an enemy, so he picked the solo mode players. Since people from different modes can't see each other, even if solo players tell the truth, it's almost impossible to prove anything and clear up the lies. So Choi thinks there's zero chance anyone will hit back. But there's one thing he doesn't know. Kang sends him a message saying he'll come see him in 1 month. That scares him badly, but MC just moves on, calling Gasparcino to the final room. The ghost asks what exactly he did, and he tells him not to worry about it. Now in the 5th floor's boss room, an orc vice chief named Latron appears. Kang notices it isn't a lord. Gasparcino asks why a lord would show up now anyway. Haga and Hader appearing before was already bizarre enough. Even so, a vice chief is no joke as a final enemy. He's tough, and most adventurers wouldn't stand a chance. Still, Gasparcino says the protagonist should be fine. Compared to him, that monster is loaded with cheats. And he actually sounds happy saying it. Kang ignores that and gets ready to fight. Then the orc speaks. It thanks him for his fighting spirit, saying it used to think the gods were nothing special, but now it has changed its mind. MC listens closely, as the orc says every one of its comrades died smiling after fighting him, as if it were the greatest thing in the world. To them, battling him matters more than killing him. The orc says that's exactly right. What joy is there in only killing? They're nothing but slaves trapped in this place. And they don't even know when they'll ever be freed. This battle didn't just free the others. It means he now has the chance to be cut down by a true warrior. So he asks, who among them deserves an honorable death? Kang refuses to let this end meaninglessly. The orc begs him for an honorable death, asks the great warrior before him to show his real power, and grant him a glorious end. With that, Latron activates Charge and Rage. The system warns the protagonist that his enemy is extremely powerful. Kang readies himself, determined to grant the orc's final wish. It's insane to realize these monsters are fully aware. They're trapped here, maybe after losing their own world, dragged into the tower and forced to fight anyone who comes forever. There are copies of them in every solo mode, all because the gods use them like pawns. After a brutal battle, the orc finally collapses to the ground, battered and broken. He admits he never imagined the gap between their strength would be this huge. Then he asks MC's name and wonders if he's really just a 5th-floor adventurer. Even without truly understanding swordsmanship, he could tell he used it like a real sword art, and his movements clearly came from deep experience. The orc calls it an incredible battle and says he's fully satisfied, which means he can accept a truly honorable death. He tells Kang to go on and wishes victory to stay by his side. The protagonist then defeats the 5th-floor boss and successfully clears Balthazar's test, leaving the god thrilled. Balthazar's range of influence shrinks a lot, and MC receives the Belt of Fighting Spirit. It gives +3 attack, +3 defense, and restores 5 GP every time he wins a battle. He also gains a conditional skill called Proof of Victory, which lets him choose one stat to keep increasing over time. Kang is surprised by how good it is, then chooses mana as the stat he wants boosted. Lakeratus once again offers him an apostle contract, but he refuses again. Balthazar, meanwhile, is completely fascinated and already looking forward to their next meeting. The protagonist is honestly shocked. The god's rewards are almost too good. Then he notices two chests nearby. Gasparsinho explains that one holds a normal reward, while the other seems to be the secret room reward for this floor. Since the labyrinth's structure changed, it must have ended up here. MC notices that sword has the same damage as Lakiatia's sword. He also gets the secret room reward, the self-harm dagger, which can store and drain life. Even the ghost is shocked that he got a secret room prize without doing anything special for it. So Kang tests it right away. When he cuts his own arm, the dagger steals 20 GP from him. He quickly realizes it works kind of like a potion, which could save him in an emergency. Then he receives another hidden reward, the Cloak of Darkness. It keeps his stealth active for 1 second with a 1-hour cooldown. That catches the protagonist off guard. He asks the ghost how it works, and the ghost explains that unless someone has a detection skill, finding him is basically impossible. Kang immediately sees how useful that will be in a fight, and says they should keep moving. As they go, the little ghost notices MC is now dual-wielding and thinks it's pretty cool, saying he used to fight the same way. MC asks if that means he had his own sword art. The ghost says yes. It was a personal sword style he built from the Great Kave Empire's techniques. That's why Popple started calling him Swordmaster. Hearing that, MC asks if he can teach him, but the ghost refuses for now. With the protagonist's current stats, trying it could get him killed. Even so, the protagonist is stunned by that, especially since his strength is already close to 150 and wonders if this really counts as just a sword art. The ghost tells him to think of it like a high-level skill. Still, he believes MC might be able to use it one day. For now, he says MC should focus on clearing the labyrinth, getting stronger, and proving himself. Then he'll pass on everything he knows. Right after that, the mission for the 6th floor begins. He has to defeat the boss, and the main reward is a recording scroll. The secret reward is hidden again. The moment he steps in, something like living moss rises from the ground, just like he'd been told before. The protagonist remembers hearing this floor would be hard to move through, because it's a swamp, and the monsters here aren't slowed down by the terrain. Soon, several lizard men start surrounding him from a distance. Kang points out that only players are affected by the swamp's movement penalty. Then they attack. 2 of them rush him at once, but MC couldn't care less. He pulls out his staff and blasts them with fire. The flames hit hard, and some of the lizard men die from that alone. He keeps picking them off one by one, and his detection rises by 4. At one point, he grabs one by the throat, slams it down, and finishes it with his sword. After killing another lizard man, his mana goes up too. The ghost is amazed that his stat keeps growing through victories and calls the skill totally broken. More than that, he wonders how the swamp itself can be alive. Kang doesn't know either. Meanwhile, another monster trembles behind him. When the protagonist turns around, the creature nearly freaks out. MC asks what it's doing and tells it to come closer. Instead, it practically dies of fear trying to run away. Kang keeps carving a path through everything in sight. The ghost starts thinking this floor is way too easy, and Kang agrees. After all the brutal tests he's already cleared, this much isn't enough to trouble him. Then the little ghost suddenly tells the protagonist to look ahead. He spots a loose brick. MC says whoever left it made the trail way too obvious, but the ghost argues that monsters here wouldn't know the difference. The clue works. As soon as he presses it, a staircase appears, leading up to a hidden room. A girl welcomes him to her secret chamber and introduces herself as a poor being who longs for magic. Inside, she's clearly trying hard to look impressive, so the ghost asks what exactly she's doing. She proudly says she's posing like a powerful mage and admits it's her first time trying it. The ghost tells Kang not to pay too much attention to her weird act. Naya just laughs, then says she'll explain what magic really is. She starts by saying magic isn't like normal skills. You can't just learn it directly. It has to be given by someone else first. That's why magic can do things skills normally can't, like control fire, make objects float, and perform other impossible tricks. Because of that, magic is incredibly valuable. Since she's the one teaching him, she declares that makes him her student, so he should show some respect. The ghost immediately asks why she's acting like such a proud little fool. The protagonist says if learning magic means being formal, then he'll gladly do it and even calls her master. That just makes the ghost even madder as he tells the protagonist to stop playing along. She gets upset and complains that the ghost is ruining the mood. Getting serious, she says magic is, as he probably guessed, a mystery. Then she asks what he sees in her hand. MC sees the shape of a flame. She says that's all people without magic can notice, the normal outer form. Since MC came from a world without magic, she says that makes sense. She goes on to explain that the usual way to learn magic is by making a contract with a god of magic. In her case, that god came to her personally and gave her power directly. The ghost cuts in and says cases like that are almost unheard of. He figures it only happened because she's completely obsessed with magic. She doesn't even deny it, and he decides she's totally nuts. He then asks if he also needs a contract to learn magic. Since he's already turned down several apostle contracts, that could be a problem. But she says no, he already has what he needs, and asks if he forgot. Then she places a hand on Kang's chest and gives him the magic of the poor being who longs for magic, letting him obtain magic at last. She tells him never to forget this. Someone who has magic can share it with someone who doesn't. That's one of the labyrinth's biggest advantages. The protagonist gains magic with one proficiency. Now he can finally use magical power, though for the moment he can only make sparks. He also receives magic donation and magic extraction. After that, she asks how he sees the flame now. This time, it looks completely different with a blue core inside. Kang feels something he's never experienced in his past life and asks if this is magic. She answers with pure excitement. That's the wonder of it. Then she says all the prep is done, so now the real lesson begins. She's going to teach him different ways to learn all kinds of magic. The easiest method, she says, is extracting it from an object that holds magical power, like a magic tool or a staff. MC happens to have two of those in his hands. So he starts pulling the magic out of them and learns the beginner spell Fireball, along with the beginner spell Random Mental Attack. After that, both staffs turn completely gray. Now he can channel magic through his hand and cast Fireball. Kang notes that's what the spell looks like, and she praises him for doing really well. She says the second method is learning from someone who already knows the spell, or offering a tribute to a god to receive one. But that last option only works for contractors, so it's not practical for him. Still, they can work around it. She can offer the tribute, learn the spell herself, and then teach it to him. All the protagonist has to do is bring her tribute materials as he keeps clearing floors. He agrees. She's thrilled at the thought of learning brand new spells and asks if he wants to study spells she already knows right now, like invisibility and others. Then she hesitates a little and says maybe, but there's a price. Kang is surprised she wants even more. She explains that spells don't just fall from the sky. She received them, so she can't hand them out whenever she feels like it. To teach them, she has to offer a tribute to the god of magic and get permission first. So if MC wants a spell she doesn't know, they'd need one tribute for her to learn it and another tribute so she can teach it. He asks what counts as a tribute, and she says weapons or equipment work as long as they're rare and special. He starts pulling out a pile of items from his bag and asks if any of them are enough, but she says none of that would pay for even one spell. The protagonist is shocked that so much stuff still isn't enough. She reminds him this is magic, so a big pile of junk won't cut it. It has to be truly valuable. So Kang takes out the promised necklace and asks how much that one is worth. She recognizes it as a Lord-class item and asks how he got it. With that, she says he could probably secure a beginner spell. MC realizes that still isn't all that great, so he asks again and even considers offering his sword. She thinks he'd probably hate the result, though, because that might only get him some random rank spell he wouldn't even want. He says if it came from Lakarada's, he might actually like throwing it away. The girl says it's her first time hearing someone talk about a god like that, and he tells her that's just how he is. Then Kang asks about the worn wooden staff that gives +3 magic. She says maybe, but even that would barely be enough for a beginner spell. The protagonist asks if it's really on the same level as the Lord's necklace. She says it's not exactly the same. What matters is the tribute itself. Gods like items tied to their domain. MC realizes that actually works in his favor and decides to keep going. The girl starts her little setup and asks which spell he wants. Invisibility is still too advanced, but the others are available. She shows him a few options and reminds him he already has Fireball, so he can skip that one. Ice Arrow is close to Fireball with a small twist. Basic Search helps find monsters in the next room, and Cover Curtain makes hiding easier. Last is Provision Creation. It makes water and porridge, but it has no flavor. Kong picks Provision Creation, and she's surprised since she expected him to choose Ice Arrow. He says there's no time limit, so he can come back later and Ice Arrow might show up again anyway. The ghost agrees. Anything is probably better than Goblin. Meat. She says she gets it and asks for a moment. Then she starts the ritual. A mist opens above her, and Kong gets a message saying he feels a heavy gaze on him. He wonders if that god is laughing at him. Then that staff is used up, and the girl gets permission to teach him Provision Creation. It's a basic spell that costs 5 mana and makes a small amount of drinkable liquid and edible gruel. She says that went way easier than expected. She thought convincing the god would be a pain. Kang finds that odd, so she explains that gods can be stubborn with people they didn't choose. She adds that the ghost had a terrible time learning magic. He says that's different. He bets the number of gods who hate that guy could fit on one hand. She asks if there's any other spell he wants. The protagonist says there is, but he's broke for now, so he'll come back later. She says that's fine, and that she'll slowly try to catch up with him. Before he leaves, she reminds him to bring something good next. Time. Kang says goodbye and keeps moving through the swamp. Now that he has Fireball, ready to use, things feel a lot easier. The ghost tells him to just keep going deeper, and if he finds good items, he should give them to Elise, so she can learn even more spells. But MC keeps checking his stats. Looking over the panel again, he notices his shield cap has gone up a little more. While the ghost tells him to stop staring at that, he suddenly sees Kang taking off his clothes and is completely stunned, asking what on earth he's trying to do. Kang says he needs to gain something, while the ghost pretty much wishes he could unsee this. He asks the protagonist if there's really no other way. Does he seriously need to strip that much? The protagonist says there's a real reason, so he should watch closely. Right then, another lizard shows up and comes after Kang. When it turns around, it spots an opening in his defense and rushes in. MC quickly slips out of the way, stops and grabs that spear, but he still takes 20 damage. His shield drops to 15 out of 35, but Kang finishes the lizard with ease. The ghost realizes that hit should have done 50 damage, but he used his movement to cut it down to 20. He asks what he was trying to pull, and because he took less than half the damage, he gains the continuous skill Robust. Now the first hit won't reduce his HP. The ghost is shocked, and the system says he has gained complete nullification of the first attack. If he gets attacked while wearing no defensive gear, he won't lose HP. Then another lizard comes in to attack him again. Kang says this is a crazy way to unlock it, but he pulls off complete nullification of the first attack again and grabs the monster by the neck, killing it and defeating the lizard. He thanks Lakarada's for giving him the protective shield skill and asks the ghost what he thinks. The ghost says that skill is insanely good. Once again, Kang has regained the skill that made him almost unbeatable in his past life. He explains that complete nullification of the first attack does exactly what the name says. No matter what the attack is, The first one is fully erased. It's not a block or a dodge. It's like the hit never happened. And no matter who the enemy is, there's no way to react to that skill. The ghost says that without protective shield, there's no way the protagonist could have gotten it. The protagonist admits it would have been harder, but that part is true. Then he says that in his past life he suffered like crazy to get this. After hundreds of theories and thousands of tries, he barely pulled it off. Now he uses the self-harm knife, and his shield starts recover. Kang explains that damage to protective shield doesn't count as losing HP, and that let him learn other skills too, like robust. The ghost says he finally gets why MC wanted this and asks if he's going down now. MC says not yet. This nullification only works on the first hit. The ghost can't believe what he's hearing. Not even Palk has complete nullification for the second hit or beyond. So how is that even possible? He just took 20 damage. His shield is only at 35, and there's no way to stop 2 hits in a row. If he gets hit twice, the shield will break and the damage will go straight through. Kang says it's fine because he has something else. The powder of blessings, dust made from fairy wings that's said to grant a blessing to whoever uses it. The ghost asks if that stuff only makes you sparkle, but the protagonist dumps all the powder over himself. Then he heads into that room full of lizards. The ghost asks if he really thinks that dust is enough to make his current shield hold up. As the monster attacks, Kang uses complete nullification of the first attack and takes no damage at all. The ghost points out that attack doesn't count for the next skill. If MC wants complete nullification of the second attack, he has to take 2 more hits without losing HP. The monster attacks again, but fairy dust keeps it from landing cleanly. He says that's the first one. He only took 17 damage, and his shield is now at 18 out of 35. The ghost starts to see the protagonist's plan. Kang explains that attacks go through a lot of checks: accuracy, evasion, defense, and finally luck. As the monster gets angrier and angrier, it attacks again. Many think it's about how the system gives damage a random range of 10%. So, if an attack normally deals 30, it can land anywhere from 27 to 33 at random. This time, on the second hit, his shield drops exactly to 0. He figures the powder of blessings gives precise control over probability, and with at least 3 uses, he's guaranteed to take the minimum damage. So his HP still doesn't drop from the second attack. The system grants him the continuous skill, complete nullification of the second attack. Just like that, he steals another broken skill and gets ready to kill that monster, which he does in a single strike. The body is sent flying away, and Kang thinks he used too much force. The ghost is stunned again, saying he really will do anything to get a skill. After a while, he goes back to killing monsters in a calmer, more normal way, driving both swords into their hearts. He defeats another lizard man, and because he hit the enemy's vital spots so cleanly, he gains the skill Vital Strike. Kang thinks he finally got it, a skill that usually takes forever to farm, but he never had time to learn it before because of the trials. The ghost says that one is a great pickup. It's an important skill for going deeper into the labyrinth, and with enough proficiency, hitting vital points can deal triple damage as a critical hit. At the end, he says only the boss is left, but before he goes in, he activates provision creation, making some water and a bit of porridge for himself. It tastes like plain, unsweetened porridge, basically nothing. Then he asks if a spell's random mental effect stacks when used over and over. The ghost says it does, but probably not how Kang means. The next effect only starts after the first one ends. So the protagonist sees it works one after another and pulls out Fireball. He remembers Lily saying she wanted to ask him something. In the labyrinth, would magic count as a kind of skill or not? She told him it's a little different, but he's not totally wrong. MC thinks that means he's good to go. Then he starts shaping the fireball however he wants, changing its form. At first he thinks it failed. He was trying to make it sharp, but nothing seems to change. The ghost asks if he's trying some high-level magic. If people could control spells that freely, spell ranks wouldn't even exist. Kang casts Fireball 3 times and starts pulling them together into a wall. He says that even if he can copy similar effects the way he did with skills, that still won't teach him new spells. The ghost asks if he's tired, but Kang says not at all and keeps trying. The fireballs won't merge, and until he gives them an order, they just hang there. Then another idea hits him, and he notices again that they stay in place. So he starts moving them in a circle until he gathers them together again, thinking this is different because a fireball acts differently when it's just hanging in the air. Kang wonders if his idea will work, and the ghost asks what he means. Instead of answering, the boy burns through all his mana for another test. First, he launches a fireball and runs beside it. He speeds up so much that he loops around and gets in front of it. Then he casts his second fireball and brings the two together that way. The ghost is shocked that the fireballs can actually merge. Kang remembers what Lilith told him, and from there, he keeps stacking more fireballs, casting them one after another until he forms a bigger one, something completely new. A massive explosion goes off, and the ghost is stunned again. At last, Kang gets what he wanted. He learns Flame Explosion. Looks like the God's Bazaar won't stay open much longer if it keeps trading great rewards for lousy magic. After that, he reaches the boss of the 6th floor. It's a red-type monster, a lizard man fighter. Kang uses Flame Explosion right next to the monster, almost point blank. The lizard raises its swords to block the blast, but he doesn't let that save it. He follows up with Despair and Madness. The lizard man starts flailing around, totally lost, then drops to the floor, clutching its head, not even noticing the fireball above it. A second later, it gets blown apart. When Kang used Flame Explosion, he also triggered Perdition and Confusion. He deals 49 damage, then another 50. The test succeeds, and the lizard man fighter is inflicted with burn. The ghost realizes the boss got hit by one mental attack after another, plus chained spells, and never had a chance to do anything. Honestly, it was almost sad. Once it's down, the protagonist finishes the lizard and earns another chest. He says that because of all his limits, he's only used magic as support so far. But at this rate, maybe he really can keep going with magic alone. The ghost figures others have probably reached the lower floors that way too, so it's not impossible. For beating the boss, Kang gets an engraving scroll as the basic reward and a staff of the frozen heart as the secret reward. He says it looks valuable and stores it for now. The staff gives +6 magic and its mana cost is 1 per cast. He also gets the fighter's necklace with +3 strength and +1 agility. MC says the Lord's necklace is still better, then wonders if this and the rest of his loot might earn him another spell if he offers them up as tribute. So he decides to go check. The ghost says he thought they were finally heading to the next floor, then calls him a greedy little hoarder. Kang just asks what's wrong with saving useful items. When he returns to Elise, he starts doing her ritual again. Kang receives Ice Arrow, and she finishes the transfer quickly. He admits he didn't know safe zones appeared after clearing a floor. He thought it was just another room. Elise says it's a relief to find a place monsters can't enter. The protagonist casts Ice Arrow right beside himself and studies the sharp tip. The ghost can tell he's thinking about showing it to her and jokes that she'll probably like seeing its size. Kang says he was thinking the same thing. Elise hears that and asks what they're talking about. The size of what, exactly? Both of them look at her. Then the ghost tells MC to step outside with them, and she agrees. Once they're out there, he sets off that huge explosion in front of the girl. The ghost proudly asks what she thinks. Nobody taught him, and he still learned this all by himself. Elise is completely stunned. She asks how he already learned a low-rank spell like Fire Explosion. In the last 100 years, the only low-rank spell she managed to learn was Invisibility. The protagonist asks if it's really that hard. She says of course it is. In magic, the gap between ranks is huge. Beginner spells are just copies that can be stored in staffs, but low-rank spells are already so strong they can't be stored at all. Then, nearly crying from jealousy, she asks Kang how he did it. He offers to show her and says it's not some huge secret. She gets serious right away, calls him an angel, and even asks if he wants to be her master. MC warns her that even if he explains it, it still might not help much. A little later, she's collapsed on the floor in total disbelief, cursing everything around her. He figures that's probably the normal reaction. He asks if she really can't learn it, and she says no chance. No mage would ever train like a fighter. Even so, she thanks him because now she understands the system judges things very differently than she thought, and that gives her lots of new ideas to test. The ghost thinks at least this crazy girl recovers fast. Then she says she'll stay on the next floor and tells him to bring back something good to offer her. As he heads down once more, Kang checks his stats and sees he's in top condition. He says they've already gone far beyond what he had in his old life. Then he finally reaches the 7th floor to beat its boss. The ghost grows thoughtful. It seems their time together is almost over, and if it's now, maybe this can still happen. Thinking about the warrior's necklace and the secret reward, Kang asks if the ghost will finally teach him his sword art. The ghost smiles and says he'll teach the protagonist his imperial sword art. He explains that the Carvos Empire is a land that worships power. That's why the weak are treated like they're worthless, to the point that people think it's natural for the strong to use them. The imperial family was no different. He drove his blade into the necks of those who shared his blood and fought his way toward the throne of his 6 brothers, only he survived. Everyone in the labyrinth wondered how anyone could survive in a world filled with people that ambitious. Even so, that was his first and only home, and now he says he can never return there, not even in his dreams. Even if he wants to save that world, he doesn't have the chance anymore. That's why leaving behind at least one trace of it is his form of penance. After that, Kang heads to an abandoned house and says it looks like a good place to train. The ghost explains that, given the world where this sword art came from, its specialty is raw power. In this style, defense barely exists. The best defense is offense. You strike where the enemy's sword will be and stop it by overwhelming it. MC thinks that means some attacks wouldn't be blockable, so the style doesn't sound very stable. But the ghost says that also means its attack power is far greater, and he promises that's true. Then he asks what he thinks. Kang says he has no reason to refuse. The ghost moves up to him and touches him. A storm rages, and scar-like marks appear like claw wounds. He says the sword of the storm severance is all that remains of his world. For a moment, the protagonist sees the ghost's true form, his astral self standing right in front of him. MC becomes the bearer of the sword of the storm severance and gains the high-rank skill, Sword of the Storm Severance. He's still thinking about the true form he just saw when the ghost tells him to go test it. The proficiency for that high-rank skill is at 0. It's a sword art brought from a ruined world, and now only one person has learned it. He notices the 0 proficiency, and the ghost says it should have started at 100, but because he's dead, he was only allowed to pass on the technique, so he will have to train the rest on his own. Still, the ghost says he'll teach everything he can and tells the protagonist to pay very close attention. Sometime later, he explains that the goal isn't to block an attack, but to react to it. Only by keeping that idea in mind can MC use the Sword of the Storm Severance. He adds that when striking an opponent's chest, he should bend his arms and shift to the left. Then, by using the spring of his whole body, he'll be able to pull off that absurd move. Kang says he has no clue what the ghost is talking about. He asks how anyone is supposed to explain swordsmanship with words alone. He didn't expect this kind of problem, so what is he even supposed to do? The ghost says it's not because the protagonist lacks talent. Normally, he would explain while showing the movements, but he can't do that now, which makes everything harder. The protagonist just doesn't have the experience yet. MC asks if proficiency could count as a kind of experience, and the ghost says that since he has to build it himself, it's basically the same thing. That makes him remember his time with the Lord, along with the potion he got, a proficiency boost potion that raises his skill proficiency by 5. So when he drinks it, the sword art's proficiency rises, and he starts picturing all the strikes he needs to make. At last, he begins to perform the technique, and the ghost lights up with excitement, amazed to see him using the sword art of his homeland. He starts to tremble, remembering the day he mastered that art himself. Kang repeats it step by step and says it worked. The ghost softens with relief, realizing this method works too, and thanks the protagonist. MC asks if the ghost said something, but the little spirit just teases him, saying he always finds some kind of workaround. A while later, Kang goes back to the old shopkeeper, who says he has no clue why the kid wants that thing. Even so, he sells him a rusty sword with +1 attack, figuring he must have a reason for it. After that, the protagonist says goodbye to the old man and heads out with his new gear. Then he returns to the swamp, this time using 2 swords. The ghost explains that to really understand the Stormcut sword, MC needs real combat. Buying a cheap sword was smart. It makes the monster fights last longer, which helps him learn. As the fight goes on, Kang runs the sword art through his head and says he can see every way to answer that attack. With that, he starts pressing harder. He keeps getting better at the sword art, and his proficiency goes up by 1%. The ghost says it wasn't bad, but it'd be better if he moved his wrist about 3 more centimeters. Kang just takes the advice. He says what should have been a long fight ended way faster with the Stormcut sword, and now he thinks he can clear the 7th floor. Sometime later, he keeps fighting like this. The ghost tells him that keeping pressure matters, but backing off has value too. And when he turns left, his left foot should be a little farther forward. After one battle, though, the ghost says he retreated too much. Even while falling back, he has to keep attacking. Then, right after stepping back, he strikes with even more force, and the ghost tells him to put more weight into the blow. Later on, Kang finally lies down to sleep, and the ghost thinks it was sudden, but the guy is really strange. He fought for 12 hours straight, then spent 6 more practicing the sword technique's movements. The only time he ever settles down is when he's asleep. The ghost remembers asking why the protagonist thought the training was boring, and he said he was having a great time. To him, this is way better than repeating a dead-end future with no answers. So he'd rather keep training like this. The ghost says that's easy to say, but who in the world would actually agree to live like that? What kind of life has this guy had until now? Then he lies down beside Kang and admits the kid really is completely nuts. Sometime later, MC makes a lot of progress. He throws stones into the air and manages to slice them mid-air with the sword art. 4 days have passed since he learned that move, and now he can control it much more easily. He says he can react to his opponent's movements properly now, but something still feels missing. Right then, another lizard shows up near him. Kang decides this is exactly what he needs. Instead of overthinking, he'll just train more. But then the ghost tells him to close his eyes. He does. Step by step, the ghost tells him to empty his mind and follow the path of the sword, and Kang begins to see that path. It leads him to the monster. The ghost tells him to react on instinct, trust his senses, keep a wild stance, and keep moving forward. When the monster attacks, the protagonist deflects it and counters with everything he has, using only his senses. Several wolves appear beside him to finish the attack, and the lizard man goes down. His proficiency with that sword art jumps by 3%, and Kang is shocked. The ghost says this is the first form of the Stormcut sword, Wolf's Fang. He says there are more forms to teach, but weak enemies like these won't help. Teaching the second form before even the 10th floor will be hard, which is a shame. Still, he tells MC he did amazingly well. Learning the first form that fast was impressive, and just like that, the The skill rises to 12%. While Kang keeps growing stronger and finding tricks for everything, Lita Yante is having one of the worst moments of her life. She's forcing down bad meat and nearly getting sick, thinking it makes her want to throw up. She says she never wanted to eat humanoid-type monsters, but the shop's emergency rations cost too much, so she starts missing Earth pizza especially, and all that delicious junk food. She says she'd give anything to eat that cheese and corn pizza one more time. Honestly, anything would be better than the disgusting stuff here. Then she starts thinking about going back to Earth, but a notification suddenly pops up, making her wonder what it is. It's a special mission, return to Earth. In 1 week, everyone will return to where they came from. They have to survive there and then come back. The rewards will depend on their results. And the mission can't be refused. She's shocked and jumps into the chat, asking if everyone got the special mission too. People start asking if they're really going home. Then everyone gets excited. And one person says this kind of mission might not be a good thing. They ask what he means, and he tries to explain. He says the reason they ended up here was because of the monsters on Earth. And everyone remembers that. The mood drops right away. Then people start saying that now that they're stronger, maybe they can actually do something. Even if Earth has gone to hell, there should at least be some real food there, even just rice. Meanwhile, Kang watches the chat while still training his now massive ice arrow. Ghost points out that even while practicing magic, he's still checking the chat and asks what's going on. Kang says he'll be heading out soon. The ghost asks if he's going back to that shady old man's place to shop again. But the protagonist says that's not it. He fires his arrow into a wall, then says the ghost will understand when the time comes. For now, he has to speed things up. The ghost still has no idea what the kid is planning. Kang enters the hidden room on the 7th floor and clears that too. This earns him a +10 agility rune. At the 7th floor boss, he quickly beats the elite lizard and says it was no trouble at all. The basic reward is a warrior's earring with +10 mana. He also gets the secret reward, fine leather armor, with +8 defense and +2 agility. On top of that, he learns a new spell called Basic Search. It lets him understand his surroundings, though for now he can only detect where objects are. Then she asks when he'll learn new magic, and Kang says only after he learns every spell she knows, leaving her on the verge of tears. After that, he heads down to a new floor. The ghost notices MC keeps hanging around in the community chat and asks what the big deal is, like maybe it's some celebrity gossip. He says it's nothing much. It's just that the loudmouth, who used to complain about everyone, has gone very quiet, so he's probably scared after getting hit with that reply. Then everyone starts trying to talk to Joy. Kang says he's looking forward to the weekend. The ghost tells him to spit it out already because he's getting annoyed. Soon, the protagonist reaches the 8th floor. The mission is to kill the boss, with Rhonda de Martins as the basic reward, plus a secret reward. Then a huge overgrown chicken rushes at MC, trying to attack him, but he starts moving fast, slips to its side, and comments on that long neck. One hard hit snaps it and kills the creature. It's a Markanda, and Kang says these things are easy to hunt because they only follow instinct. Looks like swordsmanship doesn't help much against them, and the ghost says of course not. That technique was made to fight humans. He says that's actually good, since he planned to steamroll these floors anyway. It'll be perfect for training other things, like his fire and ice magic. So he moves through the floor with ease until he comes face to face with Oman's altar. The ghost explains that Oman is a god of trials. He likes adventurers and enjoys watching them realize their own abilities. Right now, he's the perfect god for Kang. Oman wants to test whoever reached his altar, and the reward will depend on what the protagonist shows him. That gets MC even more fired up, and he tells the trial to bring it on. A side mission begins. Oman prepares the test, and he sees water pouring from the container in front of him. The water spreads through the whole area, and the ghost is surprised by the wall of water sealing everything off. Then the water around the altar starts changing, and something like oil rises out of it, forming into a humanoid shape in front of Kang. His test is to prove his skill against that figure. The protagonist jumps back at once and says he'll retreat for now and see what it does. But then he notices the thing is unbelievably slow and wonders why. So he walks up and cuts its head off. The first test is cleared, and his reward is +1 agility. Then another one forms nearby, and Kang asks if they just keep coming back. This time it's faster than before, but still way too slow, so MC kills it easily. He says he gets the idea now. The test is split into levels. After clearing the second one, his strength goes up. Ghost says exactly. Those first two had the average power of adventurers from the first and second floors. Now Kang can start seeing how far his current strength really goes. The third one is even stronger. And he says this is perfect because he was dying to measure his power. He beats the third one too, and his intelligence goes up by 1. The rewards keep climbing, and now his agility goes up by 2. Then his strength also rises by 2. After that, the shadow starts using powers too. It triggers a strong attack, and Kang realizes it's copying skills now. It even summons an ice spear, but he kills it with that alone. Even when the monster tries to stop it, it can't stop the protagonist's attack. The thing gets frozen, and the 6th test ends with his mana going up by 2. Kang finds something weird. His mana restores after every test, so he won't need to hold back. Another monster appears, and now he decides to try a few things. This time, he kills it with fire and his strength goes up by 3. He figures the next shadow should be around his level, and that's when he realizes things might get ugly, so he activates confusion. Then he uses Ice Arrow 2 and kills the 8th shadow. His mana rises by 4, and he says he wants to see the next one, but nothing shows up, so he walks over to the altar. The ghost suddenly gets it and starts laughing. He explains that Oman can only test up to the level the adventurer has already reached. To go past that, the god has to give something up, but doing that means wasting his own influence just to keep the trial going. MC notices the other gods don't seem to think spending influence is a waste. The ghost says Oman is different, and because ascendants vary so much, MC would be hard to judge. Oman wants to see the boy's full potential, but not enough to pay the price. So he gets released, and he complains this is taking too long. By now, he says he could have cleared the whole floor already, but then the test keeps going. Oman's influence shrinks, and he offers a stronger trial. The ghost cracks up. The protagonist baited him. The protagonist just stares at that crazy turn. Oman gets cornered and continues the test, telling MC to prove himself. He gets ready again and thinks the shadows from here on will have the power of floors he hasn't even reached, yet then calls them on. The next shadow that forms actually gives him trouble. Still, Kang starts using both magic and dagger strikes, and he clears the 9th test. His strength goes up by 4, parry activates, his deflect proficiency rises by 3, and his agility starts increasing too. He admits the reward is great, but he still asks what the hell these shadows really are. They don't look like any one person. The ghost says some are adventurers who failed the test, some made contracts with gods, and some sold their souls after being defeated. So they're just shadows of different adventurers, lost throughout the labyrinth's long history. Then he's attacked again. Kang sets off flame explosion near the shadow, but it still doesn't hit, so he goes for something wild. He fires Ice Arrow from 2 angles, finishes the 10th test, and his strength increases by 5. The protagonist says those fighters weren't just toys for the gods. Each one had their own style and technique, and that's really good to know, especially when the 13th shadow appears. He says they're slowly showing more and more abilities. The shadow from the 14th floor is stronger too, but Kang notices that even with lots of skills, it depends on them too much and doesn't move well. That actually makes it easier than the last one. Even so, the shadows keep piling on more pressure. By the 15th floor shadow, MC realizes the enemies from here on have stats equal to his, or maybe even better. Still, he says it won't matter, and then he uses Flame Explosion to blast the shadow away. Right after that, he triggers acceleration and follows with a powerful strike, cutting the shadow in half. Kang starts thinking he's got tricks these things would never see coming. That clears the 15th test. His strength rises by 6, agility by 6, mana by 4, and his parry proficiency keeps going up. He says not only are the rewards insane, but the stat gains and proficiency boosts are so broken, it's ridiculous. Even with a low estimate, he's already gained around 60 points, and that's a huge profit for him. The ghost says only he could have made it this far. A normal person would have gone down long ago, and when he leaves, he'll be a monster. Then the shadow from the 18th floor appears, and Kang still manages to handle it. But this shadow is a little stronger. It rushes him even after taking a hit and manages to land one of its own. The protagonist answers by activating nullification on the first attack. The ghost asks if that thing really tried to blow him up and take him with it. Bad luck for the shadow. It attacked a guy loaded with broken skills. With that, MC finishes the 18th shadow. The ghost says again how unfair that nullification is. The system warning only shows up after he gets attacked, so unless the enemy already knows about it, they can never land a proper hit. Then the 19th shadow arrives with a huge axe and slams Kang into the ground with one blow. The message says his opponent is impossible to defeat, and the protagonist says now they'll start adjusting to it. Then he adds that he's fine. He uses the needless check, showing he wasn't shaken by an unbeatable enemy. Force Duel activates, then Desire for Battle, then Contempt for the Strong. He keeps stacking buff after buff and says that after all these trials, he's got plenty ready for strong opponents. Then he charges that monster. Even so, the shadow starts using Wild Attack. Kang explains that the skill lets the user swing from angles up to 270 degrees, but it has a weakness. Once it's used, it can't be cancelled, and the back stays open. While monster keeps attacking forward, MC is already behind it, ready to use acceleration. He adds Powerful Strike 2, driving both blades into the monster's back. At last, he clears the 19th test. He gets through it mostly thanks to his buffs, but he knows that probably won't be enough for what's next. Then the shadow from the 20th floor appears. This one is far stronger and activates absolute victory. The check is pointless now, but Kang pushes through by sheer will and says now this is finally going to be a real fight. The shadow rushes in, and he meets it head-on. The two trade blows, getting thrown around while the protagonist keeps using Daikens and several other debuffs. Still, he takes a punch to the face that sends him flying. He gets back up and activates Madness. The shadow uses Retaliation to block the attack, and Kang gets thrown flat onto the ground. He says it's a counter skill that throws the enemy back based on stats. It took him a long time to learn it, but at least that shadow doesn't have much HP left, so he charges the shadow again. He activates Acceleration and Powerful Strike, but the shadow throws the attack back, dealing 210 damage to Kang. So he changes plans and uses Cloak of Darkness. He vanishes completely, leaving no trace for the shadow to follow. Then he appears behind it and strikes with the first form of his sword art, cutting its head off and clearing the 20th test. His strength jumps by 12, agility by 13, intelligence by 10, and mana by 14. His parry proficiency shoots way up too, and then he collapses from exhaustion. But then he notices something else. Another shadow is coming out. That shadow crawls toward Kang, and the sight leaves a bitter look on his face. Then he starts laughing, and simply ends the challenge there. The trial of Oman is said to be nearing its end. Oman stays silent, thinking this guy is packed with broken skills. Sure, he's way stronger than he should be, but throwing one overpowered monster after another at him without stopping is just messed up. Even the ghost is shocked when he checks MC's stats and sees how much the kid gained. He says MC's still only on the 8th floor, yet he was tearing through shadows up to the 20th. Then it's announced that Oman's influence drops and he gives out a reward, making his power fall even more. He gets the Ring of Validation, which gives +5 strength and +5 defense. Since he cleared an enhanced challenge, he also earns an extra reward, Proof of Limitations. When he faces an enemy of similar rank, all his stats increase, so he gets both the ring and a buff. Oman even offers him an apostle contract, but the protagonist isn't interested. That makes Oman dump water on him in frustration while the ghost bursts out laughing. Then Oman promises they'll meet again. Kang realizes his current limit is the 20th floor, but even more important than that is the information he got. People around his level need to know this challenge exists. After that, he heads to the secret room and collects the reward there, a sturdy anklet with +6 defense and +3 agility. The boss of the 8th floor is Markandaruchia, and MC kills that giant chicken way too easily. He's a little disappointed, but the ghost says the creature was supposed to be strong. He just got so overpowered from Oman's trial that it never stood a chance. Then he opens the reward again and gets the Ronda de Marnus, which has a chance to grant an attribute to a weapon. He says he'll leave it in his inventory for now. He also gets the secret reward, the continuous activation skill Vampire's Touch. Whenever he damages an enemy, he absorbs HP based on a fixed percentage. That skill would be really important, especially for him when fighting those S-rank monsters with millions and millions of HP. Because his damage was tiny, if he could heal every time he hit something, he could keep fighting for way longer. Since he already got everything he needed, he says it's time to speed up and move on. With 4 days left before returning to Earth, he reaches the 9th floor and finds some hobgoblins, wearing armor and rushing. Kang with everything they have, but his sword skills cut them down without much trouble. He still thinks this floor is easy, though it's crazy that a hobgoblin is stronger than a lizard man. The protagonist figures they must have been trained and says their leader probably taught them everything, asking if that name sounds familiar. He realizes it's probably Haggai Ha. He fought him before, and since he was a former goblin lord, the current leader must be somewhere nearby. Now there are 3 days left before the return to Earth. At the 9th floor boss room, Kang faces the hobgoblin warrior, who carries both a staff and a sword. The monster starts using magic against him, but MC activates the Cloak of Darkness and vanishes from its sight. He appears behind it and calmly cuts its throat. After that, he calls for the ghost and says he wants to push ahead as fast as possible. He also starts turning traps on and off, and enters a new area where he finds the new leader. It's the Goblin Lord Holtahar. Kang asks if he's the one who defeated Haya. He feels it right away. Holtus is pleased. Since the protagonist fought that monster before, he says a warrior like Hagia must have died with a smile on his face. MC immediately stacks all his buffs on himself, while Holt thanks him for what he did. Still, Kang asks if Holt was the one who took Hagia's throne and why he did it. Holt says everyone dies someday, so shouldn't a person leave something behind first? And if he has to die, it's better to die as the Goblin Lord than as nobody. He sees that in the end it was all just greed. Holt says he knew this day would come. Even if he didn't want it, there's nothing to do now. Then he tells the protagonist to come at him and fight properly. MC charges straight at the hobgoblin, and the days left before the return to Earth keep passing. Their battle stays intense the whole time. Holt realizes he's in trouble. His skills and fighting style just aren't on Kang's level. Then Kang asks if that's all he's got. Holt answers no, of course not, and knocks him back. He says it doesn't matter if he has no chance. He'll fight to the end, so his last moments can at least be glorious. Kang goes all out with his sword art and says he'll give everything too. In the end, the hobgoblin ends up slammed into a wall. Barely alive, he admits he never thought he'd be pushed back this far, but it was still a real pleasure. He tells the protagonist to go on and hands over his throwing spear. In the end, MC defeats Holtahar, He gets the title Regicide. When he fights a lord, king, or monarch of any race, his stats rise and the reward improves. After that, he calls the ghost so they can leave. From Lilith, he learns the concealment spell. It costs 4 mana, starts at 1 proficiency, and simply hides his presence. Then he goes back to Kaitana's king and spends all his money there. When asked why he needs so many potions, Kang says they'll all be useful. After that, he heads down a little farther and reaches the end of the 9th floor. The floor reward is the Boots of Speed, plus 7 defense, 5 agility, 10 movement speed, and 5 action speed. He also gets the Sword of Icy Light with 11 attack and says it was about time to replace his weapon. At last, he reaches the 10th floor. The ghost says the end is close. He asks if he remembers his mission, and Kang says of course. He has to get revenge on whoever killed him on the 10th floor. The ghost thanks the protagonist, but he asks what for. He says it's for carrying proof that he existed. His world was destroyed, he's dead, and everything is over for him. Leaving behind proof that he was here was the one thing he still had to do. He thinks it's a shame he couldn't teach MC the second technique, but he's sure he will probably learn it on his own. He wanted to say goodbye before it was too late. Still, he says it was fun while it lasted. Who knows what happens next? Kang wonders how many days are left before returning to Earth, but the ghost says he'll answer after they get back. Then the monster of the 10th floor appears. An ogre charges straight at the protagonist, but MC just grabs one of its fingers with one hand and swings it around, taking it down with ease. Then he heads to the secret room on the 10th floor, using and shutting off magic as he goes to raise his proficiency even more. The ghost is shocked. He has enough strength to smash through by force, but he's still grinding proficiency again. He asks why he's dragging this out, and when Kang turns it off, he sees the test was cleared. He gets the secret reward, the blue ring from that room, with plus 10 mana. After that, he finally reaches the boss. Protagonist says that once he beats the boss and enters the hidden room, he'll find the one who killed the ghost. After he sends that guy to hell, the mission will be over. He uses the Runda of Marnus, which can add an attribute to a weapon. Then he takes the engraving scroll and puts that special power into his gear. He uses both on the Sword of Icy Light. It gains another boost and gets a lightning trait too. Now, when Kang counterattacks, there's a small chance to inflict slow on the enemy. He's happy with that, then asks the ghost if his existence is tied to the labyrinth. The ghost says that's basically true. He's dead and bound to his tomb, so he's free now because of MC, but the basis of his existence hasn't changed. That's what he was thinking about because of the current mission. Right now, the ghost is tied to him. Until the mission ends, that link will stay. So the protagonist asks what he thinks would happen between being tied to the labyrinth and being tied to him through the mission. The ghost asks what kind of question that is. Then reality starts cracking right beside them. The ghost jumps in shock, and beyond it is Earth. Now there are 0 days left before the return. The ghost has no idea what's going on as a special mission begins. Kang is told to brace for impact, and he simply starts falling with the ghost. Heading back to Earth, he returns to the exact place he left. Kang says the smell of grass feels familiar. It's nothing like the labyrinth. Even the smell of asphalt is something you can only find here. That's how he knows he's back on Earth. The ghost asks what the hell this place is. He's never heard of anywhere like it in the labyrinth and asks where they are, but Ord says that this time he wasn't alone. Then he starts walking toward a wrecked convenience store. Judging by the smell, it's just what he expected. Most of the food has spoiled. That makes sense, since at least 3 months have passed. So of course he'll have to grab some canned food. He pulls some out, then uses his sword and flames to cook himself a quick meal. As he happily eats, the ghost asks if he really had to cook with a sword. He explains that even if things from the labyrinth belong there, players can bring them back as items when they return to Earth. The ghost is surprised that this is his world and says it's interesting that a place like this can exist. He adds that under the system's rules, the player's ownership takes priority. He admits he wasn't completely sure it would work, since the ghost is a living being, or at least not an item. Then he tells him to forget about that and asks what he's staring at. There are so many of those things around. The ghost means the cars, so the protagonist explains that they're meant to make life easier, basically carriages without horses. Then the ghost points at the tall buildings and asks if they're religious temples. MC says there are some of those around, but no, these aren't. They're just ordinary buildings. Then he points somewhere else and asks if the ghost knows what that is. He looks up at the purple portal in the sky. The ghost asks what it is, and Kang says that's the reason he entered the labyrinth in the first place. Those things have been wrecking his world this whole time. The ghost says he can feel a very different kind of power from them, but he'll need to get closer to be sure. He wonders if it might be better to wait a bit before approaching it. Then one of those monsters comes close to him and nearly attacks the protagonist. When the ghost turns around, he asks what that thing is. The ghost guesses it might be some kind of divine race, but then rejects the idea. It's too different, something truly strange. He says it's an outsider, but asks what kind of being would even bother creating something like that, since it's hard to tell what it even is. What he can say for certain is that its creator must be incredibly powerful, perhaps even stronger than Lacaratus. Kang pauses for a moment, then says he understands and burns the thing. The ghost asks if MC brought him along just to act like an encyclopedia. MC says he had to be useful for something. The ghost replies that at the very least, he'll get to learn about this new world. The special mission is to reach Enyang City Hall, and the requirement is simple: get there alive. The ghost notes that at least this time, the mission actually tells them what to do. As they walk toward it, when they arrive, the ghost notices the place is empty. Kang is shocked that he only realized it now. He says most people would never choose some random option that appeared out of nowhere. Most would stay on Earth, hide, and wait for the government to save them. And this is what happened, because they waited for the government. The streets are full of rotting corpses, and the ghost sees all of it. The ghost wonders why he's moving so slowly when his stats should let him go much faster. Kang says he's looking for someone. The ghost asks if he means those two he trained before, saying he was curious about them. The protagonist says no, but he'll run into them sooner or later. Now he's finally about to meet the person he was searching for. It's that same boy from the very beginning, Shin Guillaume, calling out to him. Shin asks if Kang also got the mission to go to City Hall. When MC looks at him, the boy gets really emotional. Jin says he's never seen him around before, and since he doesn't look like a hard mode player, he asks if he's from normal mode. He introduces himself as Guillaume Jean Guillaume from hard mode. Then he says there's a group of survivors nearby and asks if the protagonist wants to come with him. Kang starts remembering everything they went through together. It hits him hard and Jean starts acting a little awkward. MC says they can go together. Seeing his old friend again throws him off. He never expected this moment, especially not like this. They once studied together, and all those memories come rushing back. Jean leads him back to the camp, calling out that he's back and asking if everyone is okay. People are relieved to see that he made it back safely, and the whole group is happy he's returned. Jean introduces him to everyone. He says he seems to be from normal mode and hopes they'll all get along. That surprises the group, and he figures there are a little over 100 players there from normal and easy mode. The ghost comments that, judging by their appearance, they can barely survive. Just as the protagonist thought, he doesn't remember any of those people. Then Jean speaks to everyone, saying he thinks they're all here now. He tells them it's time to head to City Hall, and they start to worry. Jean tells them not to be afraid. He'll protect them all. That calms everyone down immediately. Of course, they think that's exactly what you'd expect from a hard mode player. The ghost is completely baffled. He asks if these people are really labyrinth adventurers because they're all pathetically weak. He says John at least seems useful, but that's it. Even John's strength wouldn't amount to much on the deeper floors. As they keep moving, the ghost asks why Kang even bothered meeting him, especially when he's walking around with that entire crowd. Then someone calls out to John. A monster appears ahead of them. John tells everyone to wait there and says he'll be right back. This one is only an F-rank monster. By labyrinth standards, even easy mode players could handle it. But here in the real world, Kang thinks only hard mode players can deal with it right now. John charges in, and after a pretty rough fight, he manages to kill it. Everyone cheers. MC says the same thing kept happening after that. Whenever a monster appeared during the journey, John handled it. The rest of the group stayed hidden until it was safe to come out again. And if another monster appeared before then, they simply ran. At one point, they wonder what they're supposed to do if a new monster appears while John is already fighting one. Kang kills one of them before anyone notices. The others are confused and ask where it went, since it just vanished. John comes back and asks if everyone is okay, then asks where the other monster went. They tell him nobody knows. It just disappeared. That shocks him because it should be impossible. If someone killed it, then it had to be a hard mode player. Then he remembers Kang. He's standing there in much better gear than everyone else, and John starts wondering if he overlooked something obvious. He keeps thinking about it. Usually, when John meets people, they're terrified, but Kang is calm, as though he expected all of this. John starts wondering what his name is. He thinks it over for a moment, then drops it, and tells everyone to keep moving since they still have a long way to go before reaching City Hall. So they keep walking, with John still protecting the group and taking down any monsters that appear, while Kang quietly kills the others that show up afterward. The march continues until they get close, and the ghost once again asks what these people are even doing. Even this week, they should still be able to beat the monsters if they work together, but no one even tries. They just run, and the ghost grows more and more furious, cursing all of them. Not only do they refuse to fight, none of them wants to do anything alone either. And these are the people who entered the labyrinth. To him, that's an insult to every real explorer. Kang says he's never seen the ghost this angry before. Good thing nobody else can see him. After a while, John notices a woman crying. She says nobody starts out strong, and everyone else is risking their lives to get stronger, but she can't do it. John gently tells her it's okay and asks her to hold on a little longer. Still, the ghost can't help asking how these people survived this long. The protagonist tells him not to get so worked up. If anyone is the strange one here, it's him. Those people chose easy mode, after all. But the ghost doesn't understand what MC means by different difficulty levels. As far as he knows, the labyrinth has only one version and one difficulty. So Kang says they need to talk. He explains easy, normal, hard, and solo mode. In each one, the bosses on every floor are different. The only things they share are their basic form and the fact that they all end on the 100th floor. The ghost says the labyrinth he knows was never divided like that. And even if the gods separated a dimension for a while, things should eventually return to normal. So the ghost asks if someone created all of this artificially. He says nobody could have created an entire labyrinth from scratch. It looks more like someone copied the real one and imposed that setup onto it. That would explain the current situation, but doing something on this scale would require enormous power. So why go that far? Kang says the group behind this must have power at least equal to the gods, perhaps even greater. Then he realizes that every monster they've seen so far has been F rank. If the enemy truly wanted them dead, they could have simply sent one A-ranked monster. Instead, everything feels controlled, as though someone is watching them. The protagonist notes that the gods do enjoy watching mortals struggle. The ghost asks why MC doesn't just run straight to City Hall, because he can't stand looking at these people anymore. MC says there's no point. Even if they arrived faster, there'd be nothing to do yet. The ghost asks why, if he's going to help these weaklings, he does it in secret instead of properly stepping in. He assumes Kang likes helping people, but Kang says that's not it at all, which throws the ghost off. The ghost points out that the protagonist keeps helping people he runs into, but the protagonist says he doesn't help just anyone, only people with potential. For now, Jean is someone who could become a friend, someone who might survive to the end. That's why the protagonist is helping him. He doesn't care if the others die, but if they die now, John might suffer a mental breakdown, and then Kang remembers something. In his previous life, John also led a group of people, but when he finally reached City Hall, he was alone. By sunset, they're still moving, with monsters all around them. The group eats meat from those creatures and thinks it tastes awful. A bunch of them keep complaining, while Kang calmly eats canned food. They notice and ask if that's ham. Then they ask if he'd trade some, since they have nothing. One of them walks up to MC and demands that he hand it over, acting as though being from normal mode means he should know who he is. Others start saying that guy is from the Athena Guild and wonder what's gotten into him. The protagonist simply looks at him and asks if he really thinks he'll even make it back alive. The man doesn't understand. MC repeats that he's from the Athena Guild and then remembers them clearly. They tried to control the entire labyrinth by threatening everyone else. They were always a nuisance. The guy keeps yapping and asks how MC dares ignore him. But Kang remembers that during his second return to Earth, every one of them died. As the man tries to hit him, Jen shouts for him to stop. The guy snaps back, asking who Jen thinks he is and saying, "This is a private matter." Jen grabs him by the mouth while he keeps mouthing off, then lifts him with one hand. The guy is stunned. He thought Jane was just some obedient pushover. Jane says he knows exactly what they think of him. They can think whatever they want, but if they cross the line, there'll be consequences. Then he smashes the man's shoulder with a single blow and throws him to the ground in agony. Jane says he remembers every one of them clearly. That shuts everyone up, and they say they've never seen Jane like that before. Kang notices Jane is starting to lose control. Later, while Jean sits by himself, the protagonist says he must be exhausted from fighting alone all day and then staying up on watch through the night. Jin notices Kang has come over and says the others are scared of him now. They're all afraid he'll leave them behind if they push him too far. Jongking says he couldn't avoid it. Sooner or later, he had to say it. There are too many people and too many dangerous situations, so if everyone wants to live, they need to follow his orders. He says it was thanks to him that he even got this chance. Still, he asks if Jongking really has to go that far, and the boy doesn't quite understand what he means. Tae-sun tells him that if he were alone, he could reach City Hall without any trouble. Jong-hyun realizes he's right, and Tae-mi-sun says he should already know that. As a hard mode player, he knows the ones meant to live will live, and the ones meant to die will die. He thinks to himself that hard mode has a 1% survival rate, and it doesn't take long in that place to understand why. Helping people with no future only delays the inevitable, so Tae-mi-sun asks why he cares so much about people who are going to die anyway. At that, Jong-hyun gets angry, wondering how he can say something so cold, but then he starts noticing something. That feeling hits him, as if this man has witnessed countless deaths. The look in his eyes is terrifying. So that's it, he thinks. This guy isn't a normal mode player. He even reaches for his knife, ready to act, and demands to know who the protagonist really is. But the protagonist simply says this is the first time he's seen that expression on him. Then he turns away and says he has something to do right now. They'll explain once they reach City Hall. So Zhang Yus is left behind, wondering who that person really is. The next morning, he wakes everyone up and tells them it's time to move. He says they should reach City Hall in about 2 hours, and everyone gets excited. But the protagonist reminds them that they're forgetting something. First, the monsters only attack people heading for City Hall, and right then, another one appears. Second, anyone traveling alone has either already made it there or died on the way. When they look ahead, 3 monsters appear, so Zhang Yos tells everyone to run. They all leave him behind without caring what happens to him. The protagonist thinks fighting 2 at once would already be difficult, so taking on 3 is impossible. The little boy trying to escape falls behind. He's almost caught, but Zhang steps in to protect him. Zhang thinks City Hall is right ahead, so he only has to buy time until everyone gets there. He activates Attack Breath and charges at the monsters, but he starts getting cornered. Even so, he keeps using skills and items to kill them and finally manages to bring the monsters down. He thinks he only needs to hold on a little longer, then turns back to call out to everyone. But something feels wrong. When he looks behind him, no one is moving, and 2 more F-ranked monsters are blocking the path ahead. That's when he realizes they're surrounded. They start begging Zhang to do something and save them. Zhang snaps, asking why they seem so eager to get him killed. He wonders what he's even supposed to do now. He has no useful items left. Even with everything he has, he can't win. If he keeps resisting, they'll all die. He starts asking himself what he should do. Should he just run away alone? Then he decides he has to survive. His strength and speed are on the monster's level, so if he goes all out, escaping shouldn't be difficult. Meanwhile, everyone stares at him, waiting for an answer. But the boy nearly throws up. He wonders if he really has to abandon all of them. These are the people who trusted him and followed him this far, people who came because of him. If he was going to leave them behind, he never should have brought them here in the first place. So he decides that if he's going to save them, he has to protect everyone to the very end. Still, he has no idea what to do now, and those parasites just keep standing there, waiting for him to solve everything. The boy says that if he could die in their place, he would, but what he really needs is more power. The protagonist thinks to himself that Zhang Dan isn't a good person, but he's not the kind of guy who would throw his life away for others. So he asks if the boy is going to run from this. Zhang Yun realizes he's the one speaking. He asks if he'd blame him, and the protagonist says no. There's no point in blaming him. The choice is his. He's simply curious because he wants to know what happened that day. Zhang Yun says he doesn't want to run, and if he were just a little stronger, he knows he could save everyone. Then the protagonist calmly walks past the group and kills those monsters with 1 hit each. He says that kind of power is still beyond the current Zhang Yun. After that, he keeps burning down every monster that appears with fire magic, leaving everyone stunned, and tells them they're heading to City Hall now. At last, they make it there and find a large number of other survivors. Someone asks why there are so many people in this group, since it's the first time a group that large has arrived. The others answer that it's because that man protected them. But Zhang Yun says that's not true. The protagonist cuts him off and tells him to be quiet. Jung Yun keeps saying he didn't do anything, while the others say that now that they've arrived, it's time to go inside. The protagonist notices that what looks like City Hall is packed. The city had 1 million people, so that means only about 100,000 survived. Sometime later, while he's staying off by himself, Yang Yan walks over and hands him a bottle of water. He says he had to come thank him, calling him Tae-san from solo mode. Then he says he used Attack Breath really well, and the protagonist replies that of course he did. He learned it from the boy. To be honest, even after hearing about that skill, he never fully trusted what people said in the community because it sounded impossible. But now he's seen it himself, and because of that, he had no choice but to act. The protagonist says he only helped because he felt like it. It wasn't a big deal. Young Yoon was the one who chose to lead everyone there. At that, the boy starts crying. He says that's not it. Protagonist has to accept his thanks. He didn't just share a skill, he saved his life too. Jung Yoon says he'll do whatever he says, even become his servant if he wants. But the protagonist throws the water bottle at his face and tells him to stop being ridiculous. Yongyun says he was aiming perfectly and didn't even hesitate. The protagonist realizes he's picked up a really annoying guy and wonders what happened to him, because he used to be pretty friendly. But that's beside the point. When he looks back, he sees someone else. A girl asks if Jonghyun is there and introduces herself as Kim Hui Paean from Hard Mode. She says she came to talk to him about their situation, then asks who the other guy is. The protagonist recognizes her as the Hard Mode leader and remembers dealing with her in his past life. Jonghyun introduces Tyson from Hard Mode, and she says his name has been coming up a lot in the community. She says he should hear this too. There are around 100,000 people gathered at City Hall, but of all of them, only a little over 1,000 can actually fight monsters. He's shocked that the number is so low. She explains that most of the survivors came from easy and normal mode. On top of that, they're short on food and places to sleep. She says they don't know what kind of mission will begin next, so the main thing right now is having someone in charge. He asks if the answer isn't obvious. They should be the ones leading. But she says that while she offered to do it, a guy named Choi from Easy Mode also pushed hard to take that position, and the protagonist immediately understands what's going on. She explains that she told him it made no sense for someone from Easy Mode who could barely fight a monster to lead everyone. But he made a huge scene and accused her of looking down on Easy Mode players. He also has hostages, so she says it would be risky to clash with him directly. That's why she postponed the decision. Yongyun asks who he captured, and she says their names are Lee Tae-young and Kang Jong-hyuk, and both of them are being held by him. The protagonist asks how they got caught. The girl says she doesn't know the details, only that they were already prisoners when she arrived. The protagonist is disappointed because, in their current condition, those two should have been able to crush Jonghyun. That means something is definitely wrong. They start discussing a plan, but the protagonist asks what she'll do if he doesn't want to go along with it. She asks what he plans to do, and he says he's going to beat that bastard down. Then he asks where the scumbag is. The girl tries to stop him, asking if he's really going to commit a crime. She says that's unacceptable. The protagonist asks what she's even talking about. The world has already gone to hell. Laws don't mean anything anymore. And when she stands in front of him, she feels the pressure. Even so, she says he still can't do this. They have to maintain order, and humans should never kill other humans. The protagonist says people like her never change. He looks at her with pure disappointment and remembers Kim. She was always devoted to following the rules. He thinks it was during his third return that she died trying to protect everyone while holding on to those rules until the very end. She realizes this man is dangerous and might actually kill someone. Still, she thinks he should be around Jonghyun's level. So with some luck, maybe she can do something. But before she can even move, she's already face first on the ground, taking 22 damage. Yongyun asks what he did to her, and the protagonist tells him to take care of the girl while he gets ready to leave. Then he takes off at full speed, thinking about Choi and saying that this time, he'll deal with him too. Even as an easy mode player, Choi is full of himself. He's crooked to the core, and to him, this is what real power looks like. Something the protagonist figures Choi probably never had. The thought makes him reflect on people again. Before entering the labyrinth, Choi was a loan shark who bullied and threatened others. Then he got his chance and ended up in this place. The protagonist can't help wondering how people end up like this. Back then, Choi was saved by someone else, only to kill that boy and steal his clothes and weapon. After that, Choi mocked people for being kind and stupid. To him, that guy was just a fool. In the labyrinth, there are no rules or laws. Push someone a little, and they can snap. Strong players gather there, problems get settled through violence, and sometimes staying quiet is what gets rewarded. That's why Choi thinks he has everything under control. Watching people follow his orders makes him feel great. Then Lee asks if he's enjoying himself. She reminds him that he would have died without all this and tells him not to get cocky. Still, she admits that they are strong, but luck has been on his side. He landed in a safe zone close to city hall with no monsters nearby. Even the solo mode thugs he feared turned out to be as weak as the easy mode ones, so dealing with them was simple. While beating down the guy in front of him, Choi says solo players spend all their energy just trying to survive. That's why they're not that strong. And thanks to that, he realized something. He was a little surprised when they first showed up, but in the end, humans just need to know how to use their brains. So he ordered everyone not to move. If they wanted to save their solo friend, they'd better obey. And just like that, everything fell right into his hands. To Choi, those idiots are unbelievably stupid. He thinks they should have abandoned that guy and killed him. Instead, that bastard used them because they were weak and too kind. As far as Choi is concerned, the solo players are just a bunch of chickens. Then the protagonist walks in and asks if that's really what he believes. He blasts the door open, frightening everyone in the room. Choi asks who he is, then realizes it's Taimi-san. The moment he steps inside, Choi gets nervous because this guy is clearly dangerous. Every instinct in him screams not to let Taimi-san get any closer, but as he watches, the protagonist remains calm. Choi orders him to stop, warning that if he comes any closer, the prisoners will die. The protagonist ignores him and keeps walking forward. Then Kim tells him to wait. She says he's already gone too far, and if he orders a killing, she won't just stand by. Young Yoon asks what they should do. Choi says it's simple. They just need to protect his safety and authority. If they do that, the prisoners will be fine. Kim fires back, asking why an easy mode player should be the one in charge. She tells him to wake up. Choi says he knows they're strong, but asks if they've ever led people before. He claims he's done it many times, and that he guides everyone in his difficulty. Then he sneers that she was probably nothing more than a class representative, and asks if she really thinks that compares to his experience. Kim realizes she doesn't have much to say in response. Choi is sure these kids can't oppose him. They may kill monsters, but they won't kill humans. And that bastard in front of him won't touch him while everyone is watching. In his mind, everything is still going exactly as planned. Then the protagonist asks if he's finished with his little speech. Choi looks at his hand, and the intercom is already gone. The protagonist crushes it. Choi is completely stunned. He has no idea when it was taken, because he never even saw the movement. The protagonist thinks about Choi, a man who always pushed people around and ignored rules and laws, never expecting that one day he'd be hit by the same poison he used on others. The protagonist moves in, ready to kill him, but Choi reaches for another trick and presses a button in his pocket. A trap goes off, dropping a bunch of beams from above onto Tae-san. Jong-un flinches, and everyone else is shaken too. The protagonist is buried under the falling debris and a cloud of smoke. Choi can hardly believe it worked. He thinks he actually dealt 20 damage to someone with defense that high and vows to kill him. But Taemin uses interception and takes no damage at all. Choi is stunned. His pathetic plan did absolutely nothing. Taemin steps out completely unharmed and furious. Panicking, Choi calls for his lackeys and orders everyone to kill Taemin Ian. They rush into the room and surround the protagonist. He pulls out his icy dagger. Kim tries to step in, but he tells her he understands how they feel. Still, they don't need to protect those people. And then he really starts killing everyone there without mercy. At that point, Choi begins to realize that he may have been very wrong about the protagonist. Tae-mi-san tells him that with enough men, maybe they could beat Lee Tae-young and Kang Jong-hyuk, but against him, that's not going to happen. Some things can only be solved with violence. Outside, everyone had been bored out of their minds, just wishing something would happen. Even my ghost companion was hanging around calmly. Then he senses something. When they look ahead, At first they think it might be a monster near City Hall, but it's just Taishan holding Choi by the head. The ghost perks up, happy that he finally decided to do something fun, and rushes over. Choi starts, struggling and cursing at the protagonist. He demands to know why monsters like him even exist in this world. The protagonist says Lee asked him the same thing before. Thinking about it now, he almost feels sorry for Choi after all. He died by his hand twice. Choi doesn't understand a word of that. Then, in front of everyone, the protagonist crushes his head. Everyone around them is left in complete shock. The protagonist says that's how Choi died, that time too, and tells him he'll see him in hell. That was brutal. The protagonist just jumped way up in my book. I did not expect him to kill Choi like that and toss the body down in front of everyone. If that's not a show of power, I don't know what is. With Choi's corpse dropping in front of everyone, they can only stare in disbelief at his crushed head. Then people start calling the protagonist a murderer. The ghost asks what happened in the past. He explains that back then, he was just a normal easy mode player, while that bastard was the easy mode leader. He suffered a lot because of him. At the time, he could barely beat Choi and had to spend months in the labyrinth getting stronger. But this time, it was easy. Ben Jong-il walks over to the protagonist and says things have turned against him since everyone else thinks he was in the wrong. The protagonist says he doesn't care. They won't have much time left to keep making noise anyway. Even so, everyone starts arguing, saying that no matter the situation, humans can't kill other humans. They insist that what he did should be punished by law. They add that even if Choi Jong-il started it, the protagonist's response was excessive and completely unnecessary. Then they turn to Kim, pressuring her for an answer. She stands up and slams the table. She asks if they really think they can punish someone who fought so many players alone and killed a man even she couldn't handle. That shuts them up quickly, but the annoying old man says she claimed to be a college student, so it makes sense that she doesn't understand. He argues that this world can't descend into chaos, that everyone must follow the law, and that they can't turn into wild animals. Then he asks if she understands. Kim thinks it's hopeless. She only asked for the opinion of a former lawmaker from a civic group, but she never expected someone this foolish, someone who still can't understand what the world has become. He never even tried exploring the labyrinth. He simply lived off his followers' food. People like him talk big and do nothing, and she thinks that's pathetic. So if the protagonist has to be punished, who exactly is going to do it? Is there anyone with power anywhere near his? And if they push him too far and he turns on them instead, what happens then? The thought frightens her. Kim realizes that everyone is simply trying to regain the authority they used to have. She starts wondering if Taif-san sees her the same way she sees those people. Then another system notice appears. The special mission is about to begin. The first wave begins after 12 hours. The entire City Hall area must be defended, and they have to kill every enemy and protect the area. That catches him off guard, and everyone rushes over to speak with Kim. She tells them to be quiet. She'll give orders, but first she needs to get things organized. When she looks over, though, the old men have already run off. The protagonist asks if it's finally started and thinks Kim can handle this. She led well in his previous life. Then the two people following him show up. One says this is the first time they've met in person and thanks him first, because the other prisoners stayed safe thanks to him. Then he asks if he's hallucinating because he can see the ghost. He wonders if that's part of some mission. The protagonist says yes, then tells him not to pay attention to it. He has no intention of handing that mission over to anyone there, so they shouldn't even try. The protagonist keeps staring at the girl, remembering everything from before and how unbelievably talented she was. She asks why he's looking at her like that. He thinks she's still much younger now, and it shows. Then he asks why she's afraid of him. She brushes it off and says it's nice to meet him. He asks if they saw the mission window. The first wave starts in 12 hours, and before that, he wants to teach them something. First, he tells them to draw their weapons, which instantly makes them nervous. Then Kang tells John Ryok that he's too reckless. Pushing yourself is good, but if you don't know your limits, you'll just get yourself killed. Aikian has the opposite problem. She's too timid. That fear has kept her alive so far. But if she stays like this, she'll keep losing rewards that should have been hers. Since he doesn't want either of them to die, MC makes them an offer, a duel. The match will take place under ideal conditions for all sides. He says there isn't a single simple answer for how strong someone is, but he can at least measure their skill level as he raises his sword toward them. John Ryok panics immediately, saying they're far too weak to fight him. Kang explains that everyone's stats will be adjusted to match the weaker side, and he won't use his activation skill. Then he makes it clear that this isn't optional. They need to accept, so John Ryok agrees. Ryok asks if he's lost his mind, but he says this is a rare opportunity, and he can prove that he's not useless, that he has real value. The boy gets excited. Under normal conditions, fighting Kang would be impossible, but if their stats are equal, he thinks he actually has a chance and calls for him to begin. Once the protagonist agrees to fight, John Ryok goes all in and rushes straight at him. Kang calmly stops the sword strike with just one hand. John Ryok tries to recover by changing the angle of his blade and attacking again. MC deflects it and slips past his guard, landing a clean hit effortlessly. Tamyanon is terrified by what he's seeing, but John Ryok only takes 8 damage. Kang tells him to keep going, then keeps striking him over and over across his limbs. John Ryok can't understand it. No matter how hard he tries, he can't block Kang's attacks. The protagonist steps in close and tells John Ryok to admit it already. He's weak, and that only makes the boy angrier. He charges at Kang again with everything he has, but before he can do anything, he's struck all over his body. The pain gets so bad that he drops his sword, then falls to the ground gasping. MC drives his sword into the ground beside him, startling the boy. When John Ryok looks up, he explains that senses, judgment, and the ability to target weak points make a huge difference. Raw strength may be enough on Earth, but in the labyrinth it won't be enough at all. He remembers that in his past life, John Ryok disappeared before ever making a name for himself. He never even got the chance to stand out. John Ryok gets upset and asks how those things can matter that much. The protagonist tells him they'll keep training until he understands and orders him back to his feet. This was only the beginning. And half an hour later, John Ryok is still getting beaten down until he collapses again. Bruised and exhausted, he hears Kang ask if he finally understands his level. John Ryok admits that he does and says it's awful. MC wins the duel. The boy keeps getting hit with penalty after penalty. He says confidence is good, but only if you know your limits. Then he turns to Taeyang, and she quickly says she already knows she's weak, so she'll skip the fight. She insists that she always stays within her limits. But Kang says her problem is different and tells her to get ready. Even then, she remains tense and afraid to fight him. The protagonist rushes at her and tells her to fight back. She only holds her sword out in front of her, squeezing her eyes shut. In fear, MC strikes directly at her blade, forcing her to defend with everything she has. She twists her sword and knocks his away. But then he follows up with another attack at her side. She throws up her hand to stop it, and his strike slams into the back of it. That sends her flying, leaving her in serious pain. Meanwhile, Jo Hyuk notices that even though her movement looked random, she still managed to block those attacks. She keeps coming at him anyway, but this time Kang doesn't use his sword. He grabs her with his hands and throws her hard to the ground. After beating her, he asks what she thinks now. That's when she begins to realize that she's not as weak as she believed. Still, that doesn't mean she can act recklessly. Hearing that actually makes her feel a little better. Kang says that was their training. Now he'll teach them how to gain more skills and take control of the labyrinth so they need to listen closely. Both of them focus intently on what he's saying. As night falls, he says that's enough for today. If they want to share what they learned with the other players, they can. But he asks both John Ryok and Timian for one thing. Don't die. That catches them off guard. When he asks what's strange about that, John Ryok says Kang has been surprisingly kind, especially since he seemed cold earlier. He replies that if he were truly cold, he wouldn't have given them all this help so easily. He's said enough, and now they should go rest. They split up, while the protagonist heads off on his own. He says the time remaining before the wave begins is for him to get something done. Only 6 hours and 12 minutes remain. At the same time, the girl leading everyone is buried under stress and feels like she's going crazy. Kang walks over and asks what's wrong. Startled, she asks how long he's been standing behind her. He tells her to close that window. People with high stats can use it to get inside. Then he asks about the plan. She says the enemies will come from every direction from the start, so she wants to divide their forces among all sides. Defending from inside City Hall would be difficult with so many people to move, so before the mission begins, she's going to send everyone outside. Kang looks over her plan. She adds that some people refused, saying they don't want to fight. She doesn't know what to do because she couldn't convince them. MC tells her to leave one side to him alone. She's shocked, but he repeats himself. He'll defend one side by himself so she can reinforce the others. She asks if he'll really be okay, and he says that if he offered, it's because he can handle it. So she thanks him again and again. Kang says she can thank him later. First, she needs to survive until tomorrow. Now only 30 minutes remain before the start. Everyone's morale drops, and they keep asking why they even have to fight at all. They still don't want to do it. While they complain, she steps forward with a firm expression, ready to protect this place. She stands at the front, fully determined to defend it. On the west side is Jong-un. On another side are Kang's 2 disciples. And on the north side is Kang himself. Standing alone in front of that wormhole where the monsters will emerge. Then he feels it. The special mission has begun. They have to defeat the enemies and survive. At that moment, the entire area starts shaking. Everyone notices that something has changed as a barrier rises between the sides. A wall appears, and with that, a swarm of monsters rushes toward them. The people panic, scream for help, and run as soon as they realize the creatures are real. Some shout that they're all going to die, and several slam against the wall trying to escape. Then they realize there are barriers even inside City Hall. The girl in charge sees what's happening and yells at them to stop panicking and return to their positions. But she's in a terrible position. She really has to carry this fight herself as she charges at the monsters. One man drops to the ground in front of a creature, trembling in fear. When the monster brings a tentacle toward him, he shuts his eyes and takes 7 damage. Shocked, the hit wasn't that strong, and she uses that opening to kill the monster. She tells everyone those monsters don't hit that hard. If they stay careful, they can beat them easily, and now is the time to fight together. That snaps them out of it. Since the reward depends on their performance, they finally get serious. At last, they start acting like they mean it, and charge in, killing monster after monster. She finally relaxes a little when she sees that her words actually helped. Meanwhile, Tae-min and Jong-gyuk clear out enemies with ease. This time, the girl is moving with more confidence. The people around them start saying those two look more like monsters than the creatures coming from the portal. Jong-gyuk says this still isn't real strength. Someone asks how that can be true, and Tae-min says the real monster isn't here. He's on the other side of the building. Kang is there, handling everything alone. He's moving at an incredible speed, cutting through monsters like it's nothing. Bodies keep falling apart all around him. The ghost says there are a lot of them, though at least these are weak ones. He even wonders why the others are so afraid of them. The protagonist doesn't answer. Then the ghost notices something. He's already killed everything on this side, but the mission still isn't over. The protagonist says it will end when the other sides are finished too. So he walks up to the wall and punches it, but even that isn't enough to break it. He realizes there's no way through the barrier. The ghost says it's probably there to stop people on the other sides from interfering, so all they can do is wait. At the same time, on the other sides, they finally shout that they won. Jong-un doesn't celebrate with the others, but the special mission is finally cleared. Their rewards will be given once they return to the labyrinth, but then the special mission begins again. The second wave starts, and they have to defend the area once more by defeating the enemies and protecting City Hall. Everyone is shocked that it still isn't over. They think it's that monster coming in. And since there's only one, they figure this should be easier. Still, Jong-un notices something is wrong and becomes wary of it. One guy charges in, saying it's only one monster and he wants the reward all for himself. But when he gets close, the monster simply watches him calmly. The boy drives his sword into it, and the monster takes only 1 point of damage. That completely freaks him out. A second later, he's killed in one hit after taking 54 damage, and everyone who sees it panics. He loses his head right in front of them. Now they're all asking what just happened, and what that thing even is. The monster is clearly not messing around, and it starts screaming, terrifying everyone and crushing the army's morale. A bunch of people die from that first burst of attacks alone. Jong-un yells at them not to fall back, because if they run now, they'll die for nothing. But then he notices something and quickly ducks to avoid being hit. When he looks behind him, there are bodies torn apart all over the ground with blood pooling everywhere. He starts wondering if they really have to clear a mission like this. Meanwhile, on Kang's side, the monster there is already as good as dead. MC thinks this is cruel. These people really have to risk their lives just to win. Then he keeps staring toward the other side, where people stand near the wall with their heads down, simply waiting to die. So he says it's time to do what has to be done and jumps off the monster. He gets ready with everything aimed around that wall. The ghost asks again if the barrier prevents them from leaving the area. Kang says it does. Then he keeps moving toward that wormhole, like opening, thinking that he knew it was there. When he reaches it, the system updates the mission and tells him to destroy the black swamp vessel. He says it's smaller than the one in the sky, so it probably isn't the main one. But if he destroys it, the monster should start thinning out. He starts stabbing into it, and the black hole begins to split apart. But then a wolf jumps out, and Kang recognizes it as a rank D monster. If the others were already struggling against that nightmare blob, then a wolf like this is even worse. The beast doesn't hold back either. It catches his dagger and blasts him away with just a howl. Even while being thrown back, he still lands on his feet. He thinks the monster is loud, then reminds himself that monster numbers indicate their strength. The lower the number, the stronger they are. The monsters from the earlier wave were rank F and E, so the bastard in front of him now is rank D. Rank D monsters have 6-digit numbers, and before the regression, attacks from rank D monsters pushed humanity to the brink of extinction. He says that in his past life, he could barely kill one by his third return. But now things are different, so he rushes in and pushes the wolf with everything he has. He says this time will be very different as he activates his attacks and summons those astral wolves. The wolf takes 64 and 72 damage in one burst, but the monster raises its claws and tries to strike Kang. He slips behind the beast, says that attack is useless, and drives his dagger into its fur again, while holding its paw, completely shutting down its first move, and blocking Bran's second attack too. Then he activates an ice arrow, driving the magic into the wolf's leg and freezing it solid. Kang admits that the thing is strong and tough, but he attacks again as the monster opens its mouth. He steps on both jaws, forces them open, and stabs his daggers right into the middle. He knows a pure battle of stamina won't go well against this monster, so he activates a sphere of flames inside its mouth and blows it apart from within. Kang jumps back after killing it. To him, a rank D monster is too weak for who he is now. An hour later, he's drinking more potions and thinking it's finally over, now that he's finished that monster for good. Then he uses his ice magic to create another arrow, and as soon as he grabs it, he throws it at the portal, driving it deep inside. The entire thing shatters and is completely destroyed. With the portal broken, the special mission succeeds, and his reward will be delivered when he returns to the labyrinth. He thinks there aren't any other rifts nearby, so his job should be done. Then the system sends another notice saying the special mission was cleared. The ghost is shocked that he got the notification twice. Kang says that must mean the other side finished the mission too. The female leader has completely exhausted herself after fighting so many monsters. She thinks it's finally over, even though she was still dealing with that purple blob. But when she looks around, she sees how many people died and wonders how many are gone. Only after watching hundreds die do they realize that the only way to survive is to kill every monster. Most of those people died for nothing. She starts feeling more and more overwhelmed, thinking it was her fault, and that if she had led them better, things might have gone differently. Then the barrier starts breaking apart, and everyone comes back together. As the wall disappears, they think this time it really must be over. She remembers Kang and thinks she has to help him because no matter how strong he is, he can't hold off a monster that powerful alone. So she calls for everyone to head north and help him, but she's so exhausted that she can barely walk. She thinks they can't afford to lose someone that strong at a time like this and tries to go to the boy, but Kang reaches her first just as she's about to fall, catching her. She's shocked to see him there, and he tells her the north is safe, so she doesn't need to worry. She's relieved that he's unharmed and says they ended up having to risk their lives over there. The protagonist replies that everyone who challenges the labyrinth risks their lives. Then the system congratulates them again, saying rewards will be based on what they did and the results they achieved that day, and that they'll return to the labyrinth in 48 hours. Later, they hold a funeral for the dead. Out of 100,000 people, only 30,000 survived. She tells Kang that she already knew it. He's far more suited to lead than she is. But he says that's not true. He's not that kind, and people would rather follow her than a stranger like him. She says she can't protect everyone, and that's simply the truth. But everyone there knows they risked their lives and gave everything in that fight. She slowly understands what he's trying to say. Then other people come over and call for Haya, asking what they should do now. So he places a hand on the girl's shoulder and says everyone there needs to get used to death. She doesn't like hearing that, but there's not much she can do. She's leaving all those people behind, so she gives a speech to the survivors. She says many died that day, and they now live in a world where civilization and order barely exist anymore. It's a world where many people died that day, and the old rules are gone. It's a world where even the people comforting you can die overnight, or worse. This return isn't the end. That's why they have to survive. For those who are gone, for the truth. So they'll come back even stronger. Sometime later, Hwaeyoung goes to Kang and asks him to wait. He asks if they really have to split up. MC says yes, it's time to return to the labyrinth. He tells them he'll see them next time. Taemin asks if they really will meet again, and Hwaeyoung says they will. He even says that next time he'll crush Kang, but Taemin laughs it off, saying they haven't even gone back yet and he's already talking crazy. Then Jonghyun also comes over to thank him, saying he'll work hard to become stronger. Hwaeyoung agrees and says they'll survive and meet again. In his usual antisocial way, the protagonist says he's the one who should be saying that himself, then tells them to do whatever it takes to survive. He leaves them behind and steps back into the world of the tower. Back in the labyrinth, He hopes they'll do everything they can to stay alive. Once he returns to the tower, he heads straight to the 10th floor, stopping in front of the boss room. At last, he's back there. Then he gets a message from the system, giving him several special mission bonuses. He keeps receiving rewards until the final total reaches 482 points. The system explains that the points can be used on anything and exchanged for gold, stats, or skill proficiency. Gold converts at a rate of 1 to 10. Kang thinks that would give him 4,820 coins, but gold is easy enough to get, so it isn't worth it. Stats convert at 5 to 1, which would give him 96 stat points, but with his current stats, that still feels wasteful. So that means skill proficiency is the best choice, and its rate is 1 to 10. He realizes this kind of value only grows with time, practice, and hard work. So he decides to spend the points and notes that every 20 levels of skill proficiency changes what a skill can do. He checks continuous activation detection. At proficiency 1, it only lets him sense the weak points of living beings. Once it reaches 20, though, it can also occasionally warn him when something important is nearby. In simple terms, it's a skill upgrade. Some changes are small, while others are huge. With that in mind, he turns to the ghost. He asks if the ghost has been lost in his own world since he's been so quiet. The ghost asks why he's bringing that up. Kang just thinks it's strange because ever since they returned from Earth, the ghost has been deep in thought. Then he asks what would happen if he raised storm/proficiency all at once. Could he do it without any conditions at all? The ghost says he's not completely sure, but it probably wouldn't be that impressive. In the end, the body still has to be trained. No matter how much the brain understands, making the body move properly is a different matter. MC knows exactly what he means, so he looks over his other skills. Weapon arts, air rack, protective shield, vitality golf, and craving for battle. Some are good but not worth spending proficiency on, others feel too risky. Having so many choices becomes a problem in itself. Then his eyes fall on magic. He starts wondering if that's where he should invest. A while later, he heads to the safe zone on the 9th floor and finds the crazy little mage again, still blowing things up. She's nearly choking on her own smoke, muttering that the mixture still wasn't right. Then she glances over and notices Kang approaching. She's shocked when he tells her he might be able to raise a skill's proficiency all at once. That catches her completely off guard. She says she never thought something from outside could affect the labyrinth's internal system, not even her, and asks how he figured it out. He asks if it's really that strange. She says, of course it is. Proficiency is one of the labyrinth's laws. Even people with no talent can grow strong here, but they're also bound by those rules. Nothing can break them, not even the gods. The protagonist asks how much proficiency can be raised. He answers 50. That number terrifies her. She gets so jealous that the place practically starts shaking. A moment later, she manages to calm herself down, now looking completely drained. She warns him never to tell anyone. If word gets out, people will hunt him down. Watching her reaction, Kang asks if it's really that big a deal. She says tons of people would give up a finger just to gain 1 point, and even she still hasn't properly reached 20. Then she explains why it matters so much. The higher your magic proficiency gets, the more efficient your spells become. She guesses MC is only around 2 or 3 right now, which is why he can't even cast a beginner spellbot properly. He asks if the difference is really that huge. She says the labyrinth lets him learn any spell, beginner, low, middle, high, or even peak rank. The rank itself doesn't stop him. What changes is how much power he can actually draw out. Learning a mid-rank spell this early was an unusual case. Normally, at 20 proficiency, you can use the full power of a beginner spell and about half the power of a low-rank one. At 40, low-rank spells work perfectly. At 60, the same applies to mid-rank spells. She finishes her explanation and says she hopes that helps him decide. Kang thinks it over. Then he returns to the labyrinth and decides to spend 100 points first. His detection proficiency rises by 10. Now he can pick up information rooms that estimate an enemy's condition and occasionally receive warnings about important things. He figures detection only becomes more useful as it rises. As for the rest, he puts 380 points into magic proficiency, raising it by 38. That unlocks magic acceleration and magic explosion. Now he can finally use magic properly, controlling fire, ice, and wind much better. When he uses flame explosion, a huge fireball appears in front of him. It's bigger now, and the casting delay is gone. So that's what 40 proficiency looks like. Then he tries magic acceleration. The spell fires off at incredible speed, and the resulting blast is much stronger too. He quickly realizes that magic acceleration increases both speed and power. Next, he tests his ice arrow, which has grown much larger. When he adds magic explosion, the ice arrow splits apart into countless tiny shards, like bomb fragments flying everywhere, piercing everything around him. Kang is genuinely impressed. This turned out better than he expected. After that, he heads to the 10th floor boss, a warrior ogre. The moment they face each other, he uses flame explosion and stacks magic acceleration on top of it, launching the fireball straight at the monster's head for 112 damage in one hit. Then he uses confusion, making the ogre clutch its head and lose control. Magic acceleration even strengthens the mental damage hitting the monster. He follows up by using magic explosion on the same target, and realizes it works on mental magic too. Even as the monster stumbles around in confusion, Kang knows the fight isn't over and keeps piling spells onto it. Fire, then ice arrows. While the ogre drops to all fours and struggles under the barrage, he keeps pressing the attack, dealing heavy damage again and again. 91, 78, 100, then 86. He wins right at the entrance just by casting spells, without needing anything else, and clears the boss with ease. As a reward, he gets the ogre ring. Kang figures that at this rate, he could reach the 20th floor using only magic. The ghost says that makes sense. Magic is one of the labyrinth's main powers. Since the ghost is finally talking again, the protagonist figures he must have sorted out his thoughts. The ghost says yes, and after thinking it through, he keeps wondering why someone like that appeared. MC asks who he means. Who was it that wanted to destroy his world? The ghost explains that some mortals push beyond their limits through trials and suffering, whether in business, faith, or something else. If a mortal reaches a certain level in a field, they become a transcendent. Then, after their life is judged and they receive a domain to rule, that transcendent becomes a god. But those who cast away their mortality through their own power reach a higher state of existence with the same power they gathered before, and once that power is used, it isn't easy to recover. Then the ghost asks if a bunch of worlds invaded Kang's city, and Kang says yes, a whole lot of them did. When a transcendent directly interferes with a mortal, the cost in power is enormous, so almost no one would be crazy enough to do it. Still, some beings can. They can interfere in mortal worlds without using that kind of power. They are ancient beings from the distant past, beings whose names have been lost to time, the innate transcendents, the ancient gods. To begin with, they exist outside the concept of age, so interfering with a mortal world doesn't drain them. The ghost says he's never seen one himself. He only knows the stories and rumors spread through the labyrinth. Since they vanished long ago, people came to call them the ancient gods. Kang wonders why they disappeared. Ghost says there are stories about a war among transcendents long ago. That's what he learned after looking into it. He asks why those beings would attack Earth. The ghost says he has no idea. Even so, they still can't send just anyone. They may not spend much power, but there's still a limit. The protagonist thinks that even with that limit, they still sent an apostle that even Lita and Aeon couldn't defeat. The idea that something that powerful could appear is insane. In the end, he decides that's enough for now and simply accepts it. Then he heads with the ghost to the hidden room there. He thinks they've finally reached the source of the ghost's deep hatred. Kill the bastard inside, and the ghost's mission should be over. But when they arrive, they find only an orc peacefully reading. The creature looks over and asks if Tang has come. It's the wise ogre. The ogre says he knew this day would come, though it turned out to be more serious than he expected. Because of that, he asks for one final conversation. The ghost is stunned. The ogre tells MC he has no hope of defeating an opponent like him. If the ending is already decided, then at least let him speak honestly before it comes. That makes the ghost furious, but he still holds himself back and tells the ogre to continue. The ogre says he didn't expect such restraint. Who would have thought someone so fierce and bold could remain calm? Then he pulls something from his clothes and says the one who sought his god was rejected. The lost king cast him aside, and he who bore the fate of ruined worlds had a weak heart. That's why he wasn't killed, because he was the only one who listened to his story. And that was the warrior's mistake. He was a monster, while the warrior was an adventurer. As a monster, he did what he had to do, and in the end, he killed that warrior. The ghost gets even angrier and says that's enough, telling him he can kill the ogre now. But MC asks him to wait. The ghost asks what he's trying to do. The ogre says he assumed the protagonist was only a puppet obeying the warrior's will, but clearly he's different. MC says there's something he wants to know. Who gave him that dagger? The ghost is shocked. It's explained that a fixed damage dagger is one of the rarest weapons there is. It's not something a normal 10th floor monster could ever obtain. So Kang asks where it came from. Where did it come from? The ogre is glad he asked and realizes he's the one who changed that warrior. He asks if the protagonist really can't guess the answer, then says plenty of people who gave up couldn't stand the warrior's pride. Not just him, but other adventurers too. That's when the ghost finally understands. The crime guide gave the ogre that weapon and told him to kill the warrior. With his own life on the line, he had no choice but to obey. The ghost snaps and starts cursing that so-called crime guide. Kagan remembers that he's heard that name before. The ogre says they wanted him dead because he was too strong. They feared him, so they had to rely on a useless monster like him. After that, he says he's told them everything, and now they can do whatever they want. Kang raises his dagger toward the ogre. He says the ogre may have been weak, but he survived there for a long time by taking advantage of how lonely everyone in the labyrinth was. He made friends and had good conversations with many of them. But a day always comes when all of that falls apart. Then MC drives his dagger into the monster's chest. As the ogre dies, he tells him that strength is the answer. If he wants no one to stand against him, he needs power, and the protagonist says that's exactly what he plans to obtain. The ogre makes one final request: conquer this place and free them all. With that, the wise ogre is defeated. The 10th floor is cleared, and Kang realizes the beings in this place are starting to notice him. That could help him or turn them against him. He also receives the prelude of disaster. The ghost accepts this ending, though he can't tell whether he feels relieved or furious. In the end, he says MC will get the reward he deserves. Kang receives Kobort's relic, a sword soaked in ancestral blood. It came from a world now in ruins and once took the lives of many in the Imperial line. It gives +20 attack, and against enemies of noble blood, it gains another +10. The ghost tells him to keep it. It's a sword with a long history in his world, and even his father died because of it. Kang is shocked to be handed something like that. Then the ghost gets really angry again, raging about those bastards who gave up on conquering the tower and built a rotten system to block his path. A side quest activates. The warrior who learned the truth still wants revenge. The condition is to kill those involved in his death, and the reward will depend on how satisfied the warrior feels. He'll choose it himself. Thinking of the crime guide, the ghost tells the protagonist to cut every last one of them down. MC realizes that means they'll keep traveling together, and the ghost says that's not so bad. He wants to see how far Kang can go. He accepts the quest and keeps moving with the ghost. Meanwhile, the crime guide seems to learn about this. He's looking for any useful newcomer, and he doesn't even have a set level. It's explained that some adventurers, forced to bow to the cruelty of the labyrinth, join together to overcome it and form their own group. That's how the Guides of Sin were born. But the path they chose to grow stronger wasn't by challenging the labyrinth. They fed off it instead, controlling which floors adventurers could clear and creating their own hunts and rules. Anyone outside their group, or anyone who refused to follow those rules, was dealt with through murder. Then, at the 11th floor boss, Kang defeats the skeleton knight with ease. He figures that means the sinners are deeper in the labyrinth, and the ghost confirms it. Their leaders and top figures stay on the lower floors, while the weaker members are spread throughout the labyrinth. The protagonist realizes he'll probably run into one soon. But for now, things are calm. He gets the counterattack bracelet, which gives +5 defense and a 1% chance to counter an enemy strike, plus the overstrength ring with +15 strength, which works as a bracelet for a human. He also receives the Ring of the Dead, which gives +3 damage against undead. Even so, he knows he has to keep pushing forward, so he calls for the ghost to move on with him. The 12th floor mission begins. Defeat the boss there. A rotten ghoul charges at the boy, but Kang cuts it down with his sword without any trouble. He notes that the 11th floor was full of skeletons, but this one is packed with ghouls. Every 10 floors, things seem to change, so it looks like floors 11 through 29 are all going to be undead. That also explains why the entire place reeks. When he looks ahead, he spots Maria's altar with a statue holding a scale. Kang says that unlike Lachetta's altar, this one is very plain. Without the system, he wouldn't even think it belonged to a goddess. He asks the ghost what kind of goddess Maria is, and he says she's the goddess of choices. As he circles the statue, he adds that everyone faces different conditions, so there's no easy way to predict what kind of trial she'll give. The only certainty is that she's a goddess and an incredibly powerful one. He also says MC should already know that powerful gods tend to be a little crazy. Thinking it over, MC steps closer to the statue and reaches out his hand. At this point, he has no intention of running, so he wonders if any of that even matters. The moment he touches it, a side quest begins. Maria wants to test the one who found her altar. If he clears the trial, he'll receive a reward. Then the reach of Maria's influence starts to shrink, and she offers an upgraded trial. He realizes she's giving him an upgraded trial right away and thinks she really is crazy. The ghost says his name must have already spread among the gods, which means she has no intention of going easy on him. The protagonist accepts the challenge, and Maria lets out a quiet little laugh. Then he's given a choice, many enemies or fewer enemies. It's the first time he's seen something like this, so he asks what the difference is. The ghost reminds him that she's the goddess of choices. He has to decide what seems best on his own. Kang realizes there isn't a single right answer, so he chooses fewer enemies. He doesn't know the trick, so he decides to answer honestly. There's no reason to annoy a goddess. She gives him another choice, greater variety or smaller variety. He chooses smaller variety and continues choosing through several more options. In the end, Maria seems pleased with the boy's choices, and the statue's smile grows wider and wider. It's a little creepy. Then she shakes the scale in her hand and vanishes. The chamber begins stretching out in front of Kang until he hears something behind him. When he turns around, several monsters are emerging from the wall to attack him. It's the first time he's seen creatures like these, and he's told he'll lose if he steps outside the dome around him. As the monsters rush in, his surprise only grows. Then he activates Attack Breath, draws both swords, and starts cutting down every monster that enters his range. He quickly realizes this trial is the complete opposite of the kind of battle he likes. That's why she's the goddess of choice. The monsters close in from every direction, forcing Kang to fight on all sides. Then another monster appears farther back and starts chanting nearby. It turns out to be a lich, attacking from a distance with magic. MC reacts on the fly, grabbing his dagger and flicking it at the creature, driving it straight through the skull's forehead. Now he understands. He has to bet everything and win under the exact conditions he wanted to avoid most. So he activates combat proof. The more victories he accumulates, the stronger he becomes. Then he starts casting magic too, saying it's showtime. He handles the swarm around him with nothing but fireballs, but more monsters keep coming and a giant ogre swings its club at him. Kang has to block with everything he has, using both swords to stop the force of that enormous monster. He keeps fighting with everything he has, then uses powerful strike to knock the monster's club away through raw strength alone. But immediately afterward, other monsters leap onto him from behind. The lich attacks again with magic, and he's surrounded on all sides until he grabs some of the monsters, hurls them aside, cuts them with his sword, and even uses their bodies as shields against the ice spikes raining down from above. They get skewered while Kang avoids the attack. Then he looks back and sees even more monsters coming. To him, it looks like an anthill, and he yells for those pieces of trash to come get beaten. After fighting for a long time, Kang is on the ground, his arm aching badly, exhausted and worn down. He wonders if he's taken out most of them, but when he looks over, he sees only one left. Unfortunately, it's no ordinary enemy, a red-armored Death Knight, clearly far beyond the others. Kang remembers Lee De-young talking about them before. One appears as the boss of the 20th floor, but that armor isn't something a normal monster would wear. It's the Bell of Laceratus, proving this one used to be human too. Then, when he sees that monster walking toward him, he realizes it isn't alone. There are 4 of them closing in around him. So he pulls out the blade of self-mutilation again and sacrifices 500 of his own health. Then he points the blade at them and calls them in to fight. Then he activates parry against all those monsters, barely slipping past their assault and dodging attacks by a hair. Even so, he keeps blocking 2 at once. But he realizes parry has a limit when 4 enemies press him at the same time. So he uses Force Duel, turning it into a one-on-one fight against one knight at a time. Now that he has an opening, he gets ready and triggers Furious Strike, but that knight isn't dumb. It figures out his plan and backs out of the barrier, escaping his range. Just like that, the restriction is out of reach, so he switches to Flame Sphere. He lines up a combo with Ice Arrow and Acceleration, then sends the spell at the knight. The knight doesn't just stand there and take it. It runs around the edge of his range, avoiding the magic. Kane realizes that mixing swordplay and magic can work, but not like this. He'll need another plan. Before he can react, another knight rushes in and lands a hit right in the middle of his chest. But the protagonist uses that chance, grabbing the knight's arm and pulling it close. Once he has it, he activates Force Duel while holding the monster in place. Guy pushes the other 3 away from him. While keeping his grip, he starts attacking from every angle and activates Attack Breath. He follows up with Powerful Strike 2, then drives his dagger straight into the monster's neck. One of the Death Knights goes down, and he throws the body aside. Kane realizes he only has about 1/10 of his life left. He can't afford to do that again. Even one-on-one, he can't take a single hit now. He's in really bad shape. So he defends against one while attacking another. While blocking, he uses a side slash and kicks one of them back. He keeps chaining attacks together. After constant parries, his body gets weaker and weaker. He's getting close to his limit against that brute and starts wondering if his style is too rough. Fighting while watching Ghost's sword art, he thinks the first form of Stormcourt's sword, Wolf's Fang, might help. It's a savage move, like a storm tearing into an enemy with a wolf's fury. Then he wonders if he should tone it down a little. And that's when Ghost notices something. Amy realizes his movements until now were like spilled ink across paper, clumsy and heavy. But a sword can move smoothly while still carrying deadly intent. So he starts learning more and more. With every moment, he becomes deadlier. Little by little, his sword begins to dance among the knights. Then, when several of them charge in, he thinks he needs to be even gentler, like cherry blossoms, that lets him unleash incredible spinning strikes and wipe out all the knights around him. Ghost almost never planned to teach him that yet, but he didn't expect Kang to figure it out on his own. MC doesn't even notice it at first, but he's already finished off every knight. He turns to Ghost and asks what sword technique that was. Ghost explains that it's the second sword of Stormcourt Sword, the Dance of Moza. If Wolf's Fang is aggressive, then Dance of Moza kills quietly. He shows how it uses less brute force and strikes with cleaner, smarter movements, then asks Kang if it isn't pretty good. He is happy about that because his Stormcourt Sword skill goes up to 22% progress. He thinks it's hard to say which form is better since they're so different, but this one threw the enemies off and helped a lot. Ghost admits the protagonist had to reach his limit to learn it. He meant to teach it slowly, so this really impressed him. With that, he clears Maria's trial and gets his reward based on her judgment. Maria was very pleased with his honest, suspicious choices. He gains weapon form change and an extra reward too, the special activation skill, Freedom of Choice. Maria also offers to make him her apostle, but MC refuses again. Then Ghost notices the flow of power change. Maria's forced choice activates. A notice appears saying Maria has sent him an invitation, and a choice is presented. He gets two options: accept the invitation or accept the invitation. That's when he realizes something is very wrong. The room closes in on him, and he's forced to accept. Then he's sent somewhere else. The world flips upside down, and the Temple of Divinity welcomes him. Kang gets thrown into a place he probably never wanted to visit. After dropping into that distant place, he opens his eyes and wonders where he is, surrounded by nebulas while standing on something like an asteroid. It's incredibly dark, and he wonders if this is what empty space is really like. Ghost is terrified. How could a god even do this? He was sure bringing someone here was impossible, so now he's panicking and asking how this happened. Kang is shocked too. It's his first time seeing Ghost act like this, and the little spirit still looks terrified. He wonders if this really is the place, and he heads toward a temple that looks like something from ancient Greece. Ghost warns him not to just walk in like that, but he says he was invited, so the least he can do is look her in the face. Inside, there's a hallway that seems endless. Jewels are scattered everywhere, decorating the place like flowers in a garden. The ceiling is so high, he can't even see the top, and at the very end of it all, she waits. Kang can only think she's a being beyond this world, a giant blonde woman watching him with calm eyes. At last, he stands before Maria, the goddess of choices. Lying in front of him, she's unbelievably imposing, and she looks down at him like he's an ant. Still, she says she's happy to meet him. Then she starts testing him. Confusion, fear, insanity, even instant death. He passes every one of them. Ghost starts glitching beside him, breaking down into a mess, coughing and looking miserable. Kang finally asks why she's treating a guest like this. Maria stops the tests. Even then, her expression still seems suspicious. Ghost is still shaking with fear, though, and thanks her for showing mercy. Maria keeps staring at the protagonist with clear interest and says it's been a long time. This is their first meeting since that unfortunate encounter. Ghost doesn't seem to know what she's talking about. She introduces herself as Maria, the goddess of choices, the one who forces the final choice on mortals who arrive there after making bad choices again and again. Then she welcomes her precious child to her temple. Kang is still unsettled. He says he can feel a crushing power against his skin, far beyond anything he understands, and he's stunned that there may be dozens or even hundreds of beings like her. Ghost asks if he can say something. Maria tells him to go ahead, calling him a child. Who died? He asks if it's true that mortals can't be brought to the temples of the gods. Maria says it's true. Mortals normally can't endure a deity's presence, but that's a problem the gods can solve. The real reason no one was ever brought here is simple. No one was worthy. As she says that, she points a finger toward Ghost. It slams into the floor beside him. The force is absurd, and Ghost is so scared that he freezes completely. Kang asks if that means he's worthy, and Ghost begs him to at least try to be a little less direct. Maria laughs and says yes, exactly. He is, and that's why she wanted to meet him in person. Very few people have ever accepted her challenge, and even fewer have won. Then she asks if he knows how many cleared the enhanced version. The answer is none, until him. MC asks another question. What would have happened if he'd lied during the choices? Maria says that if he had lied to her, she would have been very upset. One look from her is enough for Kang to understand what upsetting that goddess means. Then she says the little thing beside him already did that once, and Ghost lets out a nervous laugh. Maria asks again if he truly doesn't want to become her apostle. She says that if he did, every wish of his would come true, and he could travel the labyrinth as her representative. No one would stand against him. But Kang apologizes and refuses again. Maria says she will respect his choice and that it isn't a bad one. He asks if he can ask one more thing, and she tells him to go ahead. So he asks how much she knows about him. Maria gives a small laugh and says they know this isn't his first time there, and that he used what the serpent spat out. She calls him a poor child who ended up in the wrong place because of a trick. Kang asks if that means he fell for a lie. Maria asks what else he would call it but a trick. He couldn't reach the right place, and that made him suffer there. The protagonist starts wondering if she's talking about the other modes of the labyrinth, because she clearly knows something. He asks what exactly she means, but Maria cuts him off. She says that story is tied to his own, almost like a flaw of his, so she can't tell him without a price. If he becomes her apostle, though, then she can. Kang is left at a crossroads, but then the temple starts collapsing, and Maria says it seems the time still isn't right. She tells him to grow stronger and keep descending. Their meeting is over for now. Something has come up. She tells him they'll meet again, and then she throws him. She says goodbye and throws him out through a black hole, sending him crashing back down. Then a creature appears through the opening above, cursing her. She asks if he's angry because he should have acted when he had the chance. It even sounds like she wanted to toy with him too, and Kang realizes this must be that evil god who was after him. When MC finally lands back in the real world, the Ghost is completely lost, wondering what the hell is going on. They both look up, and he can't stop thinking about what that thing was. Until now, he thought the labyrinth was just about raising his stats. He figured he only had to grow stronger than Letta, John, and old Enza. Now he knows that was just his old way of thinking. He saw real power for himself, and she said the other modes were fake. So if he takes everything he can from the true mode, maybe one day he could even stand against the gods. And for the first time, he truly wants to try. Meeting that goddess really changed Kang's mindset, and I like where this is going. Right after that, he upgrades his transformable weapon to attack plus 15. It shifts into a longsword, and the protagonist realizes the sudden race change kept him from checking the rewards for clearing the trial. Still, the skill freedom of choice lets him convert attributes. The rate isn't great yet, but he activates it anyway. He swaps health with protective shield. Even so, he thinks it's not bad. The rate is only 10, but it could help later. After checking everything, Kang notices something glowing nearby. It's Maria's gift, an item given to a human loved by a god. For now, it doesn't do anything. He asks the Ghost if he knows what it is, but the Ghost has no clue. Even so, he says that if it was given willingly, it probably isn't bad. So MC calls him along and keeps descending. On the 12th floor, he reaches the boss, a barely rotting ghoul, and kills it with ease. The reward is the Glove of Strength, attack plus 5, defense plus 3. Kang complains about the awful smell and thinks the bosses are getting way too easy, which means the rewards probably won't be very good either. Still, there's nothing he can do about that. Then he enters the 13th floor and moves through a graveyard. Before long, he reaches a horde of zombies. Kang cuts through them like it's nothing. It feels almost too easy until he reaches another area. From above, the man who betrayed the little ghost watches him in silence, smiling as he sees what the boy can do. The protagonist senses something right away. Someone else is here besides the monsters. Then he notices the person above jumping down and leaving his hiding place. He heads straight toward Kang, saying it's been a long time. After calling him a rookie, MC uses detection and sees that Elvibus Ida is level 42. That shocks him. Level 42 is 14 levels above his own. Elvibus introduces himself as a guide of sin, and before they can really talk, he pulls something out and blows a trumpet. It's the long-range horn, and once it's activated, the monsters start rushing in from every side. Annoyed at being interrupted, he says he'll handle them himself. Then he charges in and starts killing monsters with his bare fists. Kang admits Elvibus is pretty strong for a guide of sin, but that's not the issue. What really annoys him is that this guy is stealing his monsters. The ghost is stunned too. That sneaky bastard is still alive, and after being terrified before, he's now acting like the ghost doesn't even exist. Then Elvibus glances back and keeps calmly wiping out monsters. That finally makes Kang lose his patience. So he jumps into the fight himself, catching Elvibus off guard. The ghost notices that he is matching the monster's movements and deliberately controlling the flow. Elvibus also realizes he has a deflection skill, and he knows that's trouble. Even so, he says he won't lose, then activates Powerful Blow. Elvibus asks Kang what he thinks of that, but the protagonist barely reacts. Instead, he asks why a level 42 fighter is showing off on the 13th floor. Elvibus calls him no fun and says people who never enjoy themselves die early. Still, he says MC looks useful and might qualify for permission to reach the 20th floor. That's why he's always patrolling, and then he asks for MC's name. He can tell Elvibus is talking as though recruitment is already decided, but he answers anyway. His name is him. Elvibus then asks him a question. What exactly does he want to do here? The ghost cuts in, saying the choice is Kang's. Elvibus says the protagonist already knows the labyrinth can make people endlessly stronger, and that's an incredible blessing. So wanting to clear a place that gives them so much just proves he's an idiot who doesn't know his place. MC asks if that means they gave up on clearing the labyrinth. Elvibus says no, they didn't give up. They simply refuse to accept limits. Besides, he claims the place can't be cleared in the first place. He says it should be obvious that the gods keep messing with them, trying to kill them with their trials, and the hidden areas have monsters too strong to defeat. Even the little guy beside, Kang, died. The ghost snaps back that they were the ones who killed him, and Elvibus brushes that off like he's just rambling after death. Then he says they formed an organization so nobody would die for nothing, and so they could keep growing stronger. Now they make the rules and run the labyrinth, but if Kang wants to join them, he has to reject that little guy's request, and since he broke their rules and attacked them, he can't come along anymore. The protagonist thinks over those rules, then says that from what he heard, even the guides need permission if they want to get stronger. He asks if that's true, and Elvibus says more or less, but insists it's not what Kang thinks. Since things get more dangerous the deeper you go, they made that rule for safety. MC points out that the mages and transcendents who made the place gave everyone freedom, but these adventurers made laws just to control the labyrinth. All they do is talk too much and make life harder for everyone else. Elvibus says he's not sure he followed all of that, but he does understand one thing. Kang is refusing. He says he's not that dumb after all. Then he explains there are two reasons the guides of sin keep chasing rookies. The first is recruitment. Elvibus says that's a shame and lunges at him, but he names the second reason too, to kill any opposition before it gets too strong. Elvibus tries to hit him, but his punch smashes into the ground instead, cracking everything around them. He's left stunned, when he sees Kang holding his hand right in front of him. The protagonist reminds him that lawbreakers are supposed to be punished. Elivs tells him to go ahead and try. He's standing right there, and honestly, he doubts the protagonist can do it. But then Elivs hops back in fear, wondering what just happened. That punch was meant to destroy him in one hit. MC should only be a 13th floor adventurer. Losing to someone like that should be impossible. So Elivs charges again, throwing punch after punch while Kang calmly blocks with his swords. Kang remembers that Elivs claimed he'd already cleared the 20th floor. He's not weak, but the protagonist starts wondering if all he did was get stronger by grinding the same hunts over and over. As the attacks keep coming, Elivs starts asking himself who MC really is. A rookie who hasn't even passed the 13th floor is cornering him, and that thought fills him with fear. Then he suddenly takes 12 damage from a single hit. Kang says his defense is decent, but that's about it. His movements aren't impressive either. The ghost adds that he heard Elivs was born poor and never learned any real martial arts. At best, he was some third-rate mercenary. Even the labyrinth never gave him anything special. He's just a pitiful nobody who never learned a thing. Elivs grows more and more desperate. He screams at the ghost to shut up, flies into a rage, and uses Furious Blow again. Kang simply steps aside and answers with a counterattack, landing cleanly and dealing 6 more damage. Then he kicks Elivs hard in the stomach and sends him flying. The damage keeps stacking. Another 6. Elivs can't understand it. How did a single kick hurt that much? He wonders if old Enza did something, if that cranky old man who looked down on everyone gave this kid a skill. So he blurts out one question: who the hell is Kang? Then he rushes at him again. But Kang grabs him and says that's exactly what he needs to find out, driving his blades into him. He pins Elivs to the ground and asks if he isn't an adventurer too. Elivs tries to throw him off and buy himself some time, then charges again saying, this can't keep going. He admits he didn't think he'd have to use this. Kang feels something strange as Elivs comes at him, and remembers that the explosion gauntlet has a hidden skill that can only be used once a month. He figures he just needs to land one hit. Elivs strikes with powerful blow and activates the explosion gauntlet, setting off a chain blast aimed at the protagonist. He knows that skill boosts the damage 5 times over, but Kang completely shuts down the first attack and takes it head-on without even flinching. He just stares at Elivs and asks if that's all. Elivs freezes like he's seen a ghost. He can only think, what the hell is this? And just who did he pick a fight with? Then Elivs realizes he picked a fight with the wrong person. Furious now, MC charges at him, and to Love a Boss, he looks like a real monster. After beating him down, he decides Love a Boss really wasn't all that strong. The ghost says he wasn't always this pathetic. Back when he cleared the 21st floor, he had talent. But with no real enemies, he got lazy, and his skills grew dull. Kang tells him he already knows what he's about to ask. Love a Boss snaps back, telling him to go ahead. Even so, Love a Boss says he still won't talk. He swears he's going to kill the protagonist, then asks why he should open his mouth at all. MC says fine if that's how he wants it. Then he asks if Love a Boss knows the transcendence there will accept almost anything as an attribute. Kang moves toward him and Love a Boss panics, begging him not to do that. Anything but that. Now he's outright pleading, telling him not to go through with it. Protagonist wonders if it really scares him that much, then asks how many of them there are in total. Love a Boss admits he's not sure. He only had permission to go up to the 21st floor, and he knows there are more below, but he never made it that far. Still, he guesses there are at least a few hundred, since they accepted most of the adventurers who passed through. That surprises MC. It sounds like he and the ghost are the rare exceptions. Kang brings up what Lavabas said before, that they stop people from going deeper. He asks how they operate and, since Lavabas broke their rules, whether the people below will hunt him down. Lavabas explains that the ranks are split by floor groups 20, 30, 40. The 20th floor is rank 2, the 30th is rank 3, and it keeps going like that. They follow that order strictly, and higher-ranked adventurers think it's beneath them to deal with lower ranks, so most of them refuse to come back up. He thinks their so-called pride means nothing. The ghost says they've always been like that, only caring about a few strong fighters. It's a rotten group that kills anyone who betrays them. Lavabas says he doesn't know the leaders on the lower floors, but rank 2 alone has plenty of adventurers. The protagonist may be strong, but there's no way he can fight all of them. Kang answers that he doesn't care about any of them, leaving Lavabas stunned. For the first time, Lavabas believes MC really does have the skill and confidence he claims. He says he used to be like that too. Then he starts wondering how he ended up like this, and exactly when he gave up because the labyrinth was too hard. Regret hits him all at once. If he had turned down their offer back then, maybe he could have died with more honor than this. Kang, meanwhile, stays as cold as ever. He finishes Lavabas off and tells him to rest in peace. Right after that, he notices his spiritual enhancement activate. His strength goes up by 23 permanently, agility by 20, health by 70, mana by 40, and intelligence by 18. He also gains 8 proficiency and powerful strike. Kang can tell this stat jump is completely insane. He starts thinking Sin might actually be worth it, far more than just killing little monsters. Sometime later, Kang contacts Joryuki and Taeyun. Neither of them is happy about everything going on. Taemian says they both cleared the 3rd floor and already made it to the 4th, taking it slow while exploring. Thanks to the points they got after returning to Earth, their stats went up a lot, so it wasn't too hard. The protagonist asks how things are going in the other difficulty modes. Choriyuki says the easy group seems to be having a rough time. Most of the people who died during the return were from easy. MC says there's nothing to do but get used to death. Then he asks about the people in normal. Choriyuki says not much has changed there, though they do seem a little more careful now. As for Hard, Changyan says he can speak on that. Almost nobody from Hard died during the return to Earth, but Kang's existence became a huge motivation for them. Now everyone's doing everything they can to grow stronger. He bets that by the next time they meet, everybody will be very different. He says he liked hearing that. Then Joryuki adds that there's one more thing. When he entered the 4th floor, he found an altar to a god named Baltazar. That makes Kang remember when he met that god. Joryuki says he's been thinking hard about whether someone at his level should try for divine approval. This time, he wants to take the challenge, and he asks what the protagonist thinks. C says Latayan would probably refuse even if she got the chance, but Joryuki wants to take it. Then she says she's actually been thinking about taking the trial too, which catches him off guard. She says he once told her she can't stay a coward forever, and now she wants to find that courage. The protagonist realizes both of them have changed a lot, especially Taeyeon. She's different from her past life, and he wonders if that's because of him. He tells them their trials will probably be different from his, so he can't say what they'll face. But if they've thought it through and truly want this, then they should go all in. Just try not to die. He says they'll meet again, all of them alive, and then leaves the chat room. After that, Kang asks the ghost if he also got a trial from Balthazar and how it compared to Lacaradaz's. The ghost says it was easier and actually manageable. That makes MC think maybe they'll be okay. He just hopes they survive. Then he tells the ghost it's time to get moving. Before leaving, he takes the explosive gauntlet from the dead guy. Once a month, it can deal 5 times the normal damage. Kang checks his status window and sees that the earlier spiritual enhancement boosted him a lot. He's been raising his stats by hunting monsters, but this is the first time he's seen such a huge jump. He wonders if it only works like this when he fights other adventurers. The ghost points out that he killed Lovabas, and even if he was low rank, he was still part of the Sin Guides. They'll react soon. The protagonist thinks that's fine. Let them come. Deep in the labyrinth, at the Sin Guides meeting room, One of them arrives at a round table where another is already waiting. He says he heard there was a little trouble in rank 2. A rookie adventurer killed one of their people there. The other man is shocked that someone below the 21st floor beat a rank 2 member. The red-haired one says the rookie might be talented, but he dared to make enemies of them. If he wants to die that badly, they won't stop him. He orders a bounty placed on Kang's head and tells the other rank 2 members to kill him. Then he says they should continue their plans to push toward the 74th floor. On the 20th floor, the rank 2 Sin Guides get the message. They hear Lavabus is dead, and one of them gets annoyed because Lavabus owed him money. Then they start wondering if he was caught off guard. A bald man asks if they're really going to let this slide. Whoever did it has to pay. Then he says the leaders put a reward on that bastard's head. Whoever kills him gets to move up to rank 3. Everyone is shocked that the order came straight from the top. One says the target is his, but an old man cuts him off, saying that prey already belongs to him. Another points out that a lot of them want the same guy, so they should decide it the usual way, by rolling dice. Whoever gets the highest number gets the first shot. He asks if everyone agrees, then starts first. One by one, the others roll the dice, and in the end, Aldota comes out on top. Meanwhile, Kang beats the 13th floor boss with ease. The ghost grumbles that the fight was ridiculous. There were traps meant to help hunt zombies, but MC tore through everything with his bare hands without even needing them. Then he tells the kid to go eat lunch already because he's starving and clearly crazy. Just then they hear a roar. A door opens on that floor and someone jumps out of it. It's Aldo Wada, a rank 2 Sin Guide, and he immediately asks if Kang is the bastard who killed Lovabus. He says that depends on who's asking. And if he did kill him, then what? Aldota says then he'll kill the protagonist. Simple as that. He figures someone who hasn't passed the 13th floor will be easy to crush, and then he'll move up to rank 3. But before he can do anything, MC punches him straight in the face. The hit slams him into the wall with no effort at all. Aldota immediately feels how heavy Kang's hand really is. He asks if that's seriously all he's got. The ghost says they really did send someone loud but not very strong. The protagonist is surprised this guy is one of the Sin Guides. They came faster than he expected, but this one is weaker and dumber than Livabus. Aldota can't understand what just happened, so he decides MC must have used some dirty trick. Then he starts transforming, trying to become a werewolf, furious that this punk dared provoke him. He makes a big, flashy show right in front of Kang, who reacts for a second, but when he looks closer, he sees it's not a werewolf at all. It's more like a weird dog with a pompadour. He is honestly shocked that someone can transform into something that lame. Aldota admits the protagonist is strong, but says he's still going to die, then charges straight at him. Kang shuts him down immediately. Being bigger means nothing. If he's that slow, one punch is all it takes to knock the monster over. While Aldota is still spinning through the air, dazed, MC says the transformation barely made him faster. He drops right in front of him, gets called a stupid dog, and is finished off on the spot. His spiritual enhancement kicks in too. Then he starts taking that thing's stats for himself. Back with Aldota's group, his life sign disappears. They notice his life flame has gone out, and that means Aldota is dead. Everyone finds that hard to believe. They wonder if he got overconfident and died before he could even transform. After all, outside his werewolf form, nobody thought he was much of a threat. Even so, they move on to the next one. Then another man steps up and introduces himself as Giuseppe, the one who walks the path of magic and never bows. Yeah, not exactly, because Kang is already beating him down. Giuseppe can't believe it. The protagonist attacked without saying a word, but he points out the obvious. If Giuseppe came to kill him, why waste time talking? As MC rushes him again, Giuseppe throws up an arcane shield to block the attack. He realizes it's the first time he's seen magic like this, and Giuseppe follows with Rope of Madness to mess with his mind. But the attempt is pointless. The protagonist pushes through with sheer willpower, which rattles Giuseppe. Ignoring a mental attack through force of will alone means the protagonist didn't beat Lavabus and Aldada by luck. So Giuseppe switches tactics and casts Icy Entanglement. MC immediately sees that it's meant to restrict movement. Right after that, the boy attacks with an ice arrow, but he answers with his own ice arrow, using his sword to guide it. That leaves Giuseppe stunned. He can actually do that. Worse, Kang's ice arrow is far stronger. Giuseppe can only duck and pray. He can't understand it. Even the magic tower recognized his talent, yet this guy's magic skill is somehow higher than his. It makes no sense. In a panic, he casts a lightning spell this time, Shatter. It drops right onto the protagonist. For a second, Giuseppe thinks he ended it in one hit. But Kang uses total nullification on the first attack and takes no damage at all. He casually notes that instant magic can be shut down too. Good to know. Giuseppe goes pale with fear. He has no idea what he's dealing with, and MC simply tells him to keep going. Then he closes in again, and another life is cut short. Another flamestone goes dark. Everyone is shocked that he died too. They start guessing Kang must have caught him before he could cast. Since he travels with a ghost, maybe he got some advice on how to fight mages. Then, another random guide says it's his turn and he dies without doing anything useful. Now they're getting seriously nervous. This can't really be happening. Another one, already scared out of his mind, says he never thought his turn would come and claims he'll be right back. His lifestone goes out too. At that point, they start thinking it might be better to send 5 at once, instead of going one by one. So 5 of them go after Kang and all 5 die together. Now they realize all of them were wiped out in just 2 hours. Eventually, it's another man's turn. But he's terrified. He says he's fine and gives up on the reward. The others start giving up on ranking up too. That leaves only the one leading them all. He knows the gap between an adventurer from the 13th floor and one from the 20th should be like a baby against an adult. But among the sin guides of the 20th floor, half of them are already dead. He can only wonder what kind of monster the protagonist really is. He thinks back on how he only joined the sin guides because refusing meant death. He never had a choice. So now he hopes everyone will agree to stay quiet and just let Kang pass. But then another guide shows up with a grin on his face. He calls them a bunch of cowards and says it's pathetic. That, he says, is why they'll stay stuck on the 20th floor forever. This newcomer is Regan, a rank 3 sin guide and a half-demon. The others ask if he came to handle this mess even while thinking things just got worse. Why did someone from rank 3 have to come here? If he's that much stronger, he should have stayed below. The half-demon asks where everyone went. Where's the other half of the group? They answer that they're on the floors above. He clearly doesn't like that answer. He walks up to the old man and drives a punch into his stomach. Then he asks if the fool is really going to lie to his face. The truth comes out. They're all dead. That shocks him. Half of them were killed by an adventurer from the 13th floor. Now his view changes. He says he didn't think much of Kang before, but if he can kill this guy, he'll prove his strength. He says MC is lucky he showed up. He even claims he'll avenge them, then orders the others to take him to Kang or die. Their choice. Meanwhile, the protagonist is looting all the bodies of the men who came after him. The ghost asks if those guys ever get tired. They threw away their pride and finally sent 5 at once, but honestly, they took way too long to think of that. Kang figures their attack and defense were pretty high, but since they'd never fought together, they had no teamwork and ended up getting in each other's way. On top of that, leveling up after killing the first one gave him a huge advantage because he recovered, so he says that helped him gain a lot. At this point, his stats are seriously high. Still, he complains that if his level rises too much, the reward for clearing the floor will drop, which feels wasteful. The ghost tells him to stop whining and quit being greedy. Then Kang uses the beginner ice spell, Icy Entanglement, and creates a large spread of ice spheres that crash into each other. That's when he finally realizes just how much he's gaining from all these fights. Still, he wonders if it's over. The ghost says they'd have to be complete idiots not to realize they can't beat him, and honestly, they'd have to be animals. Apparently, though, they really are, because now they all show up together with the half-demon walking confidently in front. The ghost jokes that they even sent the devil himself, and Cain can tell at once that this is the half-demon. His strength feels completely different from the other synagogues, and his mana is seriously intimidating. He asks if MC is the one who wiped out the rank 2 members of the synagogues. He stares at the boy and notices that his mana is also incredibly strong. He says that power is far above what the 20th floor should have, and he's shocked the protagonist made it this far while still on the 13th. Then he starts wondering, could Kang possibly be a dragon? Both MC and the little ghost just stare at him, baffled. They ask about dragons, beings said to come from another dimension. They point out that even a high-ranking demon would need immense power to challenge Aaron, and the half-demon assumes someone this strong had to be born powerful. After all, the weakest dragons don't even appear until the 40th floor. He smiles and asks what would happen if he really were a dragon. That single question makes the half-demon freeze completely. He stammers that if that's the case, he has no intention of interfering. Kang is free to proceed. Everyone is stunned by that. He came in acting tough, and now he's already backing off. The ghost starts laughing. He says this is a new low, and the protagonist asks if dragons are really that strong. The half-demon catches that comment, and the ghost explains that ancient dragons are compared to gods, which says enough. King finally understands what just happened, and the half-demon fills with rage. He curses MC for daring to lie to him, and Jagan activates Dakarabia's distorted flora. Roots burst out and lash toward him. It's said that all his skills are named after demons from the Goetia, the 72 demons of Solomon, and now those roots strike again. King wonders what this thing is as the roots wrap around his hand. Then he activates Flame Burst. Burning the roots away, the half-demon is surprised the protagonist knows fire magic, but tells himself that won't change anything. Jagan responds with Dakarabia's familiar crows. He sends them at MC, and a flock of crows fills the area while he keeps pressing him. Kang starts swinging his sword everywhere, cutting down the birds one after another. There are far too many of them, but he keeps slicing through the flock with the techniques he learned from the ghost. And he finally realizes magic can be used in much more complex ways. The ghost explains that he uses the magic god's magic, which is fundamentally different from the kind demons created. The half-demon then tells the ghost to stay out of it. This fight is between the two of them. The ghost says he wasn't planning to help anyway, and tells him to relax. That surprises the half-demon a little, making him wonder if the bond between Kang and the ghost isn't that strong after all. He decides that might actually work in his favor. That means he can attack as much as he wants, so he uses Marcosia's false flames and sends Amaterasu at the protagonist. He fires an ice arrow to stop it, but the cold doesn't work at all, and the Amaterasu still hits his arm. Then total nullification on the first attack kicks in. The half-demon is stunned. He can't believe that kind of nullifying skill is even real. Even so, he throws Amaterasu at Kang again. Surely the boy still doesn't understand how that power works. But total nullification on the second attack activates too. MC still takes extra damage from a follow-up hit, 24 on top of 36. That makes the demon think he still has a chance. So he uses Nibarius's despair. Black smoke closes in around him. Kang is caught off guard and swallowed by it, while the demon thinks the fight is finally over. Nibarius's despair is a dark spell that attacks the deepest part of the target's mind. Inside it, the protagonist covers one ear and stays there until his mind becomes completely calm. Watching from outside, the ghost thinks dark magic has always been tricky. That's why MC is having a hard time with it. It's new to him. The ghost remembers struggling with it too, but believes he can handle it and calls out to him. Then the sphere trapping the protagonist is sliced apart completely. Kang steps out, cutting through the demon's spell, and says it wasn't that bad. Then he wonders if he can learn dark magic too. The demon is terrified. MC broke free through willpower alone, yet he keeps forcing himself to believe that doesn't change anything. So he sends Decarbia's crow familiars at him again. A whole flock pours out. The protagonist studies them for a moment. They're weak alone, but dangerous in a group. That means he can still use them. So he activates retaliation. Retaliation releases a warped wave of energy around him. The demon stares in disbelief, asking how Kang already figured out how to counter it. Still, he keeps throwing more crows at him. Then he adds Amaterasu too, but Misi just swats it away like he's hitting a baseball. He says those flames aren't real fire. At that strength, he should have melted, but all he got were light burns, even when he touched it. So it only looks like fire. At that point, the demon finally realizes Kang is much sharper than he looks. He asks how he figured it out, then uses another skill, Dakarabia's distorted flora. Several portals open around the protagonist, and he notices that it follows the same pattern as last time. Roots shoot out from the dark cracks around him, so their paths can be predicted. MC figures he needs 3 steps to the left, then 2 forward. The roots rush straight at him, and all his earlier preparation pays off. The demon is horrified. Kang avoids every attack without flailing around, and he can't understand how he dodged all of them. Kang just says it's easy. Then he throws a fireball at Jagan. The ghost thinks this is exactly what makes the protagonist special. He understands the core of a skill, comes up with the smartest way to counter it, and tests it immediately. After that, MC charges in and starts fighting up close. Ghost thinks Kang pushed back dark magic the first time he saw it, and that's his greatest strength. He separates a spell's starting point from its path, used that idea to learn beginner spells, and after seeing that Storm Slash was too rough, he created a second form, Maiden's Dance, to remove that brute force. His ability to grasp the basics of something and build on it after seeing it once is absurd. The ghost wonders if that can even be called talent. The protagonist ends the demon right there. The ghost thinks that kind of skill normally takes countless attempts and insane effort, so much repetition that it almost drives someone mad, and yet MC still uses that same method. Pinned down and bleeding on the floor, the demon hears Kang say he has one more question while pulling his blade free. He asks what he needs to do to learn dark magic. The ghost warns him not to get too excited about that. Looking at the demon's horn, he guesses learning it may require things the protagonist really shouldn't mess with. After talking it through, the protagonist understands. He can't learn it right now. The demon confirms it. Dark magic uses demonic energy. Demonic energy is something demons are born with. But since they're in a labyrinth, if the right conditions are met, it might not be impossible for other races to gain it too. Kang asks if that's where their goddess is. The half-demon hesitates, then says yes, their goddess settled there and later drove all of them out. She likes people with talent, and if she takes an interest in MC and he passes her test, then even if the odds are almost impossible, he might receive her gift. He asks the ghost if he knows where that demon goddess is. The ghost says his memory is fuzzy, but it shouldn't be far. Then the demon begs Kang to kill him quickly. A clean death, not as an offering to some god. Protagonist says he earned at least that much and kills him without dragging it out. His spiritual enhancement levels up several times, and he also gains the low-rank spell Marcosia's False Flames. He gets a few other things too, but they all cost demonic energy. MC says he knew it. This uses a different kind of power, so without demonic energy, he can't use any of it. Then he turns to the next problem and tells the rest to stop hiding. Anyone who doesn't come out will die one by one, so they all approach Kang with their heads down. They ask what he wants from them. He gets straight to the point. He wanted experience and stats. At first, he planned to kill them all, but at his current level, it wouldn't make much difference. Then he asks if they want to live. In exchange for their lives, they all have to follow one order. The guides of sin must not find out he's alive. They ask if he wants a fake report, and Kang says exactly. They're to say he died when they joined forces. But it has to be believable. They should say he died fighting the demon on the 30th floor. They all joined the guides of sin by choice, so anyone who wants to keep breathing had better do exactly what he says. The old man understands and accepts the protagonist's order. Still, MC asks the ghost if that's enough. The ghost says he doesn't really care. Those small fry weren't the ones he wanted dead. But there is one thing he wants to ask. He turns to the rank 2 leader and says he should know who ordered the hit. The old man says it would be better if he didn't know. But the ghost answers that the choice is his to make. So the old man tells him it was the woman who inherited the bloodline of the cursed kingdom. The Gray Lady, Society Gardenia. She was the one who ordered the warrior's death. That makes him furious. She was the one who wanted him dead. He remembers his time with her, while the old man says that's only what he heard, and that he was shocked too. Because among the leaders, she was the only one who had been close to the warrior. Meanwhile, John Ryuki says they finally did it. He can barely believe they cleared Balthazar's trial, and he's thrilled they got through that impossible challenge. Kang asks what they faced. John Ryuki explains that the trial made each person face what they feared most. For her, it was a huge, disgusting spider chasing her, which is basically a nightmare. John Ryuki is surprised because his was an elephant. She asks if he's really scared of elephants since they look pretty cute, and he points out that getting stepped on by something that big would be terrifying. And honestly, he's got a point. An angry elephant is scary. Maybe not the scariest thing in the world, but still scary. He thinks to himself that this trial belongs to the god of victory. So if it had been him, what would have appeared? John Ryuki says he now understands why the protagonist told him to take the trial. The final reward was much better. The protagonist tells them not to get too carried away, though. Some gods can be pretty moody. Then he says they'll talk later, and everyone heads out. Kang washes up and the ghost is clearly ready to talk. So MC asks if there's really something to say. He says of course there is. He's not going to fail a mission he worked this hard on just because the one who gave it got emotional. The ghost sees how serious he is and realizes there's no escaping this. So he admits it was an unusual story. He came from a ruined world, and all that was left there were monsters he couldn't even speak to. But that girl was one of the few people he could talk with, and since their stories were similar, they grew close. What he doesn't understand is why she wanted him dead. That's all he knows. His goal hasn't changed, so he tells Kang not to worry. The protagonist agrees and says that, for now, this is fine. After that, he reaches the 14th floor, then moves on to the 15th. Right before entering the 16th floor, he goes back to the little mage. She's shocked he's already made it this far. Kang says his level has gone up so much that there isn't much left for him to gain there, so all that's left is to steamroll his way through. Even so, he's picked up a lot of magic items and hands those items to her. She starts working her magic. MC trades all the items to her and learns 2 low-rank spells, Invisibility and Slow. Invisibility costs 20 mana and starts at Proficiency 1. Slow costs 12 mana and is also at 1. She says this is her first time seeing a slow spell, so she's not completely sure how it works. Then she asks if he wants to test it on her. The moment Kang casts it, the girl starts talking in slow motion, and he figures out she's about 20% slower. She tells him to undo it, but he admits this is his first time using the spell, so he has no idea how to cancel it. So the girl just keeps moving in slow motion, and he can't stop laughing. Outside, the ghost bursts out laughing too. He says it's lucky the spell wore off on its own after about 10 minutes, and now they at least know its duration. After that, they head to the 16th floor. Once he gets there, Kang remembers what the old man told him. On this floor, there should be an empty room, and inside it, he'll find the person he's looking for, the blacksmith. When he arrives, he walks up to the blacksmith. The man is already forging a sword. He asks if the protagonist is a new adventurer, and the system announces that he has met the foolish child who melts dreams. That title sounds strange for this guy, but Kang remembers Leta Ion mentioning the foolish child who melts dreams, the blacksmith Arfan. She said Arfan was always blunt, rarely showed emotion, and treated her like nothing more than a customer. Still, since the NPCs and gods of the labyrinth usually gave her nothing but mockery and contempt, even that made her feel grateful. Arfan introduces himself to MC and says he should already know what he does. He explains that monsters in places like this drop two kinds of loot, materials and equipment. Usually, the materials are either sold to shops or used to request specific gear. If he brings the materials he needs, Arfan can make whatever equipment he wants. Since it's his first time, he won't charge for the work. Then Arfan notices something else too. The great warrior came with him. The ghost asks if he isn't shocked since the last time they met, he was still alive. Arfan says he always knew he'd show up again sooner or later, dead or alive. Then he asks if Kang is the man who accepted that mission. He says the guides were making such a fuss that he assumed they had already killed him. So this was unexpected. Arfan adds that if the protagonist wants to do business with him, he should remember one thing. He doesn't discriminate against customers. It doesn't matter if they're weak or a high-ranked guide of sin. He only cares about materials and gear, so MC shouldn't even think about telling him to work for him alone. Kang understands and says he wants to place an order. He asks for a bracer. Arfan says that's fine, just bring the materials. In response, he dumps a pile of items in front of him. Arfan says he's not sure whether to be happy or worried about the kid, then tells him to come back in half an hour. The protagonist is surprised it'll be that fast, but Arfan says these aren't materials from the deeper floors. They're all common, so there's no reason it should take long. For him, it's easy work. So he tells the boy to come back later, and once MC leaves, he says half an hour is exactly how long he needs to clear a floor. If he goes all out, he can finish in 10 minutes, but this time he takes it slow. Half an hour later, he returns to the blacksmith, and Arfan says his timing is perfect. He just finished. Then he hands over what Can asked for. He checks it and sees the stats are really high, with over plus 13 defense. Arfan tells him that from now on, he'll start charging. The price will depend on the kind of equipment he asks for, and Arfan will keep the materials in stock. The protagonist agrees. He says he'll bring better stuff from the lower floors next time, but then the ghost cuts in and says Arfan should be able to make something even better. Arfan says of course he can, but he needs the right materials. The ghost calls him out and says he knows that's not what he meant. That instantly annoys Arfan. The ghost says he's talking about special equipment, gear Arfan can make that others can't. Only people with permission can enter that place, and some items can only be crafted with materials from there. He says there's no point hiding it because someone like Arfan can do it. Arfan asks if he even understands what that place means to him, and yet he still dares bring it up to his face. The ghost says he knows Arfan only told him about that place, which leaves Kang wondering what they're even talking about. The ghost reminds Arfan why he came there in the first place, to save a ruined world. Then he says MC is just like him. The difference is he can send Arfan back to his world. Arfan thinks that if this man accepted that mission, he should be trustworthy, but he hasn't even reached the 20th floor yet. He's still just a kid, and now the ghost is exposing all his secrets. Then the ghost brings up the 30th floor. Arfan asks what he means, and the ghost points out that Arfan himself said he thought the warriors of sin had killed him. But even while only on the 13th floor, Kang crushed a guide from the 30th. Arfan asks how that's possible and tells him not to lie. The ghost asks if he has ever lied before, and the old man goes quiet. After thinking it over, Arfan gives him a condition. He says the protagonist has to prove he really defeated someone from the 30th floor. To do that, he'll have to beat a monster Arfan prepares. If MC can do it, Arfane will accept everything without complaint. A while later, even the ghost starts wondering if he rushed things. He thought that if they missed the chance now, it might never come again. Kang says he's fine with it, as long as it helps him get stronger. He says he wants to find out if this place really is that special. The ghost tells him to trust him. This place is full of good stuff. If he earns Arfane's favor, he'll become much stronger. And since he wants to reach the gods, this is the path. The ghost asks if he noticed. After meeting Maria, Kang's eyes were shining so much that it was impossible not to see it. Even if aiming that high sounds crazy, if that's truly what he wants, this will be an important experience. Just then, Arfane opens the door and says he's done preparing. The protagonist looks at what's waiting in front of him. The system identifies it as a sealed Balrog, and even the ghost is surprised to see it. That's one of the strongest monsters from the lower floors. Arfane says this one is heavily weakened and nothing like the original. Its power is only around that of a boss from the early 20th floors, so MC should relax. Even so, he asks if he is really going to accept the challenge. Kang Taisan is already drawing his sword and says of course he will. With that, Arfane breaks the contract in his hand. The monster is released and roars through the room. Then it locks onto Kang and charges straight at him without hesitation. The sealed Balrog activates demonic energy eruption, getting ready to fire it at the protagonist. MC instantly uses deflection, then follows up by casting slow on the monster. The Balrog's movements slow a little, and it seems thrown off by what just happened. He immediately uses Ice Arrow and Flame Explosion, then fires Ice Arrow again and keeps attacking. Arfane can't believe what he's seeing. Even weakened, the Balrog is getting completely overwhelmed, and the ghost proudly says he told him Kang was the real deal. Still, Arfane thinks something is off. Even if the protagonist is strong, there should still be a gap in raw stats. The ghost agrees that it is strange. MC's skills are clearly abnormal, especially spiritual enhancement. Not only does it boost his stats, it also steals the target's abilities. It's completely different from normal skills. There's no real comparison. By then, Kang has already driven his sword into the creature's neck and killed it with shocking ease. The ghost wonders if a mortal can really have a skill like that, while Kang completely finishes off the sealed Balrog. For now, the ghost calls him immortal, emphasis on for now. After seeing that display of power, Arfane thinks for a moment and says fine, he'll let the boy go to his world. The protagonist finds that strange and asks if he means a ruined world. Arfane says exactly. He pulls something from his inventory, a small black orb, and says his world was destroyed in a very unusual way, so this gem can send MC there. He adds that as useful as this place is, there's a limit to what he can make here. But if Kang brings back reagents that can only be shaped from that ruined world, he can create something far more powerful. The two of them stare at the orb. Arfane starts thinking about what he could realistically bring back at his current level and decides the boy should be able to collect fortuitous roots from the gray forest. As the protagonist goes deeper into the labyrinth and grows stronger, Arfane will let him explore more of that world to gather better ingredients. MC receives a side quest. Arfane is waiting for something from him. He must enter Arfane's ruined world and bring back fortuitous roots from the gray forest. The reward will be equipment made from those roots. After giving him the quest, Arfane hands over a map and says that once he reaches the forest, he'll understand how to gather them. Then Arfane takes the black orb in hand and casts magic right in front of Kang. A portal starts to open. Arfane tells the boy to step inside. When he puts his hand on it, he gives the boy one warning. That world will try to kill him. Right after that, Kang is already falling through the other side of the portal, heading into the ruined world. He asks the ghost what the hell is going on, and the ghost says it's spatial travel. The farther the destination, the longer it takes, so he should just wait a bit. The protagonist thinks this is his first time entering a ruined world and wonders if Earth might one day end up like this too. If it does, he wants to see what would be different. The moment he arrives, he's caught off guard. He starts coughing and wonders what just hit him. Whatever he breathed in feels wrong, maybe poisonous, so he activates breathlessness. After that, he notices he can't feel much with his hands. If there were normal air, he'd at least feel wind or some resistance. Instead, he's in a place so strange that it feels like the ground itself is trying to swallow him. Everything around him feels hostile. He quickly realizes this whole planet is wrong. It's actively trying to kill anything alive. So as he moves through that deadly place, his feet keep sticking in the gray mud. He takes constant damage little by little, covers his face to stay alive, and figures there must be at least a little oxygen left. The ghost warns him not to use flashy attacks. If he makes too much noise, this place will notice him even more. Kang can already tell this world is brutal. He pulls out the map and wonders how far he still has to go to reach the forest. Maybe he's halfway there. Then something shoots him from the side and deals 4 damage. That catches him off guard. Just a second ago, he'd been wondering what the difference was between NPCs and adventurers. The ghost asks if he means the contractors, and Kang realizes that's what the labyrinth's NPCs call themselves. The ghost circles around him and says the answer is simple. Adventurers are free, while contractors are chained to the labyrinth. Adventurers can leave whenever they want, but contractors can't. In exchange for a chance to get what they want most through a deal with the mage, they give up that freedom. MC asks what each of them wanted badly enough to accept that. For the ghost, it was revenge. Lalise wanted a chance to walk the path of magic, and Zhao made a contract to find his god. The seller and Arfan aren't much different. That's why they keep asking adventurers like him for help. The protagonist is surprised, so that's why they all hand out quests. Then he asks how they became contractors in the first place. The ghost says there are probably a lot of ways. In his case, the mage came straight to him and offered the contract. Kang asks who this mage is, but the ghost can't answer. He says MC will learn on his own deeper in the labyrinth, and MC figures he may have pushed too far. While they're talking, a circle of mana starts forming around him. It grows more violent and turns into a raging tornado around his body. He realizes a storm had already been building. This world wants him dead even faster now. He activates deflection, then resistance too, but he still keeps taking chip damage. Even with the skills active, they barely help. The storm doesn't move away from him at all. It's as if it locked onto him and exists only to kill him. King draws his swords and slashes into the whirlwind, but it does nothing. He follows with flame explosion, an ice arrow, throwing both into the tornado, but it doesn't even react. Even magic isn't working, so he realizes he can't destroy it head on. That leaves one option: slow. The tornado finally starts moving a little slower, so targeted skills still work at least. He activates speed, dashes straight through it, and breaks out the other side. As he runs, he thinks he just needs to get a little farther away, so he looks back and sees the tornado vanish on its own. The ghost figures it disappeared because it could no longer fulfill its purpose. That leaves Kang seriously surprised because his spiritual enhancement activates after defeating it, and he gains a conceptual skill called Nameless. That strange power flows into him. And while he still doesn't understand what's happening, he stares at his hand again. Looking at that conceptual skill, he asks the ghost what it is. The ghost admits he has no idea. He's never seen anything like it. That makes him start wondering about something. Kang asks if he thought of anything, and the ghost says one thing came to mind, but he's still not sure. Once he sorts out his thoughts, he'll explain. Kang is shocked that the ghost actually doesn't know for once, telling him to think it through and speak up later. Then they keep moving. Kang keeps getting attacked from every direction, but he still manages to escape without too much trouble. At this point, he's sure this day is full of strange things. So he activates mental acceleration. He slips past the attacks and cuts through the rocks flying into his path, uses Wolf's Fang, then Maiden's Dance, tearing through everything around him. He also uses an attack step to stop on top of the walls. Even then, the attacks keep getting through his defense, and there's no end to them. But when he looks ahead, he freezes in shock and blurts out, "What the hell is that?" The ghost asks what he's seeing. Kang realizes it's the same thing carved into the wall before. He immediately accelerates and charges straight at it, just as he thought. Now he wonders if that new skill is what let him see it. He strikes the thing, while forcing a path through the rocks, keeping his focus on the target, deeper inside. He knows he only needs to push a little farther. Even as the attacks speed up, it almost feels like that thing got angry the moment he came after it. So he starts preparing one of his skills to go all in and cut through that section of stone. Kang locks onto that same carved thing in the wall. Then he presses forward. His focus stays fixed on that mark hidden in the wall. He keeps chasing that same target without letting up. As he pushes through, his proficiency keeps rising, and he gains willpower. The ghost is stunned. That's the power of a will strong enough to face this place. He realizes that in Arfin's world, the star itself is trying to kill all life. Then he remembers the whirlwind and the flying stones. There's a much greater force behind all of it. The star's will, the will that rejects life, can be treated as the will of the world itself. And Kang just defeated that will. That leaves one question. What kind of skill is this? The ghost can tell the protagonist didn't just defeat it. He absorbed power, not something physical, but something conceptual. He thinks a low-rank stealing skill would never be able to take something like that. Spiritual enhancement must rank even higher than the star itself. This isn't a power meant for normal mortals. It's the kind of thing only transcendent beings should have. Meanwhile, MC keeps moving forward. Eventually, he reaches the place Arfan told him about, and he finds one of the roots there. Kang says if he takes that root back, he should be able to get better equipment. But the tree itself attacks, trying to kill him. He rushes in with his swords and shreds root after root. After a hard push, he manages to climb onto it and realizes this thing is huge. The monster tree keeps trying to catch him from every angle, lashing roots upward and even trapping one of his legs below. Kang uses Retaliate, stopping everything aimed at him. The roots can't reach him, and he tells the thing to get out of his way. Still, the roots eventually break his shield. One nearly smashes into his face, but he barely dodges to the side and activates mental acceleration. Then he starts searching for the main core. He hacks through everything to find it, carving up the tree while asking himself where it's hidden. There's no glowing weak point, no clear energy source, but when he looks back, he sees all the roots gathering in one place. That's when he finds the tree's core, so that's it. The ghost yells for Kang to be careful, but then realizes the protagonist probably can't even hear him. He's too locked in, focused on only one thing, getting stronger no matter what. After taking a hit, he uses complete notification from the first strike and keeps pushing forward. Then he throws himself into the opening and cuts the tree apart completely, destroying another will. The system activates spiritual enhancement, and nameless proficiency rises by 1. Kang says he knew it would be hidden deep inside, and he takes the fortuitous route without much trouble. MC says that was easy. The little ghost reminds him that at his level, not much will be difficult anymore, but getting back quickly matters more. He realizes it really is what it looks like. The world is seriously trying to get rid of him, and it really looks like it wants them dead. So he takes the portal and gets out, saying he'll deal with that world another day. The side quest is cleared, and the blacksmith is shocked they're already back. Kang says yes and shows him the route, asking if this is enough. The blacksmith replies that it seems ordinary to him since he's not from that world, but he asks if the protagonist really brought the right item. He finished far too quickly. MC shows it to him, and it really is the fortuitous route. The moment he takes it, he asks if it's really okay to combine it with the cave sword. The little ghost says it's fine. Kang can use it however he wants. The blacksmith is surprised to hear that, and the ghost explains that the sword belongs to Kang now. So the protagonist tells him to use the root on that weapon, handing over the cave sword infused with ancestral blood. The blacksmith agrees, especially now that the warrior has approved it. Still, he says he'll need Kang's weapon too. After reforging the root, he'll fuse both together. MC is told to come back in 2 days, so he heads to the 17th floor of the labyrinth and faces a Delahan, defeating it without much trouble. He gets blood and mist earrings. He thinks the monster was weak, but the ghost says he's just too strong. He also picks up leather armor infused with magma dew, then moves on right away. He wants to grow stronger during those 2 days. The boss of the 18th floor is a skeleton mage and a skeleton knight, and the protagonist clears them easily too. On the 19th floor, the boss is a lich. Kang takes it down just as easily and levels up again. The warrior acts happy to see him leveling up, or maybe just pretends to because MC is getting a little too strong. After that, he heads for the 20th floor, but something stops him. It looks like a skull with dark energy in front of it. He notices it immediately. The ghost says it's an altar to the goddess of the demon race. She rules over everything demonic, and she's his leader. So this is Lucifer's altar, built by those who serve Lucifer. It connects to the gods, letting Lucifer spread influence through it. As the first to find it, Kang gets a permanent bonus, +3 intelligence and +10 mana. The protagonist asks if he knows what the trial is like. The ghost honestly says he has no idea. Then the protagonist asks if he's never gone through one. The ghost tells MC to remember this. Gods give trials tied to their domains. Then he asks what kind of trial the goddess of the demon race would give. He asks if she's really a goddess and if she gives trials to demons. The ghost says no, but for humans, it'll definitely be worse. Kang says he'll think about that later, and the ghost asks if he plans to come back with his new weapon. The protagonist says since he doesn't know what kind of trial this is, it's better to be careful. Now on the 20th floor, he pushes forward until he reaches the boss room, and finally faces the Death Knight head-on. Kang asks if this is really its full strength. Not even close. He decides, then cuts the monster in half and wins. The little ghost acts excited and says that boss was supposed to be a real nightmare. Kang says he knew it. Nothing special happened. The ghost asks if he's searching for a hidden area. MC says yes. Something is still concealed here. Then he gets a strong premonition. He spots the one brick sticking out from the wall and finds the secret room. He says he knew it and walks over. The ghost takes the chance to ask, hearing that sound, if this might be a lord's stage room. Kang just keeps going. Soon he notices a different Death Knight approaching. This one is Valoran, Lord of the Death Knights. He says Kang must be the warrior's ghost and that he's heard many stories from the wise ogre. He calls the ghost a pitiful, weak being. Then he asks whether the protagonist met that arrogant one. But the ghost says that's a secret between them. At least that much freedom should be allowed to those who are bound. Valoran then asks if MC is his opponent too, though he says he's so strong that he probably has no chance. He says they've crossed swords in the chamber given to him. Kang immediately draws his blades. Valoran says that even so, he is a knight and will not throw away his weapon and run. It has been centuries since adventurers found this room, so he is deeply grateful. Now they will fight. With that, he charges straight at the protagonist, who blocks the slash. The blow is heavy, and MC admits the knight is strong. Kang attacks back while realizing Valoran is probably above the level of the 25th floor, not something a normal player could handle. Then the knight rushes in and drives a kick into his chest, but first attack total nullification activates. Valoran thinks that attack nullifying skill is pretty amusing. He slams his sword into the ground, sending chunks of rock flying at the protagonist. MC notes the attacks hit hard, but the knight is too. big and his movements are slow. He leaps across the rocks and closes in. They clash in a pure contest of strength. Kang says the knight really is powerful. A normal player wouldn't stand a chance against him, but he isn't a normal player. He hops back a little and tries something, but then the knight moves first, throwing an uppercut into Kang's face and crushing it. But the protagonist turns it back on him, smashing the knight into the ground. The ghost is stunned. He asks why Kang isn't using his usual skills. He could have used acceleration or magic, so what's going on? MC stares at that. Night while part of the knight's mask breaks, and Valoran is already shaking from it. Still, he attacks again and thanks him, saying he has long wished for an honest, direct battle, and this is truly impressive. That strike forces the protagonist to get out the way. Valoran says he waited hundreds of years for this day, and Kang lands right on top of his sword as the knight starts swinging it. MC stays on it, using it as a launch point to dive straight for his head. The knight speaks to him again, thanking Kang deeply. By the end of the battle, the knight is on the ground, sitting in front of him. He starts thanking him because he never expected the protagonist to deliberately avoid using his skills. The protagonist says Valoran did the same, and the knight removes his helmet and says that, as a knight, he never wanted to rely on skills. He only wanted to fight with his sword. That selfish wish was his alone, so he had no right to force it on MC. But thanks to MC's choice, he can now die satisfied. He says he'd like to claim he's finally free. But Kang should know how people like him, beings with minds of their own, end up trapped in the labyrinth and treated like monsters. The protagonist pauses at that. Surprisingly, Valoran was imprisoned here. Kang says he doesn't understand how that happened. Valoran says it's simple. For some, this place is a land of opportunity, but for others, that is not the case. It's unfortunate, but there's no time to explain everything. He says he trusts MC can reach the final floors. When he does, he'll learn what they really are and what kind of being the mage is. And when he finally finds out, Valoran asks him to please remember those who cannot escape. Then he fades away, leaving his sword behind in front of the protagonist. With that, he defeats Valorant of the 20th floor. He receives Valorant's helm, which gives plus 22 defense and plus 3 action speed. Kang is surprised, since gear like this usually only shows up in sabbats. It's a very good helmet. He also notes that the title stats are much better than they were before his regression. He gets a continuous activation skill called Proof of Self. His achievements so far take form and wrap around him. According to Latoni, it gives off an intimidating presence. He also equips the boots of extensive damage, which adds several more stats. On top of that, he gets a strength rune plus 20. Then he opens his status window and says the rune made him 20 points stronger. He thinks he's finally reached the stats lady had before his regression. After that, he goes to the 6th floor, to Lilise's tower. She's surprised to see Kang. She asks if he made it farther, and MC says he reached the 20th floor. She's shocked he advanced that much already. Then she asks if he came to offer tribute and learn a new spell. He says yes, and tells her to get started. She begins her little ritual and gives him another spell, Extra Jump, a low-rank spell that lets him jump once more while in the air. For now, he only gets 1 extra jump, so Kang is basically turning into Elden Ring's horse, and he's pretty impressed by it. He tests the jump right away. Elise says she knew he would. He always gets excited and tries out a new skill immediately. As the protagonist uses Extra Jump, he thinks it's a really good spell. Then on the 20th floor, he goes back to the Death Knight. The ghost asks why he's taking off all his gear, because he must be planning something again. The ghost asks if he's trying to learn another nullification skill. Kang admits that's exactly the plan, leaving him stunned. He can't believe there's still another one to unlock. Standing before the knight again, MC tells the ghost they're about to find out. He starts dodging the Death Knight's attacks one after another. Then the nullification for the first hit triggers, and the second one does too. The ghost is shocked that Kang wants to erase even the third attack. He insists there has to be a limit. There's no way this should work, but he actually pulls it off. Something flashes on his status bar, and he takes 62 damage. After repeating this a few times, his protective shield stacks up to 4. Then, when the third strike no longer lowers his HP, he gains a continuous skill, complete nullification of the third attack. That leaves the ghost even more amazed. Kang says he knew there had to be one more. The ghost figures this must be a skill nobody normally gets. Even he never imagined a nullification for a third hit existed. He guesses the only way to earn it is by using the protective shield, and the protagonist says that makes sense. Nobody cleared Lycarabus's enhanced trial, so of course no one knew about it. After that, he sits down for a bit. The ghost asks if he's finally going to rest, saying it's good to relax once in a while, since MC never stops for even a minute. Kang just looks at him like he's talking nonsense. That makes the ghost snap, telling him to stop thinking about getting stronger for 1 second and just breathe. In other words, take a break already. Instead, the protagonist heads back to the 16th floor and goes to the forge. On the way, he checks Torment Slash and sees its proficiency is at 29. The ghost says it grew this fast because he was there to guide and correct him. But from here on, leveling it up will be much harder. MC says gaining 5 levels in 2 days is already great, and that's enough for now. Since the time he asked for is up, it's time to visit the forge. He opens the door and asks Arfan if he came too early since the smith is still working. Arfan says no, his timing is perfect because he just finished and wants to show him the result. He takes out a crystal ball with light glowing inside. Arfan explains that he processed it into its simplest form and the changes in the combining method were meant to boost its power. Then he tells Kang to bring his weapon over. He presses the item against the blade. The crystal sinks into the sword and vanishes, and the relic stats change with a new boost added. The ghost is shocked that it could be strengthened this much. The weapon's damage goes up by 15. Kang is pleased with the upgrade and thanks him. The blacksmith brushes it off, saying it's just business, so there's no need to thank him. He adds that they'll meet again every 5 floors as the protagonist moves up, since carrying all his gear more often than that is too much trouble. Then he wishes the kid luck in the labyrinth. After that, MC returns to Lucifer's altar on the 19th floor. He's back to face the trial. The ghost says he's getting a strange feeling, a mix of curiosity and unease as Kang reaches out and places his hand on the skull. The moment he touches it, a dark red light appears in its eye. A demon speaks, saying the same goes for its own curiosity. He is startled, and a message appears saying Lucifer has invited him into her domain. Calling it an invitation feels generous, since he'll probably get dragged in either way. Still, Kang accepts Lucifer's offer. The story really tries to make the name sound harmless by making Lucifer look like a little anime girl, and the protagonist is completely caught off guard. Lucifer's domain welcomes him. Once inside, he asks what this place is because he can barely see anything ahead of him. It's all dark, and at the far end sits a girl on a throne. When he looks forward, he greets the goddess of demons. She says she likes that he knelt without putting up a fight. Kang stays tense and says he's not dumb. He understands the situation. She just laughs, clearly enjoying herself. Then she says he did pretty well and asks his name. Kang introduces himself to Lucifer. She tells him that if he had acted arrogantly, she would have crushed his skull with the dark magic around his neck. That shocks MC. Then she eases the mood, telling him to calm down. It was a joke. She says she wouldn't smash his pretty little head. Besides, if she did, some people would get very angry. The ghost asks if Kang is okay, even though he clearly isn't. Lucifer asks if he killed her poor Jagan, then says she has no plans to punish him for it. Their fight was fair. What matters more is why he came to her demonic energy. Kang thinks it over. Demonic energy is the cost of using black magic. And if he wants to use the false flames of Marchosi that he got after beating Jagan, he'll need it. so he admits that's exactly what he wants. Lucifer points out that he's human, while she is the goddess of demons. Demonic energy is the power of those who belong to her, and humans do not. Kang asks if that means she can't grant demonic energy to humans. She says if he's asking whether she has the power to give him her demonic energy, then yes, she does. So he asks why she just said she couldn't give that power to humans. Lucifer explains that under normal rules, she couldn't, but he gained demonic power through a loophole in a contract. Even if that little thing beside him doesn't have the qualifications, he does. She says Kang has the right traits and the body needed to control demonic energy, though he still doesn't understand where she's going with this. Then she says every kind of power has a price, so he asks her to explain. Lucifer says it's simple. She wants him to help protect her little lamb. The protagonist is surprised, and a mission appears. The goddess of demons wants to help one of her children who is being hunted, but demonkind can't enter that world. Since MC can, she wants him to save the child. His reward will depend on his results. He's shocked that this means going to another world. Lucifer says that's exactly right. She asks if he remembers the world of that foolish child, Rafa. Then she says this place isn't a ruined world like his, so he doesn't need to worry. Her little lamb is suffering and being hunted in a world she can't reach, so he must take her somewhere safe. Kang agrees, but says he wants to ask for one thing first. The ghost immediately warns him not to push his luck. Lucifer asks if he dares ask a goddess for more without paying the price. The ghost panics, saying she'd kill them for less than that. Still, Lucifer tells him to speak. If she doesn't like it, she'll be merciful and ignore it. The ghost watches Kang, waiting to hear what he says. The protagonist asks the great demon goddess if she knows who is trying to conquer his world. She laughs and says she'll forgive that unpaid question because she knows why he wants the answer. If he completes her mission well enough, she'll tell him. Kang says that is enough for him. She accepts the deal as fair and gives him the basics. The world he's being sent to is Vekaseta. Magic exists there and it is protected by a dragon. The world itself has average strength, but its guardian is troublesome. Haman, the god of light, was born in that world. That is where Kang is headed. Lucifer wishes him luck on the mission, and then MC gets thrown out. He lands roughly and realizes this must be Vekaseta, noting that it doesn't seem all that different. As he moves through the area, he notices birds and butterflies. The ghost says that, judging from that sin guide's appearance, the most common form across worlds seems to be human. Kang is surprised, but thinks that's good news. At least he won't be chased just for how he looks. Right away, he activates presence detection. The ghost says it looks like he won't have time to stand around sightseeing. He says he knows he's being surrounded, so he uses extra jump and gets out of there fast. Then he activates. Presence detection again looks to the side and senses several people chasing one other person. He figures that's probably the little lamb Lucifer was talking about. The ghost says the horns and black hair make it pretty clear she's from demonkind. Meanwhile, the girl keeps getting chased and attacked, nearly dying. At the last second, they catch her leg, slam her to the ground, and tie her up. She even tries to cut the rope, but the men say she has to be the princess. Just look at how she avoided capture for 10 years. They admit she's a real expert at running away. Then they close in on the frightened girl, and one of them says she'll have to forgive this, but she's going to take a little nap. He knocks her out with a blow to the head. After that, he thinks that if they split the reward evenly, each of them gets 100 gold coins. One of them complains that the pay is too low, but the leader snaps back. How is 100 gold each not enough? Then he reminds them that he covered the tracking costs, the request fees, and even the bribes to keep people quiet. So he changes the split. They get 90 gold each, and he takes 190. One guy clearly hates that deal, and the redhead warns that if anyone wants to argue, they can take it up with his sword. Right then, Kang steps up behind the gray-haired man and asks how much his share is. They all jump in shock and yell, asking who the hell he is and why he showed up like that. Then they notice his black hair and wonder if he's from the demon race too, though something about him seems different. Wanting answers, they ask who he is. The protagonist realizes black hair must be common for demons here, then says he has business with the horned girl. That makes the gray-haired man tense up immediately. He assumes MC is another bounty hunter after demons, grabs his sword, and threatens the girl, saying MC won't take his reward. But Kang rushes in first and sends the guy flying before he can do anything. The others panic and start shouting, wondering who this guy is and why he's so strong. The girl on the ground moves closer to the protagonist, and he repeats that he already told them he's here because he has business with that girl. After a little sharp persuasion, everyone starts talking fast and spills everything. They beg for their lives and say they'll answer anything, as long as he doesn't kill them. Kang turns to the bald man with a murderous look. The bald guy breaks immediately and tells him everything. The protagonist learns it all started 10 years ago when an oracle appeared. The man confirms it. Kang sums it up. This world used to be normal. Humans and demons each lived in half the world and got along well enough. Then one day, Haman, the god of light, sent down an oracle. That oracle gave one order: kill the demons. And humanity followed it without question. They carried out everything Haman said, attacking the demons and slaughtering countless people. 2 years later, the Demon King was dead, the war was over, and bounties were placed on every demon still alive. After years of hunting, the demon race is almost gone. And that girl, she's the last demon princess. Kang realizes Lucy's failed mission was to protect this girl at all costs. So he tells the bald man they're done and lets him go, which is surprising since MC has been killing everyone else. Later, he takes the girl to a cave and lets her rest. When she wakes up, he tells her she should still be resting and asks why she's already up. She only thanks him for saving her, then asks him to leave. She says it's dangerous to stay near her. Someone like her shouldn't even exist in this world anymore. Then she says, there's no one left to stay by her side. She remembers how her people were destroyed until she was left completely alone. She adds that those men weren't the only bounty hunters after her. Many, stronger and more famous ones are still searching. Kang asks if she means the ones behind them. The girl looks confused and asks who he's talking about. Then a man steps out of the bushes, and she freezes in surprise. He's glad to find the princess there, saying he heard rumors she was nearby, but didn't expect them to be true. She recognizes him as Gareth and angrily reminds him that he once swore loyalty to her father, asking how he could do this. The shady-looking man instantly changes his tune, saying, "That's all in the past." Now, whenever he remembers those days, all he feels is anger over what he did, and he says he never should have sworn loyalty to a demon. Then he charges forward, slips past the girl, and goes straight for Kang. She tries to stop him, saying that boy has nothing to do with any of this. But Kang stops the older man with nothing but the hilt of his sword, leaving Gareth stunned by how he did it. With his eyes closed, Kang completely embarrasses him, giving off a ridiculous amount of pressure. Then he drops the old man with a single punch, crushing his face and sending him flying. The girl is shocked, and the ghost is shocked too that Gareth is still alive, even jokingly praising the old man. Kang coldly says some random brute really dared to attack him. Gareth gets furious and starts pouring out mana to use his special move. The girl grows nervous, but the protagonist still looks completely calm. Gareth starts coating his sword in mana. Kang realizes it's sword aura, and the ghost asks how he even knows that. He says he read about it in the manual, then tells the old man to come at him. Gareth keeps cursing him in his head, swearing he'll split him in half as he rushes in to kill him, but MC stops the blade so easily it looks ridiculous. Gareth can't believe it and asks how he did that. Kang points out that he couldn't even break his sword. The old man keeps forcing out his weak aura and tries to attack again, but he can't even get close. Still, he keeps trying to send Kang to hell, while the girl watches in fear. Then she notices that he used total nullification on the first attack, letting Gareth rush past without touching him. Gareth insists he knows he landed the hit. He starts wondering if Kang is some kind of mage, maybe using time magic. But he rejects the idea at once, since not even the great masters of the magic tower can do something like that. The protagonist just raises his hand and uses total nullification on the second attack. At that point, Gareth thinks he's a monster, and MC uses total nullification on the third attack too. Gareth starts freaking out, asking why none of his attacks work, not even with aura. It doesn't make sense to him. Kang holds out a hand and says that's enough. He's tested the aura's damage. It dealt 63 damage, which he decides isn't bad. Then he activates evasion, and the next strike misses completely. He tells Gareth to use whatever he's got. Gareth starts shaking in panic. In desperation, he throws himself and his sword at him. This time, the blade pierces the protagonist's abdomen, and Gareth, terrified, asks who he really is. Kang takes it and answers that he's simply someone way stronger than him, and after humiliating the old man enough, it's time to try his new trick. He starts firing a barrage of ice arrows. While talking about the aura, he keeps launching them at Gareth and wearing him down hit by hit. Gareth tries everything he can to defend himself, demanding to know how some mere savage can cast spells like this. Kang says the aura didn't change his form or boost his body or mind. It only raises cutting power a little, so it's nothing amazing. Gareth asks what he's muttering about and wonders if it's some evil magic. MC replies that since it makes cutting easier, it still has its uses. Then he asks the ghost if he knows how to use aura too, but the ghost says no. In his world, there was no such thing as aura, and his world didn't have monsters, magic, or aura at all. Very few people ever reached the lower floors, and even fewer had aura, so Kang says he'll just ask the old man directly how to learn it. But the old man is completely stunned now, doing nothing but calling him a monster. The protagonist realizes Gareth has basically lost his mind, so he doubts he'll answer on his own. Then he wonders if this will work. The proof of Thepsel skill, which makes all the merit he's earned so far take form and wrap around him. He figures that if it has an on switch, this must be the activation skill, even though it's marked as continuous activation. The moment he turns it on, all of Kang's merits become visible. When the old man sees that, he nearly wets himself. To him, MC looks like a completely terrifying being made flesh. The old man drops to the ground as his presence, like some giant spirit around him, closes in and fills him with fear. Kang thinks it was useless and turns it off, figuring it's just some intimidation skill that doesn't really do anything. He's still wondering how to make the old man talk, but Gareth is already beyond terrified and doesn't even realize it. He says the protagonist can ask anything, and he'll answer whatever he wants. MC has no idea what's going on. While the old man is scared out of his mind, the ghost cracks up, saying the guy looks ready to wet himself like he saw a real monster, and it wasn't even him. He starts thinking that skill might actually be useful after all. The ghost basically tells him, "Man, you turned into the devil in front of him. Have you noticed how many people you've killed? How many monsters you've taken down? How much chaos you've caused? How many gods you've made angry? If that's not terrifying, then I'm the crazy one." Kang tells Gareth to explain everything he knows about aura. Gareth calms down and starts talking, saying aura is a skill swordsmen can gain. As the protagonist can see, it appears as a blue flame, and at higher levels it turns white, though he's never seen anyone reach that stage. MC asks what it does, and Gareth says its cutting power is almost absolute. Then he asks if it only works with swords. Gareth says it can be used with any weapon, but not freely. For example, he can only use aura on his sword because he's trained with it his whole life, and the higher his level gets, the easier it becomes to use. Tang asks if it has proficiency levels and what the mana cost is. Gareth says 0, which surprises him. Gareth adds that while there's a limit to how much aura you can release, there's no true limit on using it. You can keep it active for a long time. It just makes you a little tired. The protagonist realizes aura could be useful and asks how to learn it. The old man says there's no special trick. It's a power a swordsman awakens on their own through insight. Still, he admits true swordmasters who already use aura might know a better way. Kang thinks that over and figures out the issue right away. The problem is simple. He still doesn't know how to learn it. The old man agrees and asks if there's anything else. MC says not for now, and Garrett begs him to end his life so the shame can finally be over. He agrees. Hearing that, Garrett thanks him. Then Kang finishes him with his knife. Honestly, the protagonist makes the smart call here. In a situation like this, leaving someone alive is just asking for trouble. Garrett had already seen too much and knew far too much about the protagonist. If he teamed up with stronger people later, that could turn into a huge problem. So the protagonist kills him, and when spiritual enhancement activates, the gap between their souls is so big that he gets nothing from the kill. After that, MC asks the demon princess for her name. She introduces herself as Anisha, then asks his. He gives his name and quickly adds that he's her guard before she can ask. She's clearly confused by that. Right then, the ghost rushes over and warns the protagonist not to say Lucifer sent him. He needs to make up a believable story. So Kang lies badly, saying that a few years ago, he met someone from the demon clan who entrusted him with a treasure and asked him to protect her. Anisha asks who that person was, but MC says he doesn't know. The person died soon after making the request. More importantly, he asks if she knows anywhere safe in this world. Anisha says no, there's no safe place for her because everyone in this world wants her dead. Kang understands. For now, all they can do is keep moving and hope to find somewhere safer than this. So he leaves with the girl. Along the way, more attackers keep showing up to kill her, but he cuts them down easily. The stream of enemies never seems to stop. That makes him remember what Lucifer said. Her little lamb is suffering in a world that forgot her, and the protagonist has to take her somewhere safe. The problem is he still has no idea where that safe place is. Some time passes, and Anisha keeps praying for the demon god to bless them with salvation and peace. Kang notices her faith is strong, while he'd rather spend his time training than sitting around. So he starts putting what he learned into practice. Even then, he still can't grasp it. Eventually, he looks back and asks how long she's been watching. Anisha says about 2 hours. She asks what he's training, and Kang says he's trying to learn aura. That surprises her. She thought he was already a master. MC explains that he came from another place. Then Anisha says that now that things have calmed down a little, she never properly thanked him. So Anisha Burchett, the demon princess, offers her sincere thanks to her savior, Team San. Kang is caught off guard and says he's only doing what he promised. Just then, the ghost warns him that more people are coming. A group arrives, asking if this is where the demon princess is hiding. When they get close, he asks if they're mages. One of them proudly says he's a mage from Melfrey Academy of the Great Magic Tower, and his name is Bar Milan. The protagonist thinks this might be more fun than fighting hunters. Maybe they'll teach him something new. But the old mage asks if Kang is the princess's protector and immediately talks down to him. He says they follow Ramon, the god of light, so the demon princess must die. Then he orders MC to kneel, calling him a mere swordsman, and uses mental magic. Anisha quickly says they must have come by order of the oracle because Ramon commanded the death of all demons. He thinks they're more annoying than a rash and tells her to get inside the cave. The mages attack at once. Kang calmly cuts through several of them without trouble. The old mage realizes his spell doesn't work on the protagonist, so he orders everyone to keep their distance and cast together. They fire a barrage of different elemental spells at him. MC dodges every single one with ease. He mocks them, saying it's amazing that even working together, that's all they can do. To him, they're far too weak. Then they see him launch an ice shot without chanting anything. Several mages are struck and killed, leaving the rest shocked as they ask how he did it. Kang asks if that spell is called Ice Shot and says the name sounds pretty fancy. Then he apologizes but says he still has to protect the princess. After activating high appraisal, he says only the head mage is left and promises not to kill him yet. First, the old man is going to teach him some magic. After a while, Kang figures out that depending on the mage, chanting is required to cast in Begaceta, and the basic spell for sensing the surroundings can be used starting at the intermediate level. He also learns that Ice Shot, or Ice Arrow, is a high-level summoning spell. In the end, though, it's nothing amazing. After that, he asks Anisha if she's okay. She apologizes and says she feels a little dizzy. The whole situation is getting to her. The ghost points out that she's been living under death threats for who knows how long, so she's probably reached her limit. He pulls something from his item box, surprising her. He tells her to drink it. Once she does, she asks what it was. Kang says it's a stamina recovery potion, and it worked just as he expected. She wonders why he'd give her something so valuable, but he tells her not to worry. It's not something he can't replace. So she starts asking if there's anything she can give him in return for his kindness. Later, as evening falls, she tells him she cooked the fish with a few herbs she found and hopes it tastes good. The protagonist is surprised because it looks great. Anisha thanks him and says it's been a long time since she cooked, but she still thinks she's pretty good at it. She says that back when the world was peaceful, she loved cooking for the people around her. As she says that, memories of her family come back, which makes Kang remember. She said Ramon only arrived less than 100 years ago. She confirms it. Back then, this world didn't follow one god. Each region and clan had its own. But during that time, a god was born in their world, and that god was Ramon. Kang realizes Ramon came into existence not that long ago. Then Thason asks if he's thinking about something, and MC says yes. He remembers hearing that the gods who were divine from birth disappeared, while the current gods were once mortals who rose to transcendence. If that's true, then 100 years ago, Ramon was just a mortal and gods are insanely possessive. That much is obvious from Ramon's actions. He tried to wipe out every demon clan just to become Begaceta's only god. Kang figures the demon god would never accept that quietly. The ghost says that's exactly right, and that's why Lucifer sent him here, where Lucifer has no influence. No matter how powerful Lucifer is, fighting another god outside her own territory is difficult. Even if she's stronger, she'd still be at a disadvantage in Ramon's domain. He starts to understand that he has to stop Ramon while also protecting Alice, the demon princess. He looks at the girl and realizes that if he can finish this mission, he may learn who tried to destroy his world. Sometime later, somewhere else, even more people gather. They say they even brought an advanced mage, and the force they've assembled is enough to destroy a city. Then they all come together for one goal only: kill the demon princess, no matter the cost. From above, Kang sees they brought a lot of people. Everyone is startled and asks if he's the guardian of the abandoned princess. They tell him to move aside. Their target is the princess, and they don't want to fight him. They're here to carry out Ramon's order and kill the demon princess. Kang says that's not happening. He has his own reasons to protect her. And besides, he wants them to spread a few rumors about him. They ask what rumors he means. The protagonist asks if everyone's already here, saying, the more people there are, the better it'll be for him. That leaves them all wondering what he's planning. Then MC tells them to come at him, because it'll be easier if he wipes them all out at once. He is on another level here. He throws out that challenge in front of everyone like it's nothing. And now the whole crowd is left wondering what kind of confidence this guy has. They scoff at him, saying he's barely out of diapers and asking how he can talk such big nonsense. To them, he's just trying to play hero and make a name for himself. They ask if he misspoke, because it sure sounded like he wanted everyone to rush him at once so he could wipe them out faster. And on top of that, he says this is perfect, since he wanted to test something anyway. Then he activates an ice arrow skill. Everyone is stunned, calling it frost shot. They realize the bastard is casting magic, so they decide to strike right now. Calling him a filthy heretic, they swear he'll pay for ignoring Ramon. One knight charges straight at Kang and drives his spear into him, but the first attack nullification kicks in, and the knight can't understand why it did nothing, while the protagonist calmly forms huge ice spears above them. The others are baffled, and one insists he definitely landed the hit. Then they shout at him to stop staring like an idiot and keep attacking. Kang keeps creating icy shots while the whole group keeps hitting him. None of it works, but they think their attacks are finally starting to get through, and that they'll finish him off. Then the second full attack nullification activates too. He keeps making more ice and gathers it all above his head. The third nullification triggers as well. Kang mutters that he knew without aura they were never going to do much. Even after that, more of them keep dropping near him. Everyone asks what that giant ball of ice above him is. Then they notice dozens of frost shots packed together overhead. MC says that's exactly why he likes having lots of room to fight. Wide spaces are great for testing things. That icy mass above him turns into a new skill. He activates Ice Orb. They watch in shock as that sphere made from countless frozen shards starts moving toward them. Then he uses magic acceleration and hurls it at full force into the entire group. A bunch of them turn into frozen statues and get swept away. The old mage is left speechless by what he just saw, because that level of destruction is like a dragon's attack, and it tears through them with ease. Kang says it took a while to set up, but it worked pretty well. Then he asks if they still want to keep going, and the old man is shaking in fear. He begs everyone to run. They call Kang a monster, saying the one guarding the demon princess is like a dragon in human form. The princess asks him if this is going to cause trouble. He asks what she means, and she says those mages will spread word of what he did everywhere and brand him a heretic who betrayed Ramon. The ghost says that won't be a problem, because that's exactly what the protagonist wants. He's been waiting for stronger people to come after him, and she asks what he's talking about. Kang looks back and says the last group was a letdown, but this next one should be good enough. The little ghost is surprised, realizing MC's plan must have worked, and the news has already spread, bringing even more powerful fighters straight to him. The princess recognizes them as master swordsmen. Kang says they came all this way, and there are only a few of them. Then the red-haired man asks if he's the princess's guard. The princess urgently tells him to run. She says they all know how to use aura. They're elite swordsmen, and it's 4 against 1. Even if he's strong, she doesn't think he can handle this, but the protagonist just knocks her out to spare her the panic, telling her to rest for a minute. He leaves her in the cave and walks back to face them. They ask if he's done talking and joke about whether he already said goodbye to the princess. Kang thanks them for waiting and says she just fell asleep, so they shouldn't wake her up by yelling. Got it? The redhead says MC looks way too young, like they were really called in to deal with some kid. But the white-haired man snaps back, asking if he thinks he came here because he wanted to. One of them says he has guts for someone protecting the princess, and the redhead tells the others to stay back. He's going first, and he releases a red aura. One of them says he has guts for someone protecting the princess, and the redhead tells the others to stay back. He's going first, and he releases a red aura. He says he's heard about him, the boy who can nullify enemy attacks. Now he wants to see how many times Kang can really do it. This time he'll be facing a real master. You'd think the protagonist would be smashed into the ground right away. But that's not what happens. The first attack nullification activates, then the second, then the third. A storm of swords rushes at MC, and the fourth one finally lands, dealing 52 damage. The red-haired master says that settles it. Kang can only block 3 times, and that's nothing special. He notes that an aura-coated sword only did 52 damage, so the boost doesn't seem all that huge. The redhead tells him to show his power. Use the same move he used on the mages earlier. If 3 uses is his limit, then what is he going to do now? The protagonist realizes the man's swordsmanship isn't much different from the adventurer on the 20th floor. That means beating him with magic should be easier. The redhead keeps pressing forward, stabbing from every angle with his swords. Kang thinks to himself that a sword wrapped in aura is more like a skill than pure sword technique. And honestly, it's pretty cool. So he rushes in, slipping through all those blades and sending the redhead flying. The man is shocked by how heavy Kang's hit felt, and the others start wondering if he really is a mage, since he's clearly good with a sword too. MC figures the man's actual technique isn't that impressive compared to his aura. He thinks that if he raises his own power enough to shape aura, he could boost his attack without using stamina, and that's not bad at all. The redhead doesn't like seeing him smile and demands to know what he's muttering about. The protagonist answers by activating acceleration. The redhead is caught off guard by that speed as Kang closes in before he can launch his swords properly. With acceleration active, MC knocks every one of them aside. The redhead asks where he came from and why he's protecting someone from the demon clan, trying to get answers mid-fight. Kang isn't in the mood to chat. He's already on top of him, ready to kill. Still, he asks why that matters, then reveals he came from the labyrinth and only came here to fulfill a request. That shocks the redhead even more. A single strike launches him into the air, and that finishes him. Spiritual enhancement activates, and Kang gains the skill swordproof activation. He realizes that at this level, spiritual enhancement can absorb new abilities. The others start to panic after seeing the redhead die. Now they understand he is far stronger than all of them, so they decide it wouldn't be unfair to attack together. They get ready to jump in, and Kang says he'd better not hear them, regret it once they've drawn their swords. Sometime later, he decides this fight really was worth it. He even got a good workout. His shield stat rises, reaching 15, then 22 out of 22 with 50 total. They call him a monster, and the blonde one gives up. He says the 4 of them together could bring down a kingdom, yet they still lost. He surrenders and begs not to die, promising to do whatever Kang wants if he's spared. The protagonist agrees, but says he needs to finish with the others first. He plans to dump them somewhere Ramon can clearly see and asks the blonde for a hand. With that, they all think it's unbelievable, because Kang's strength is beyond measure. While MC is cleaning up those masters, a demon shows up and says he finally found Princess Anisha. After some time, the princess wakes up and wonders where Kang went. He comes back and asks if she's awake. She asks where he was, and he says he went to deal with the bodies. Then he asks what's wrong when she suddenly hugs him. The blonde man thinks the 2 of them look pretty cute together, and Kang tells him to shut up. The girl then notices Artria is there, and he says it's been a long time since he's seen her. He tells her not to worry. He didn't come to Lilia to drag her away. He surrendered. Kang asks if they know each other, and she says yes. Artria used to visit sometimes when her father was still alive. Then she asks if he came to capture her too. He admits that was the plan at first, but since he lost, she can relax. He has no intention of attacking now. The protagonist says he's awfully calm for someone who was following a divine order. Artria thinks that even if Ramon is a god, he doesn't really trust him that much. He also wants to know why Kang let him live. There has to be a reason. MC says Atria probably already knows. It's because his aura made him curious. Atria says someone at his level should have learned aura already, and he's surprised he still hasn't. The protagonist explains that he came from somewhere else, and that shocks Atria. He asks if MC means the labyrinth said to have been made by an archmage, and he's surprised Atria knows about it. But Atria says that might mean he can't learn it after all. MC asks why. Atria explains that aura is said to come straight from the sword god, that God picks a world he likes and grants that power to it. So people from worlds he didn't choose can't learn it without permission. Hearing that, Kang thinks about this sword god. Atria apologizes and says the protagonist probably has no way to learn aura. But MC doesn't see it that way. He says he will learn it. He earned that right. His proof is the sword trial itself, since he was allowed to take it. Sometime later, Kang is still training hard even as the sun goes down. Then it clicks for him. He only needed to keep swinging his sword. It wasn't different from what he'd been doing all along, and now he feels like sparing Atria was worth it. Atria asks what he should do now, and Kang says he can leave since he got what he wanted. Still, Atria pauses and says that if Kaon doesn't mind, he wants to come along. The protagonist asks why, and Atria admits it's simple curiosity. He wants to see whether the protagonist can really learn aura, and if the protagonist is worried about the princess, he'll swear not to touch her. The princess says she has no problem with that either, so MC decides to take one extra step just to be safe. He asks Atria if he'll agree to something from the heart. What he means is a contract, one that stops Atria from acting against him and Anesha. He says it's only temporary, just enough to make sure there's no danger. If Atria accepts, he can come with them. Atria asks if this is another power from the labyrinth, saying it really has everything. Finding it pretty interesting, he agrees to the contract. Kaon keeps moving, far ahead of the other two, and Atria can only stare in amazement. It's already been 3 days, and the protagonist has been swinging his sword for 22 hours a day. Atria asks if no one else has come after him yet. More people should have shown up by now. But MC is way too calm. Then Atria tells him there are only 8 master swordsmen in that world. 4 already came after him, and all 4 died. So who would be crazy enough to try next? Kaon figures that makes sense and says he'll train even more, which leaves Anasia shocked. Then she notices more people nearby. She asks who they are, and the protagonist steps in front of her, but they turn out to be demons who came looking for the princess. They greet her as Your Highness, and she bursts into tears, calling one of them Harbenek when she realizes he's alive. He kneels before her and says he barely escaped when the castle burned. Then he asks forgiveness, admitting they left her behind to save themselves. She tells him it's okay and says she's just grateful he survived. To her, that alone is a relief. She wasn't the only one left alive. Kaon decides he should let them talk, but after a while, something finally starts to happen. As he trains with his sword, aura appears. Manga wonders if this is the limit for now and thinks he'll work out the rest later until he can truly start using aura. By then, everything around him has been sliced apart. Watching this, Atria realizes MC understood the basics of aura in just 4 days. He can't help wondering if this is the power of the labyrinth, because the more he sees, the more Kang shocks him. The demons kneel before the protagonist and thank him deeply for protecting the princess, even at the risk of his life. Kang tells them he's already been paid, so they don't need to do that. After thanking him again, they ask the princess to return to her homeland. She agrees, then asks if MC will come too. He says if they're going, he'll go with them. One demon objects immediately. Their home is supposed to stay hidden, and bringing in outsiders goes against everything they stand for. But Anisha tells them not to worry. Kang protected her, so there won't be a problem. The demon gives in, saying that if it's the princess's wish, he'll allow it. Even so, he doesn't look happy about it. Anisha speaks to Atria, and he says that now that he has learned the basics of aura, he'll be going his own way. He adds that meeting the protagonist again someday would be great. MC just sends the guy off with total coldness. Then one of the demons gives the princess something, a necklace, an accessory made from a dragon's claw. He explains that while she wears it, she can hide from a god's gaze, and says Kang should get one too. This dragon claw item carries the blessing of the world's guardian dragon, blocking interference from transcendent beings. As they travel, The ghost notices as Kang spends the whole trip swinging his sword. He really is like a machine, and the ghost brings up aura again, saying it's pretty fascinating. Even after getting the sword trial skill from that red-haired bastard, he didn't think the protagonist would actually learn aura. The protagonist, meanwhile, notices it costs nothing to use, but it has a clear limit. Even so, he's now using aura at level 1 proficiency. The sword trial gives rewards to those who pass it, but since he's still inexperienced with aura, he can't use it well yet. Then a demon speaks up and tells Kang they've arrived. He says he planned to explain after they got there, because the shock would be too much. But right there, on that mountain covered in autumn leaves, lives a dragon. MC is surprised to hear there's one here, and then the dragon greets them. Only Kang hears it, which makes him wonder if the others heard nothing at all. The dragon speaks to him again, calling him an adventurer who entered these lands by the will of the demon goddess. Once they're inside, the demon leads them to a rundown village and says that's where they've been living. He notices many other demons around the area, and Harbanek explains that because so many people died or left, only about 50 residents remain. It may not be much, he says, but they'll still give Kang the best lodging they can. Everyone notices the princess has returned, and she's happy to see that the people are still alive. They tell her they're just glad she made it back safely, and that they were overjoyed when they heard she was coming. That leaves her deeply moved, but Kang says now isn't the time for that, so the princess thinks about introducing him to everyone later. When she turns around, though, the protagonist is gone. He's already somewhere else, and the ghost asks if it's really a good idea to head off alone. Kang says the monster he's sensing is insanely strong. He also makes it clear he doesn't trust the demon people, and he wouldn't be surprised if something here attacked him. So he moves closer to the source of that power, following it straight ahead. When he enters the cave, the ghost realizes that presence isn't far below a god's level. Kang understands at once that this is the place. The energy here is overwhelming, and even if he were at his best, he still couldn't win. The dragon welcomes him, saying he came here by the demon goddess's will, and there MC meets the golden dragon Val Benares. Chang asks if the dragon plans to kill him because of a god's command, but the dragon says never. He explains this has nothing to do with the god's actions. None of them would raise a hand against the children of the demon goddess who made their home in this land. As for why he called him here, the protagonist is surprised by all of this, and the dragon says he is the guardian of the land, an existence tied to that world itself. That's why he's curious. This place was made by an archmage, yet great gods and lesser gods live here. He brings up the great labyrinth, and while Kang gets the general idea, he asks what the dragon means by his final curiosity. The dragon says the young demon goddess is furious, especially at the god Ramon of this world, who is trying to kill her people. Because of that, this world will be torn apart by her hands. She's only waiting because some of her followers are still alive, so once they're safe, this world is finished. With that, the dragon says his curiosity has been satisfied. Kang is the first mortal he has ever met, so he gives him a small gift. If MC finds someone who can refine it, it should help a lot. The dragon adds that meeting a mortal like this will likely happen only once, and now he must prepare to leave. Then he vanishes in front of him. Sometime later, the protagonist returns to Anishisha, and she immediately starts shouting at him, asking where he went, because she thought he had left without even saying goodbye. MC says he only had something personal to take care of. Another demon says they thought the same thing, and Kang tells them not to worry. He'll let them know when he really leaves. That surprises the demon, who asks if he plans to stay here for now. The protagonist says yes, for a while. He figures if this place were truly safe for Inesha, the mission would already be over. The demon clearly doesn't like hearing that, while MC keeps thinking he still can't leave yet. Even so, the demon says he'll prepare a room for him. Since Kang protected the princess, He'll be treated very well. Honestly, this guy feels suspicious from the start. Later, after things settle down, Kang is in his room. Then Inesha comes to him and asks to come in, and the protagonist asks what's going on. She says that if he's not busy, she wants to have a drink with him. MC agrees and lets her in. He asks what kind of wine she brought, and Inesha says she asked Rabbinic for a bottle. And this is what he gave her. They say this wine was made right here in the village after a lot of trial and error, and it's the best they can offer. She wants him to try it. So when Kang takes a sip, the system runs a poison check. He fails, gets poisoned, and starts losing 5 GP every second. He glances over and sees the girl drinking it just fine. So he wonders if this is normal wine for demons and only poisonous to humans. She thanks him. Because of him, she was able to see her people again, and even if he says the debt is paid, she still feels like she owes him. So she says she'd be happy if he stayed there with her. But Kang shuts that down immediately, telling her not to say something like that. He reminds her that he has to leave while she'll stay here, and he hopes she finds someone in this place who can make her happy. That, he says, would be the best reward he could get. She asks if he's going back to the labyrinth. The protagonist says that's the only place he can go. But the next morning, the ghost teases him, saying he acts tough but has a really soft heart. Kang tells him to shut up. Still, the ghost brings up the poisoning from earlier and asks if he's okay. MC says he's fine. His life is dropping a little, but it's still under control. He says the poison already burned through 150 points of his shield. And the mission still isn't over. That means this place still isn't safe. Then he feels a strange energy. He looks up as the ghost warns that something is coming, and Kang mutters that of course it wouldn't end this easily. A giant angel suddenly charges at him, blasting everything apart. It nearly hits him. He triggers counterattack and blocks the strike. Then he looks ahead and asks if that guy really had to make such a huge mess. The massive figure in front of him is glowing with power. It's Ramon's angel, and it's furious. They quickly realize this enemy is very strong, and Kang decides the mission will only end once he kills it. So he tells the angel to come at him. Meanwhile, Lisha is somewhere else, talking to the demon who saved her. She realizes he really can't stay there for long. But while she's speaking, Rabbinic is surprised to see her there. She turns to him and asks what everyone is doing there. He says he was waiting for her. Then he says there's something he wants to ask. Did she drink all the wine? She says she only drank a little. Everyone is relieved and says that means they're safe now. Lisha asks what they mean by that. Then she hears something. It's the explosion from Kang's side, and she realizes that blast wasn't part of their plan. She tells everyone to run. It's Ramon's hunter, and they need to call Mr. Tae-san. But they tell the princess to calm down. She asks why they're saying that, and Rabbinic starts laughing. He says they only warned him a day ago, and Ramon already sent an angel right away. Lisha is shocked. They've all abandoned the demon goddess. They say they're tired. All this time, they gave everything they had for the demon goddess, but even after watching them suffer so much, she never gave them a single comforting word. Lisha is stunned by what she's hearing. Rabbinic tells her to look at this village. Their glorious kingdom is gone, and now they live in this dump that can barely survive a little rain. He says their race has fewer than 50 people left, and each day starts not with hope, but with despair. Even so, Lisha says they can't seriously think Ramon will leave them alone in the end. He'll still kill them all. The demon says that's fine, because they won't be demon people anymore. He asks if she forgot that once they release what's inside them, they can no longer be called part of the demon race. Then they ask the princess to forgive them as they prepare to cast away their demon nature. Lisha is left in shock that they all turned their backs on the demon goddess. At the same time, Kang stands before the angel, completely fed up. His first attack nullification activates, taking the angel's hit, and then the second attack nullification activates. 2. He gets even angrier, and the third one triggers as well, though he still takes 5 damage. He realizes one of complete attack nullification's few weaknesses. It activates against any attack strong enough to count. So he turns on Bloodthirst and gets ready to rush in, then activates Contempt for the Strong. He says a lot of his buffs and skills kick in when he faces someone stronger than himself. And then he uses Force Duel too. On top of that, he activates Storm Slash with the first form, Wolf's Fang. With all that stacked up, he figures he should be able to deal solid damage and charges the Angel. But the Angel only glances back, and Ramon's Angel takes no damage at all. Kang can't believe how unfair that is. Even with Wolf's Fang boosted by enhancement skills, it did nothing. Now he knows this fight is going to be rough. Ghost warns that something else is coming. As the Angel raises a hand, it fires a spring-like attack at Kang. He barely dodges but still takes 420 damage, and that really ticks him off. He decides it's finally time to get serious. This is what he wanted, and now his attack power really starts climbing. He activates Speed and rushes the Angel again. This time, the Angel takes 59 damage as the protagonist goes all in, then another 51. Kang realizes this has to be working because Hora can ignore defense. The Angel is clearly getting irritated too. It lifts its hand again and launches another deadly attack at him. A storm of strikes flies past MC, piercing his cloak but missing his body. Using his jump, he moves through the air and dodges all of them. The Angel stays silent while pressing the attack. Kang thinks now is the time to focus on dodging, since this thing is seriously trying to crush him. At this point, he's sure the Angel really wants him dead. Then the Angel charges again, this time with its sword. It swings at him, but he slips out of the way and avoids the blow. Even so, he has no choice but to activate Force Duel, trapping the Angel inside his barrier, then uses Double Jump to get close to its head. He tells the Angel it won't beat him. He still has to keep getting stronger. Kang comes back with a Furious Strike. As he fights, he remembers the demon goddess telling him to get her little lamb somewhere safe, so he unleashes another chain of attacks. The Angel takes 113 damage, while Kang remembers her asking him to save the princess. He still has a promise to keep, so he tells the Angel to get lost. After a battle that gives him some trouble, he levels up twice, defeats God's messenger, and gains the activation skill Antitheism. His spiritual enhancement triggers too, permanently raising his strength by 32, agility by 22, and intelligence by 1. He also gains divine power now. Watching from afar, Alicia is shocked by what she's hearing, and the demon says it's over. There's no way a mortal could defeat a messenger of God. He tells the princess she'll become their offering, asking her to be sacrificed in his name. She tells Rabanek to let her go. She begs the demon goddess to save her, but then starts thinking that maybe the demon goddess really did abandon them all, until Kang appears and orders Rabanek to take his hand off her arm. Then he pulls the girl away, stunning everyone there. Rabanek asks how he's there. It can't be possible that God's messenger was defeated. Kang says that's exactly what happened. He killed Ramon's Angel. Then he asks what they plan to do now, or if they'll keep living like nothing happened, because betraying a goddess won't come cheap. Rabanek starts to smile. He says if someone like the protagonist had shown up a little sooner, maybe they all could have been saved. But then Lisha notices something is wrong. She tells them to wait, just as all the villagers pull out daggers and ask the princess to forgive them. Then they take their own lives. Lisha breaks down in front of them, staring at the scene in total despair. It can't be real. She keeps asking why. Why did her people do this? And why did Rabanek abandon her and kill himself too? Then she realizes she's the last demon left. Kang speaks to Lisha and asks if she still believes in her goddess. She thinks for a moment. But even then she says she still believes because she knows her goddess is watching and listening right now. Then she asks him if that makes her an idiot. Kang tells her not at all, but while he comforts her, he notices black energy gathering around them. It feels demonic, and the ghost wonders if the demon goddess is really coming here, in person. And she does, arriving at once and hugging Leisha, calling her her daughter. She apologizes to the girl. Leisha is shocked that the goddess came down herself, and, while holding the princess, the goddess also thanks her. She says that when everyone else abandoned her and gave in to despair, Leisha kept believing until the very end. Then she asks if Leisha knows how much a true act of faith like that is worth to a god. Even the ghost is shocked that she made the goddess descend here. And Leisha asks the great goddess what will happen to the ones who abandoned her. And the goddess says nothing of theirs will return to her, and nothing will remain of their bodies or their souls. She realizes that if they can't return to the goddess, their souls will be left behind forever. Feeling sorry for them, the girl says she won't ask for anything else. She just begs the great goddess to take them back. After a brief pause, the goddess agrees and tells her daughter to come with her. The ghost is stunned by the huge display of power in front of him. The goddess gathers the souls of everyone who died there and tears that whole world apart with her power before sending them back to the palace of the demon goddess. Kang is shocked by what just happened, and then his side quest is marked complete. That makes him think about the mission he got from the start. Where could Anisha possibly be safe in a place like Vergisata? Obviously nowhere. The answer was simple all along. The safest place for someone from the demon race is right beside the demon goddess herself. She tells him MC has finished his mission. He asks if that was her goal from the beginning, and if she could go there herself, why didn't she handle everything on her own? The goddess says she was waiting for the right moment. If even one person in that world still believed in her, then she no longer had to worry about the consequences. And when Ramon sent an angel to fight her, he also gave her the opening she needed to step in. Thanks to that, everything went right. Kang asks if that means it's finally over. She says of course not. He did very well. Better than that, actually. So now she wants to show him something interesting, and in the next instant, he's thrown out into open space. The ghost freaks out, but she simply tells him to look. That place is Vergisata, a world where none of her people are left anymore. She says she can do whatever she wants with that planet, then asks Ramon if that isn't true. The ghost notices demonic energy wrapping around the planet. He starts shouting that it's his world, while Ramon panics at what the demon goddess is about to do. She calmly says he's right because now it belongs to her, so he can die with it. Ramon screams at her not to do it, but she closes her hand, killing both, the planet and that god at the same time. Only then does she say it's truly over. The ghost can only stare in shock. The whole planet was wiped out in an instant. Kang thinks she really is a monster. The gap between them isn't just big, it's overwhelming. She could have handled everything alone, so he asks if she really needed his help for this. She explains that if she had destroyed that world herself, there would have been no way to bring back what belonged to her. The souls, the lives, their wills, everything would have been lost, and that was something she wouldn't accept. The protagonist asks if by what belongs to her, she means Leisha. She says exactly. Thanks to him, she was able to bring her back safe and sound. The goddess calls the girl a poor child, but also one she deeply appreciates. Even after everyone else gave up and she was suffering, she never lost faith. And Kang saved a child like that. So in her words, he's not bad. She says she'll show her gratitude. Since he completed the mission so well, she's going to reward him. MC gains demonic energy and learns black magic. The ghost is stunned that a human learned black magic. He thought that was impossible. The goddess tells him to check his status window, and when Kang opens it, he sees the new stats. She explains that the basic way to grow demonic energy is similar to other powers, and every time he levels up, she'll raise it. But if that were all, he'd be disappointed. She knows how he thinks, so she decides to give him a little extra. Then she gives him something else, the active skill Devour Darkness. She explains that every time he kills an enemy, his demonic energy will grow, and says he probably already has something similar. He also gains the title one who received the demon goddess's grace. That title is incredibly strong. On top of that, she says if he prays in her name, he can learn more black magic. Of course, it won't be free. He'll have to make offerings to her just like he does for the god of magic. And if it's something tied to demons, even better. Since she's in a good mood, she gives him one more gift. Kang gains the black magic distorted flora of Decorabia, along with Ron's emotional manipulation. The ghost is thrilled by the reward, while Kang realizes one of those skills is the one the Guide of Sin used. Then she says there's one last thing left to talk about, the beings that ruined his world. In short, his guesses were correct. The ones behind it were those born as transcendents, now called the ancient gods. There was once a time when every god in the universe was an ancient god, but others stole their place and sealed them away, and she admits she shares some blame for that too. Kang asks why they're destroying his world. She says he's missing the bigger picture. They aren't destroying only his world. In just 12 years, they destroyed 258 planets, and they haven't slowed down at all. The protagonist is shocked by that. He asks why they would do something like this, but she says even she doesn't know. The defeated are doing whatever they want, and that much is enough to understand about them. Still, she has her suspicions. They hate the ones who took a place inside the labyrinth. Adventurers from every world enter the labyrinth, so the ancient gods are destroying worlds that still have people capable of entering it. She admits it's only a theory, and the only way to know for sure would be to ask one of them. Kang says that does sound possible and adds that there's one more thing he's curious about. But she cuts him off. That's enough. She can't tell him anymore because he doesn't yet have the right to know. She says telling him this much was already a huge bonus, and he can ask more after going deeper into the labyrinth. MC accepts that and thanks her. He also realizes there's a limit to what she can reveal on each floor, which makes sense since he's still near the beginning. She studies him for a moment, then says he's strong, but only for the early floors. The deeper he goes, the stronger his enemies will become. The same for the gods' trials. Some gods won't care if he dies and may give him brutal tests, but Kang says he'll still give it everything he has, since she's clearly been watching him. Then she asks what he'd do if she told him there was an easier way to get there, a guaranteed method to become much stronger. He asks if she means an apostle contract and says he appreciates the offer, but she immediately gets flustered and snaps back, asking who said anything about an apostle contract. Then she demands to know what he's even talking about. She tells him he wouldn't understand and orders him to get lost. If he asks one more question, she'll tear him to pieces. She really does turn oddly shy right in front of Kang. As a final gift, she says that when he finds the school of the labyrinth, he may use her name. Then she sends him away. The protagonist thanks her for the last thing she gave, him still surprised that he's allowed to speak the demon goddess's name. With that, he returns to the 19th floor. The ghost is still shaken by how powerful the gods really are. He never imagined they could erase a planet so easily, and he says he felt that pressure himself. Every god he's seen in the labyrinth so far has been completely insane, and he wonders if Kang will ever be able to get that strong one day. Maybe MC could, but it might take a while. Then, the ghost starts joking that maybe he should try charming that goddess, since she seemed kind of interested. He rambles that she might be hundreds of millions of years old. Who knows? But maybe she could still give him a little boost. Even so, he admits that sounds dangerous and says MC should stop getting weird ideas before she crushes him. Better to keep going down the labyrinth instead. After that, he goes back to the blacksmith and calls for Arfan. Arfan is surprised Kang met the demon goddess at all, saying it's very rare for her to do that with someone who isn't from the demon race. The protagonist asks how he knows, and Arfan says he can feel her power. Even he didn't expect she'd go that far for someone like the protagonist. Then Arfin notices a mark on the back of MC's hand and says she marked him as hers. At least he adds that isn't a bad thing for him. He says he came to show him something and hands over the golden dragon's claw. Arfin asks where he got that, and the protagonist says it came from outside the labyrinth. In Verd Zeta, he managed to get a claw from Valbenary, along with some other unexpected rewards. He thinks about the skills he earned after defeating Ramon's angel. One is antitheism, a power that helps him resist a god and boosts all his stats when facing a being directly tied to one, while also strengthening his will. The other is divine power, power granted by a god through faith and devotion, and for now it seems useless. He asks what exactly it is, but the ghost doesn't know. So MC figures divine power is something a god gives, which means it's a power that has to come from someone else. The ghost wonders what will happen if MC keeps it. He says he's not sure, and on top of that, he also has the demon goddess skills she gave him. That's the dark magic that lets him use the demon goddess's power. It spends demonic energy, and the more he uses, the stronger and wider it gets. Right now, he can only use the weakest version. It works differently from normal magic, since he can control how much demonic energy goes into it. He also gets low-rank dark magic, false flames of Marquesia, which summons a flame-like substance under the demon Marquesia's control. On top of that, he has devoured darkness. The darkness marked into him grows whenever he kills an enemy and absorbs their dark energy. He also got the title of one who received the goddess's favor. Only people she truly likes get that mark, and it lets him use and learn dark magic. It also gives him 5 more demonic energy. He says that mark can be seen as a kind of proof. He's shocked because that was the same kind of dark magic the Guide of Sin used, and he wonders if this was some extra bonus. He also has Dicaribia's Twisted Flora, which summons plants controlled by the demon Dicaribia. For now, he can only call up a tiny part of the roots that once swallowed a planet. There's also emotion control, a power from the demon Han. It makes the target suffer a terrible hallucination, though right now it only uses things from a human mind. After checking all that, Arfin asks if he looked through every skill, saying the item is incredibly valuable. Kang asks if it can be forged. Arfin says yes, but the main material has to be a dragon guard. The rest of the materials need to be just as strong. And the next place the protagonist might find something on that level is about 10 floors below. So he tells MC to keep it safe for now and come back once he finds the rest. The blacksmith is fine with that plan. He leaves and says that since they're passing the 20th floor, spirits should start showing up. The ghost asks how he knows that. Did someone tell him? Kang remembers when Lee, Tian, told him that spirits start appearing from the 20th floor on, and normal physical attacks don't work on them. She had a really hard time there. She said the first one he'd meet was a flame spirit, and sure enough, a low-rank one appears in front of the protagonist. It's exactly like she said. His main mission is to beat that floor's boss to get the spirit jade. He also has a hidden mission. Then the monster throws a blast of fire at Kang, but he uses double, jump and rushes in with an ice arrow, then triggers flame explosion against the fire spirit, which is obviously not a smart move. Even with the ghost telling him to take it easy, the spirit takes 0 damage. The ghost points out that he didn't even scratch it and asks what he'll do now. Kang says he'll try something else. Since he still doesn't know how to use divine power, his only choice is dark magic. So he casts False Flame of Marcoxia, dealing 106 damage, then another 302 right after. That's enough to bring the spirit down, and MC gets the spirit's core. He notices dark magic was able to hurt it, and the ghost says the reason is simple. Spirits are beings of nature. Natural attacks don't work on them. Aura is also power given by a god, so it falls into a similar category. But dark magic comes from demons, and since it isn't natural, it can damage spirits. That's the basic idea. After that, his demonic energy drops to 0 out of 10. Kang realizes he can't keep fighting like that for long. So for now, he decides to follow Li Tan's advice. He takes off at once. The strategy on this floor is simple. If he can't fight the spirits well, he just ignores them and heads straight for the mission room. When he gets there, Spirit starts to laugh. It's weirdly happy to finally have a guest and circles around Kang. This is the Mad Spirit. Cheerfully says it's nice to meet him, but there's clearly something off about it. He explains he wants to go deeper into the labyrinth, and the spirit asks if he really wants to descend. The protagonist says he has to beat the spirits first. The Mad Spirit doesn't like hearing that at all. It starts ranting, telling him to wipe them all out, to kill everyone who cast him aside, all the ones who called him abnormal. The ghost notes that this guy hasn't changed at all. Then the Mad Spirit gives directions. Go straight, turn at the third left, and there will be a hidden room. A golem abandoned there by the king should be inside. He tells Kang to avoid the creature and bring back its hidden core, and in return, he'll give him power. That becomes a side quest. The Mad Spirit hates everything that made him this way, and he wants MC to bring back water from the natural spring guarded by the golem. The reward is a skill that can hit spirits. Spirit keeps rambling while saying he'll wait there. Kang asks if he's always this hyper, and the ghost says yes. He's been like this for years, totally crazy. His whole role is to teach people how to deal with spirits on the 21st floor, and once this quest is done, he never has to see him again. Still, the protagonist asks if that's really all there is to it. Then he heads into the madness of the 21st floor and finds a flaming golem made by the king of fire spirits. The ghost explains that once a day, the golem stops moving for exactly 1 minute, and that's the time to grab the water. Kang asks what happens if he just beats it down instead, and the ghost says it's not impossible, but it would be really dangerous. MC says that's the answer he wanted. He charges straight at the thing, activates his skill and tries to hit it, but the golem takes 0 damage. Kang grumbles that lately, way too many enemies just don't take damage. When he hits them, then he tries aura and manages to deal 47 damage. He says he knew it. Golems are different from spirits, so their defense can be broken through. After 2 hours, he finally finishes it off. He levels up 3 times, and his spiritual enhancement activates permanently. Strength goes up by 34, agility by 22, and health by 102. Standing on top of the wreck, Kang watches quietly while the ghost thinks this is ridiculous. He fights like a machine and can just keep going. Then the system announces that he got a fragment of the king of spirits along with ore from the guardian's core, and because he earned major results through non-stop simple repetition, he also gains the continuous activation skill tenacity. The protagonist says he finally has all the basic skills needed to learn addition. Then his detection proficiency reaches 100, and detection evolves into vigilance. The skill rises to rank 1. It's an advanced form of detection that can gather general information about a target, and MC immediately tests it with vigilance. The ghost is surprised he's using it, and Kang reads his info. One line describes him as soaked in blood, and his status says he's a ghost, someone who gave his dream to the train. That description catches his attention. The ghost notices him staring and laughing, then asks what he just saw and tells him to spit it out. After that, the protagonist goes back to the Mad Spirit and says he brought the spring water. The spirit starts drinking it right away. Its status is unstable, a child that wants to become whole and longs for revenge. It looks a little happier and says this brings it 1 step closer to becoming complete. Kang and the ghost just watch the crazy spirit. Then it happily tells MC to take this skill and gives him Spirit Strike. He also mentions that he beat the golem and shows the stone he got from it. The ghost is shocked and quickly tells him to hand it over. The fragment is a piece of power stored by the King of Spirits, and every spirit wants it. That sends the Mad Spirit into a frenzy. He says the protagonist is different from the other guests, amazing even, and asks if this incredible guest he's always admired will help him. The protagonist steps closer and says he will. The ghost is surprised by MC's choice. Then the spirit asks him to bring more cores, saying he needs them to become a complete spirit again and return to his former strength. A new side quest appears. The mad spirit wants to become great again by fixing his instability, and he plans to leave that job to him. The reward is everything the mad spirit can give. After the protagonist accepts, the ghost asks if he's serious, since he already got a skill that can hurt spirits. The protagonist says, of course, he was never planning to clear the labyrinth like everyone else, and whatever reward this leads to will only make him stronger. So he tells the spirit he accepts and asks what exactly he wants. The spirit lights up, looking far too pleased, like he's thinking of something evil. He says he's very happy now, but first he needs stability, and after that he needs to become whole. To do that, he needs much more power. So for the first step, he wants MC to hunt down the master of the 21st floor, send him to the grave, and bring back his core just like he did with the stone giant. That should help him recover. Then he tells him to follow the shadow, still smiling as he talks about revenge and says she'll be his. The ghost says killing that golem was just a requirement for another quest and wonders why the labyrinth even made a monster like him. He thinks that even back when he was alive, beating that golem would have been impossible. Looking at it normally, no one should have been able to clear that mission. But Kang Taizun skipped the easy path and pulled off the impossible, doing whatever it took to bring that thing down. That makes him think the labyrinth's gods may have been waiting for someone on this level. And honestly, that thought is pretty scary. The protagonist, Taisen, stays calm, while the ghost keeps insisting this was never supposed to happen. After all, no normal adventurer should be able to get this strong. Still, Kang Taisen keeps moving and reaches an open area on the 21st floor. There, he activates his ice arrow. Then he goes straight at the 21st floor boss, an intermediate rank flame spirit, and takes it down without much trouble. He levels up, and his growth gives him 15 strength, 11 agility, 5 intelligence, and 55 health. He also gets a flame spark. The ghost notices that all the rewards seem to be crafting materials, along with the spirit core and spiritual jade. MC figures it might be because he met Arfan and decides it would be good to check in with him. He opens his status window and reviews what he learned earlier. His demonic energy was supposed to rise when he killed enemies and when he leveled up. Now that energy has reached 27, so it definitely increased, going up by 17 from 10. He also realizes he already cleared all of floor 21, but the number is still too low to tell how big the change really is. For now, the only thing he wants is to report back to the spirit and hand over the core. The spirit is shocked. He can't believe the mission is already done, gets all excited, and says he knew Kang Taizum was the real deal the moment he saw him. He asks where the next target is. The spirit explains that absorbing a spirit core can steady someone unstable. After taking it, he improves a little and says the next one is on the 93rd floor inside a hidden room. He gives the full layout of that hidden room, points out the exact spot, and tells the protagonist to beat bosses there and come back. Then the 22nd floor mission begins, and Kang Taisen now faces a low-rank ice spirit. He can tell Arfan did a great job. The weapon is so good he clears the whole floor without using a single skill. And even MC admits he didn't expect it to be this strong. After that, he activates the Relic of World and Ruins and sets his sword ablaze. With his attack already boosted by 10 points, it now has a fire property too. But he still wonders about the other materials he left with Arfan. The ghost asks if he means the ore from the golem. He's sure Arfan was stunned by that piece, and he's eager to see what it becomes. Once he handed over both the guardian ore and the spiritual jade, Arfan could barely believe what the boy had already gotten his hands on. Then he arrives somewhere else. There he finds Pavish's altar. Kang Taisen pauses when he sees it. The ghost wonders why it's on the 22nd floor, since the last time he saw it, it was much deeper in the labyrinth. He tells the protagonist Taisen that Pavisha is the god of validation. MC asks what kind of trial that God gives, and the ghost says it's pretty much exactly what the name sounds like. He has to prove his worth by showing everything he's built up until now. That's the basic idea. Kang Tae-sen remembers all the battles he's fought. The ghost talks about how many people earned Pavisha's approval and says it sounds easy. But he's not sure that's really true. Most adventurers he knew passed it, even the ones who weren't that impressive. Even people around average got through. That's what makes it strange. The labyrinth is never kind to ordinary adventurers, so a test like this doesn't make much sense. And after passing it, some of them changed a little. The way they acted, even the way they spoke. He wonders if they were doppelgangers, but the ghost says no. Even so, people still call those changed adventurers copies. So Kang asks what the people who passed said about it. The ghost says they only ever claimed they had to prove themselves. Nothing more. There's too much weirdness around that trial, so he can't say what it really is. And since he never wanted to be reckless, he refused it. Still, he knows the protagonist, Tae-sen, will take the test. The protagonist says of course he will. He's not stopping now. A side quest begins. Pavisha wants to test the one who reached the altar. If MC accepts and passes the trial, the god will decide his reward based on the result. Kang immediately freezes for a moment, surprised by the message. It feels like the gods here have been waiting for someone at his level, like this trial was made just for him. Then he realizes he's been moved somewhere else. And sure enough, a copy of him appears in front of him, but it's changed enough to stand out, and the ghost notes that it really does look just like him. He asks if it's a perfect reflection, but he isn't fully convinced. Usually, a true copy is identical in every way: face, height, build, and even equipment. Then the double charges right at him. It even uses Sword of Torment, which catches Kang off guard. That only gets him excited because it has his abilities too. So he dives in as well, meeting the clone head-on. The copy clearly means to kill him, claiming his soul will be its prize. Even so, Kang quickly realizes the thing is still lacking compared to him. He attacks at full force, and the monster is driven back. Then the god's authority appears, shrinking the protagonist's area of influence. At the same time, the monster gets buffed, and Pavisha offers an upgraded trial. Kang accepts. The god is pleased, and the copy keeps getting stronger. Another soul enters the clone's body, and it starts to smile. The newcomer sounds calm, saying it's been a long time since he was last in the labyrinth. Then he says it's a pleasure to meet this adventurer. He introduces himself as the apostle of the great Pavisha, the one who once walked the lower floors, Mallastem. The ghost hates hearing that name. He says he'd been wondering where Mallastem disappeared to, and now it makes sense. He really did become an apostle. Mallastem seems happy to see the great warrior there, and asks what he's doing. Kang asks who this man is, and the ghost explains that he entered the labyrinth around the same time he did, but never joined the Guides of Sin. He was an adventurer who made it past the 60th floor. Like MC, he used twin swords, but with a reverse grip. Instead of relying on skills, he mainly fought with sword arts. Then that doppelganger moves toward him. He asks what floor they're on. Kang answers that this is the 22nd floor. Malsustim is shocked. He can't believe someone on such an early floor has stats like this. So many skills, that much magic, and even black magic. Then Mallastem activates Ice Arrow and Speed just like the protagonist can. He attacks all out, saying this is going to be a lot of fun. In the middle of that fierce fight against his doppelganger, MC uses jump and takes the initiative. From above, he fires Ice Arrow at the clone and adds speed to make the attack hit even harder. But below, the doppelganger uses complete nullification on the first strike. That makes Mallastem think the skill is even more interesting. Now he's sure this is going to be fun, and he rushes Kang Tae-san again. As the two trade blows, Kang questions what Mallastem is doing. Why is he mixing someone else's sword art with his own? The dead warrior answers that the protagonist's sword style had always looked interesting to him. Then he keeps up the heavy pressure against MC. Kang studies the fight and admits the guy is really strong. He's already worked Sword of Torment into his own swordsmanship, but that's all he's done. So he activates freedom of choice, trading agility for strength. He puts even more power into his attacks and starts overwhelming the clone. Then he notices Melisdame has that same move and uses freedom of choice too, swapping agility for strength. But the protagonist says he's already too late. As Melisdame gets pushed back and starts to lose his cool, Kang triggers Marcosia's false flames right beside his face. The clone starts laughing, then gets blown away. The ghost says of course that was going to happen. Melisdame then activates Endure, canceling the killing blow. For 1 second, all damage drops to 0. Feeling the hit he barely survived, he admits this is the first time he's been beaten this badly since fighting that warrior. He asks Lord Pavisha for forgiveness while staring into that black void. Then he thinks once more about Pavisha, saying her words are very kind and thanking her again. He says he had fun for the first time in a long while. With that, Kang completes Pavisha's trial and levels up again. Then his spiritual enhancement activates, raising the proficiency of every skill except spiritual enhancement itself. The ghost asks if he's serious, and MC says every proficiency went up by 2 or 3. Even his black magic improved, and he's barely used that one. He points out that he has over 80 skills, so the total gain in proficiency goes past 200. Calm Mind reaches 100 proficiency and evolves into the continuous activation skill, Mind Calm as Water. It starts at proficiency 1 and gives him an emotionless heart and an unbreakable will. His continuous activation skill, Sense of Death, lets him detect when death is near, triggering in all dangerous situations. Then Pavisha offers him an apostle contract, but Kang turns her down again, and the ghost says he really never changes. Pavisha's power starts fading. His trial ends, and she leaves him a reward, the Dagger of the Validated. It gives plus 25 attack. It's an exceptional weapon from the god of validation, and he says it was about time he changed weapons. Since he cleared the trial, he also gets a bonus skill, Continuous Activation Spirit of the Validated. The skill says he earned it by beating a version of himself. When he gets close to death, Pavisha's trial will trigger again, but only once. That catches the protagonist off guard, so he asks the ghost what that means. The ghost says he doesn't know the details, but he knows what near death means. It's the kind of skill that can save your life. MC wonders if that's basically an extra life. The ghost says probably yes, then asks if that means MC is going to suffer a lot later on. He also asks why Malenstein made that choice. Becoming an apostle means being bound to a god even after death. The ghost explains that even with talent and luck, finishing the labyrinth is almost impossible even for skilled people. So the ones who give up, lose their will, or become afraid of dying are usually the ones who accept an apostle contract. Since it lets them keep their full power, the offer is tempting. Kang asks if it comes from not wanting to lose everything you earned. The ghost says yes. When you die, it all disappears. But if you accept an apostle contract and tie your soul to a god, you keep your ego. There's no clear answer on which fate is worse, but Malenstein decided death was worse. The ghost says it's not always a bad ending, so the protagonist should think carefully about it, though he already seems to know the protagonist's answer. MC says he's already decided. The ghost tells him to get moving since they've talked enough about that. In the secret room on the 22nd floor, Kang finds the Black Luna necklace, plus 5 defense, plus 3 magic, and plus 10 strength. With stats like that, swapping gear is an easy choice. Then he moves on, defeats an intermediate rank ice spirit, levels up, and triggers spiritual enhancement again. He also gets the Secret Tome of Darkness, a black magic book that can sell for a high price. On top of that, he picks up draconian leather bracers with plus 30 defense and plus 10 attack. Fully geared up and carrying his special weapons, he heads to the 23rd floor. The moment he arrives, he activates Vigilance. It lets him find the secret room right away, and he goes inside. the place the mad spirit told him to reach. His goal is simple: kill the secret room boss on the 23rd floor, and that will finish the mad spirit's quest. Once inside, he finds a huge forest stretching ahead. The ghost says he feels a brutal presence, and Kang agrees. The air itself feels different, and it's hard to breathe. He quickly realizes this is a high-rank wind spirit. A deer-like spirit approaches, shocked to see a human there, and asks why he's come. This is Caspar the Spotted. Kang says he came because a white spirit asked him to. Caspar guesses he means that mad little spirit and asks if it told the protagonist to kill him. He calls that being broken, a twisted spirit that never gained true intelligence, and warns MC that listening to it will only lead him to ruin. So Caspar tells him to leave and keep going, because that's what a human should do, but Kang already lights up his flames. He apologizes to the spirit, then says this is the path he chose. As he speaks, the area around Caspar starts burning. Caspar demands to know how Kang dares do this, then uses servant that walks the wind to send blasts of wind at him. He says he showed mercy to a mere human, and the protagonist repaid that by burning his land for selfish reasons. MC slips past the attack and asks what mercy Caspar is talking about because he hasn't seen any. Caspar says he's tired of hearing Kang's voice and decides to kill him. He charges straight in, but Kang says he doesn't need mercy. He's following his own path. He tells the spirit to come at him. Caspar attacks again, hurling another burst of spirit power and saying he's sick of hearing the protagonist talk. MC activates vigilance and gets through the attack, then rushes in again. Now he can finally see the wind blades he couldn't track before. He closes the gap with both daggers ready. Caspar tells him that reaching this level means he could defeat the king's golem. Then he gathers a huge ball of spirit energy over his head. Still, he says that if this is all Kang has, it won't be enough to beat him. He declares that he should return to nature and launches his attack, leaving Kang tense at what's coming. But the protagonist uses complete nullification of the first attack, turning aside the danger and ignoring everything the spirit just did. Then he combines speed with jump and gets above the creature. He drops down with a heavy strike, but the spirit blocks it with swirling wind around its body. Kang is genuinely surprised. Caspar admits he's impressive. No low or mid-rank spirit could have stopped him. But he says that's his limit. With power like this, MC still can't touch him. MC knows he's right. Even with speed, heavy strikes, and dodging, nothing has worked. Still, the same goes for Caspar. He can't land a clean hit either. Most of his techniques are built more for defense than offense. And the most annoying part is that no activation screen has appeared since the first time he used that skill. So Kang has no way to prepare for whatever comes next. Even with that pressure building, he keeps smiling. He wonders if this is really a spirit technique. Caspar gets irritated and asks why he's smiling, calling him crazy, like a moth flying into a flame. But Kang only gets more excited, thinking he wants that skill for himself. He uses Dakarabia's distorted flora, throwing a summoned creature at the spirit. The protagonist says he'll start with black magic to hold it down, especially since it works well against spirits. Caspar notices MC isn't a demon and says it's useless, furious that a human would stain a spirit with twisted power. While that thing buys him time, Caspar is left open and tries to rush him, convinced it should have worked. He can't block black magic, and the protagonist follows up with Marcosia's false flames, throwing fire onto him. Since those flames act like real fire, the protagonist knows the damage will keep going and dares him to block it. This time it works. Caspar catches fire and takes 210 damage in one hit. Furious, he curses Kang and says his king will judge him for this. Hurting a spirit will come with a price. MC wonders if the Spirit King is nearby too. Caspar says the king lives on a deeper floor, somewhere he will never reach, and for standing against them for the sake of a mad Spirit King, he'll pay for that arrogance. Kang tells him not to worry. He planned to fight all of them anyway. Caspar can barely believe it, but the protagonist cuts him down with a single finishing blow, defeats the high-rank spirit, and jumps up 3 levels from the win. Spiritual enhancement activates again, raising his strength by 32, intelligence by 22, and mana by 60. He also gains the skill servant that walks the wind. The ghost is shocked he got the same skill. It says that spirits born from wind shake the cradle they came from, and while it's active, MC can guide the wind with his will. He starts testing the gust for real, but wonders if that's all it does. For now, it feels unstable, like it could stop at any moment. He also gets a crafting item, a high-ranked spirit core, a spirit's core packed with power. If a mindless part of nature absorbs it, it can become a spirit. He also earns free spirit energy. Spirits can't be tamed, and air spirits are freer than most. Used with the right equipment, it can grant special power. After that, he continues through the 23rd floor. He asks the ghost if he's ever seen the Spirit King before. The ghost says yes, but he never cared much about him, since he used to be one of the guides of sin. Kang asks if that means he wasn't a monster or NPC but an adventurer, and the ghost says of course. Spirits are a race just like humans and demons. That makes the protagonist wonder if that bastard was involved in his death too. The ghost says the goal is clear now. They'll tear them apart. But MC says that can wait a little. First, he wants to finish clearing this place and head back to the 20th floor. When he reaches that floor's boss, he kills it with absurd ease and rises to level 55. His spiritual enhancement kicks in again. 15 more strength and 22 agility. Kang realizes that by using the labyrinth system, he's finally reached the starting point the mage expected. Pleased with how fast he is growing, the mage offers him a blessing, and that catches him off guard. He gets to pick one reward, a special piece of gear, a boost to one skill's proficiency, a permanent stat increase, general knowledge about the labyrinth, some hidden truths about it, or one piece of information of his choice with conditions attached. Phantasmia is shocked. The protagonist got this already. He thought it wouldn't happen until much deeper down. The protagonist picks the equipment option and gets something pretty solid. Phantasmia says it's not better than the sword he gave him or the ring MC already has, but it's still the kind of item he normally wouldn't get for another 10 floors, or so. He weighs the other choices too. If the boost scales to his level, a skill proficiency increase would probably be around 3 or 4 points, and the truth and knowledge options sound useful too. The 5th option is probably about the gods, the mages, or maybe monsters and NPCs. He figures that's not bad either. Even so, he decides to take the 6th option, and then a wall suddenly rises right in front of Kang. The thing behind it announces itself as a servant of the great mage, Valvabamba, the one who sees all. It asks the protagonist what curiosity led him to call on him. Phantasmia is stunned that this is who answers the question. When MC asks who he is, the ghost explains that he's basically a guide who teaches basic strategies. The deeper you go in the labyrinth, the more he shows up now and then to explain things and point the way. Valvabamba introduces himself as a servant of the great mage. This labyrinth was made by his master, he says, and its laws and knowledge are in his hands. Then he tells Kang to ask whatever he wants. Since he knows the labyrinth, he promises a proper answer, and Kang takes a moment to think. By now, he's learned all kinds of skills. Some of them should have been almost impossible to get, and a few aren't even known by adventurers who reach the deepest floors. So he asks how skills are learned. Were they made by the mage from the start? Or do they come into being when someone meets certain conditions? Valvabamba says he has received the question and compares it to asking which came first, the egg or the chicken. Kang doesn't get why he put it that way. Valvabamba explains that the labyrinth holds countless mysteries, and one of them is the endless number of skills adventurers gain. To understand where they come from takes deep knowledge only a servant of the great mage would have. The protagonist cuts to the point and asks for the answer. Valvabamba says skills are not made ahead of time. When someone does something nearly impossible or repeats something enough times, a new skill is born. Once that skill takes shape, others can learn it too. That is how labyrinth skills work, and it is one of the mage's blessings. Kang says he had a feeling that was the case, but he didn't expect to be right. That means he can grow far stronger than he did in his last life. Valvabamba says the answer has been granted by the great mage and asks if MC's curiosity has been satisfied. He says yes. Then Valvabamba tells him it's time for the condition that comes with the answer. The protagonist immediately realizes it's just like the explanation said. In exchange for information, they place conditions and restrictions on you. Valvabamba says Kang is forbidden from sharing what he learned, and if that information ever gets out, he will personally come for MC's life, so the warning gets serious fast. Valvabamba says he'll return to the lower floors now that he has answered the question and tells him not to forget the warning. The mage watches every step he takes. After he leaves, Kang realizes the mage who created the labyrinth really is watching him. That leaves him very curious. Phantasmia says he'll have to learn about the mage little by little, but now that Valvabamba is gone, he wants to check the rewards. The protagonist finds out he got a leather belt with plus 10 strength and plus 15 defense, along with the gauntlet used by the god of battle, which gives plus 30 attack. He jokes that it'd be nice if magical items started dropping too. Sometime later, he returns to the mad spirit, and it completely loses it. At last, it got what it wanted and says it filled itself up with it. Kang uses vigilance and notices the unstable energy around the spirit has almost vanished. The spirit says it's almost ready now. The next one will be the last, on the 29th floor. Inside is a hidden world, and if MC uses that item in the boss room, he'll know what to do. He learns natural alignment with the spirit. He notices how different the spirit feels now. Before, it was wildly unstable, but now it's calm, almost like a different person. Its requests must be nearing the end. The spirit says it is the land of spirits, a paradise for those who ran away. That is where the roots of the tree that preserve the world are kept. It tells Kang to bring them because that's all it still needs, and it's almost finished. As the protagonist looks at the spirit, Phantasmia calls out to him. MC has started giving off a slightly crazy look himself, so the ghost tells him they need to get out of there and says those spirits are the ones in the wrong. All of them are. He looks at the spirit and comes to the same conclusion. Before going deeper, he decides to collect the equipment he left with, our fam. When he returns to the blacksmith, he heads to the 19th floor. Arfam is surprised the protagonist is back already, then hands over the shoes he made from the material the protagonist brought him. They're shoes made from ore taken from a golem forged with a spirit, plus 15 attack, plus 40 defense, plus 30 agility, plus 15 movement speed, and plus 8 action speed. They can also store spirit energy inside them, which surprises MC, so he asks what that means. Arfam says it means exactly what it sounds like. He can infuse them with spirit energy. He tells him to think of it like what he did with the warrior's weapon. These shoes can hold a similar kind of power. The protagonist remembers how much better that sword became after Arfam worked on it. So the blacksmith tells him that if he gets any spirit energy, he should bring it over and he'll put it into the boots. Kang says that won't be necessary and hands over the free spirit energy he got for defeating a high-rank spirit. Arfam is seriously impressed. He says that's what real efficiency looks like, then asks MC to wait a bit while he does some extra work. Before long, he says they're ready. He's infused the boots with spirit energy. Now, he gains the power to remove any restriction placed on him, though the boots can only use that ability once a day. He sees that the boots also gained a status condition removal effect. It's only once per day, and the description is short, but the protagonist knows that's still incredibly good. Arfam says it's been a long time since he had a project this fun, but he still needs payment. He asks Kang for 3,000. MC thinks that price is a steal for something this good. After selling all the rewards he's picked up so far, he has plenty of money, so it's worth every coin. Then he starts the 24th floor mission by killing a few dark spirits there. He figures it was about time they showed up. Phantasmia says he won't ruin the fun and hides for a bit. Kang activates vigilance, and then someone calls out from behind him. He immediately realizes they've arrived. They're allies of the one who gave up on the labyrinth, the guides of sin. One of them questions him, asking if he's really rank 2 and whether he seriously dared to come here. He introduces himself as Reginalba, level 65, one of the surrendered. He mocks him as a rookie. The deeper you go, the higher your rank needs to be, and fools from the upper floors can't just walk in whenever they want. He asks if nobody told him that, but the moment the guy attacks, the protagonist catches the sword with his dagger. Even with a 10-level gap, their HP is almost the same. All that grinding really paid off. Then the protagonist tells him, almost casually, that he's not one of the guides of sin. The man asks who MC even is, because he has no idea how someone like him made it this far without the people above noticing. Still, he says he will die here, and that he'll show him the crushing gap in their stats. Instead, Kang strips the sword from his hand with barely any movement at all. The man is left wondering what just happened, shocked that this bastard stole his sword so easily. He tells the protagonist not to get cocky. Blocking one strike means nothing. The gap between the 20th and 30th floors is absolute, and he won't even be able to scratch him. Phantasmia can't believe what he's hearing. In his eyes, MC is already completely broken. Then the enemy notices the warrior's ghost and is stunned. Phantasmia points out that he has a busted skill that ignores physical defense. He gets ready to strike with both his dagger and the flames of Marcosia, and Rorian takes 225 damage plus 67 more. The hit drops him to his knees. He demands to know who the protagonist is, saying he's never heard of someone like him before. MC reminds him that his friend went up a while ago, then asks if he didn't notice that the guy never came back. That makes him remember Joggin. He says they were told Joggin died along with the invader, but now he realizes that was a blatant lie. Kang asks what the leaders are doing right now, and the man says they can't come here at the moment because they've been trapped on a certain floor for a long time. He says the leaders have been stuck trying to clear that floor for a long time, so they won't be showing up anytime soon. The ghost is shocked. Those guys still haven't cleared it? Then Kang asks if he knows them. The ghost explains that the deeper you go, the floors get more and more absurd, like wiping out an entire planet in an hour or fighting 3 enemies as strong as you at the same time. Some are even worse, like killing a dragon with only starter gear. Floors like that do exist, but Kang cuts back to what matters and asks one thing. Is the Guardian Associate still alive? Rovern says he hasn't heard anything about her death, so she should still be alive. That answer is enough for the ghost. A small fry like him probably doesn't know anything more anyway. Rovern tells the protagonist he hopes his death is quick, and the protagonist grants that wish. He levels up and steals a big chunk of Rorian's stats. Strength goes up by 26, agility by 24, intelligence by 22, health by 120, and mana by 22. After that, MC opens his status window. His numbers are crazy, and even the ghost is stunned. No normal level 56 should have that much health and those kinds of stats. The ghost says he is going to become more of a monster than the monsters waiting below. He wants even more power because he still has a long way to go. He remembers how badly his friends were crushed. That's why he knows he has to get even stronger to protect his future. Meanwhile, on the lower floors, they notice that Rurian is dead. They wonder if he tried to enter the 31st floor. One of them asks if the rank 4 guides of sin killed him. Another shuts that down. Rurian died on the 24th floor, and that's exactly why he called them. Then they start wondering if it was the same guy rumored to have killed Jagan, the one traveling with the warrior ghost. The man who brought it up says Jagan died after going to the 20th floor. That shocks the others because they thought Jagan had killed the invader. They were told both of them died in the fight, But now they start to wonder if that whole story was a lie. Meanwhile, Kang keeps heading down.